you. Let's dance!
I'm on it, Black Shoe!
Time to strike! You think you can outshoot me? Captain Chemo on duty!
Sierra at 12 o'clock!
Dust 'em, Pix!
Nothing a little gunpowder won't fix.
Welcome back, folks, to the Wild Rift C Icon Series Singapore Fall Playoffs. We're going into day number 2 as we take a look at our top teams. 6 of them will be battling out for 2 spots in the C Championships. I'm gaming this, and with me is Hungry Gas. We're taking a look at the action today. We have an exciting set for you guys. To start things off, we have our lower brackets Noblesse versus To The Moon and Aphrodite Gaming versus Team Banana.
Yep, those are BO1 games, so it's do or die here for all the teams. And I was looking, or at least reviewing some of the footage coming in from all the 4 teams in the lower brackets, and I think right now I'm kind of split between Noblesse and Banana. I think Aphrodite and To The Moon have yet to really prove themselves. They're lacking the fundamentals that make them a really solid, Wild Rift team. And although Aphrodite did take a game off Renatus yesterday, it was kind of sloppy still,
They definitely had some issues coming into this, and they have to clean up some of the issues if they want to be able to take that second spot away. As always, we're going to go through very quickly our format into the system. It's a double elimination, so you have a second chance dropping into the lower brackets. Right now, Alliance is sitting at the top with Renatus in our upper brackets. In the lower brackets, we have Noblesse Gaming, To The Moon, Aphrodite Gaming, and Team Banana winner will go into the lower bracket finals.
Which is going to be a best of 3, so bear in mind there is a little bit more wiggle room there. The upper bracket finals is also a best of 3, and that's another chance, just in case either Renatus or Alliance do drop that game. They'll have another way into the grand finals, which is going to be a best of 5 at the end of today. And what are the players, kind of playing for? It's the lion's share of $22,000, as well as first place getting 5 Secretlab Titan Evo 2022 League of Legends Edition chairs, as well as 3 months worth of a 3-month supply of 100 plus, again courtesy of our beverage sponsor 100 plus, as well as our chair partner Secretlab.
And this feeds into the C Champs. Top 2 teams continue into the C Champs, where we'll be playing against the best in the region. And we're looking at a bunch of the Icon Series games finishing in there as well. They're ongoing, they're concurrent, and we're looking to see something that's forming up quite well right now. And for you guys at home, you guys get to interact and take part as well. Stand a chance to win yourself a Secretlab chair, the 2022 Evo Titan line. All you have to do is clip either a backdoor play, a pentakill, or a Baron or Dragon Steal. Put that on the Facebook page. The Facebook post is on the Versus Asia Facebook page, where some of you guys might be watching this. If you guys follow those instructions, stand a chance to win a chair for yourself.
Don't forget to like and follow the Versus Asia and Secretlab Facebook pages as well to qualify for that chance to win this chair that Brandon is sitting on. Not the exact chair like you said, but one very similar to this at least. I don't know if you sitting on it increases or decreases the value.
Hey man,
I honestly, I'm split. I'm torn between because
when I become a bigger caster,
you can sign the back.
They'll want this chair, right?
Sign on the back. This guy who casted the whole from the start of Wild Rift onto the maturity of Wild Rift, this guy said this chair.
We'll see how things go. And for today, we have a bunch of exciting matches, and I'm really looking forward to see how Alliance is going to perform today, because this is a clear sign. In the summer season, they went undefeated. In the fall season, they've dropped the game, but we didn't get to see how that happened.
This was against Banana.
Against Team Banana. So I'm looking forward to see how they perform going into the C Champs, because we saw their dominant performance locally, regionally. They made it all the way into the playoff stage, where they ultimately lost to the eventual champions. If they can do that well in summer, I'm curious what fall is going to mean for them, especially since they've changed up some of the players, moved around some of the roles.
Right.
And
to remind our viewers as well, it's Jelson from Amihan Esports, the jungler, moving in, and Ozoraveki, the mid laner from Vijaya Dragons, also kind of taking spots and filling in the missing gaps in the new Alliance roster. You make a very good point, Brandon, right? We're talking as though Alliance is this team that's already qualified into the C Champs, but suffice to say, they are a heavy favorite coming into this tournament. There is this, ever-present gap between them and the other teams. So the question is how small, how big that gap is, right? Because in the past, even against the second-best team, Impunity, during the summer season, Impunity did not do so well against Alliance. They got 3-0 in the finals, right? And it looked like a whitewash. This time, maybe we're hoping to see that improvement locally from some of the teams that can stand up to them. Maybe it's Noblest Gaming, maybe it's Team Banana. Hopefully in the finals, in that best of 5, we get a bit more of a demonstration of how the gap has closed.
Because when we looked at the SSC regionally, it was sort of a vacuum. We couldn't exactly place where every team was. Maybe if we had, even knowing some of their scrim results, it was still difficult to say, because Singapore region teams love scrimming against Thai region teams, sometimes against the region teams, right? And so we had some form of an idea of where they might be, but it wasn't enough to formulate a good opinion.
I remember Shinsukai from Alliance, during one of the interviews, he was like, oh, we always scream EVOS, and when they got matched with EVOS in the semi-finals, I think, they're like, oh, we're screwed here. Like, we know how the scrim results go. It's like 27-1 EVOS, right? So there's no way they're coming out of this, but they still try. And I think at the end of the day, like, globally and internationally, if you're scrimming locally and in your own region alone, that's not enough. You need to be practicing against other regions as well.
Absolutely. And so hopefully with this change and coming into fall season, teams are getting stronger and better improved and get ready to play up against some of the tougher opponents, especially regionally. Now that we know when C-Champs is going to be happening, it's coming soon. It's going to be, the whole year is packed with Wild Rift. And so
what a banger.
So it's coming soon. They have to get ready. They have to be prepared. That being said, though, we do have some interview questions for you guys to find out what they have to say about getting into Wild Rift. Coming up now.
PC League is more complex, I feel, and it's way more tiring because the games time are longer, and when the game time are longer, you have to put more focus over time, which I think takes more concentration to do. But I think Wild Rift still have its own challenges because there's only so much you can do with 2 thumbs and maybe 2 other index fingers. You know, especially when you're pressing the skill button. I don't think you can use other fingers other than your thumbs. So I think the agility in your fingers matters a lot.
I think the most important point is that it's actually very accessible. So maybe when you're commuting or even waiting for something, you can actually just start a game and end it in like 15 to 20 minutes, which is much lesser game time compared to the PC version.
You can play Wild Rift anytime. I don't have to be like last time. I need to rush to LAN shop, go home, on my com. Right now, anywhere, anytime, even here I can play Wild Rift.
In general, I feel Wild Rift is set apart because of its fast-paced gameplay. Compared to when I was playing PC competitively, it was very slow-paced, and I think for Wild Rift you can play maybe 2 or 3 games in the same time of playing one PC game, one PC League of Legends game.
One thing's for sure, for Wild Rift is definitely a lot shorter compared to League PC. So it's a little bit more faster. It's a little bit more fast-paced, and in terms of the minion wave, there is quite a big of difference. Because in League PC, I think you get like 8 minions or something like that, whereas for Wild Rift you only get like 4. So the pace of the game is definitely a lot faster, which means that teams tend to snowball faster. And victory and loss is definitely settled within the first few minutes of the game.
I think for this I'll talk about League PC. Because I came from a League of Legends PC background first, and I think what sets this game really apart is that compared to League of Legends PC, the objectives in this game really plays a huge role in the direction of the game. Like, I think right now in Wild Rift, if you give up the first few objectives of the first 5-minute marks, like the first tower or the first dragon, first Rift Herald, it really affects the win rate of LL Wild Rift.
Other mobile games, most of them are basically like just copycats in general, and most of them have a sort of a pay-to-win format. It's kind of like unbalanced, but Wild Rift is different from all this, and since they already have the developers have some experience from the PC side, I think they can also like import in the experience from there into Wild Rift to make it like one of the best esports titles out there, especially on mobile.
I think it's more fast-paced in the sense that objectives-wise and even like flashes, cooldowns are all much faster because it's on mobile, right? So, and being fast-paced, it changes the whole dynamic because one mistake can like eventually lead to other mistakes and then eventually you losing the game. Yeah.
From other mobile games that I've played, I think that Wild Rift is the most closest to a MOBA that I've ever seen. It's also following League PC, which means that it has a lot to learn from, as well as like it has a basis that you can go off from.
Wild Rift has seen a lot of growth. From the first iteration to where we are now, we've been taking a lot of feedback and things have been improving, both from the competitive experience and from the player experience, I think. And I think you've heard Wild Rift developers and the leads from Southeast Asia, they've gone on to do some interviews and they've mentioned before like what are the things that they're trying to get done, be more inclusive, because we're in Singapore. It's easy. Internet connection is good anywhere. You can be in any part.
You have 4G everywhere in the country.
Basically, some places have 5G now, right? That might not be the case in every country, in every region. So how do we balance that? How do we maximize that? You know, I think that's some of the steps that Ryan has been taking to make Wild Rift a better gaming experience for everybody as well.
You're so conscious about this. I love it. I'm a very practical guy, right? So when I look at the gameplay, I'm like, they increased the bands from 2 to 3. That's good enough for me. All I care about is the gameplay, and when they increase the bands, like that's it's a good direction for strategic development at least. I'm a very straightforward guy, right?
Well, you gotta think of it the perspective of when the monsoon hits, right? What happens to your internet connection, right? You're playing, you're enjoying some Wild Rift on 10 ping. And then the next thing you know, the monsoon hits.
When you're sitting on a bus with water up to your seats.
It's like, yeah, it's fine, I can still play the game. Right. And I think that's some of the really cool stuff that's been able to happen. You know, I think it was Nobles's. I think it was Payne that mentioned right that he was able to keep playing Wild Rift from anywhere. Yeah. He didn't have to rush to a LAN shop. He didn't have to go home play from a computer. You could be anywhere. You could come together with your team and play together physically. Yep. Right. So that being said, we are getting ready to go into our picks and bans between Noblesse and To The Moon. It's this best of ones, you know, all important one game to keep their hopes and dreams alive in the playoffs. Maybe stand a chance to get into the C Champs. Now, starting things off, Noblesse on the blue side. Curious to see what the first bans are going to be. It's the Ziggs.
Yep. Xin Zhao's probably going to be highly valued between both teams, but the one thing I don't want to see from Noblesse is the Thresh again. I think it was very underwhelming, no offense, but they placed too much priority on the pick as a response to Zyra Khan. I think like just you have to play perfectly if you really want it to work out. And as Shinsekai said in the interview too, you only have 2 thumbs, right? At most you add 2 other fingers. It's really hard to like mechanically outplay your opponent with Thresh as compared to like keyboard and mouse. So there are some like skill expression issues, I would say, or at least like time. There's time required to be like, you know, fluid with that particular champion. As we see Camille being banned out. Now where is the Gragas and Galio going to be removed? That's the big question for me. I think Noblesse might be looking to target out Trox a little bit, but then again, Kung has a very small champion pool too. It's between Corki and Orianna. I think like you might see To The Moon focus him out a little bit more in terms of the bans.
So you do see that, right? With the Twisted Fate, you get rid of a couple of these options. Don't generally want to allow those to come through. Gragas and Galio have been both champions fit right within the wheelhouse for Noblesse and To The Moon. So either side really could be willing to run that. The only thing that I am curious about now, because you mentioned about the Thresh, granted it was against Alliance. Yeah, a very difficult opponent for sure. And even then, I did feel like Dai had some decent moments. Right. He did get some priority catch-offs, but unfortunately it didn't pan out the way they wanted to. I think one of the things that worked so well for Alliance then was the fact they had an Olaf that could ignore a lot of the crowd control. But with that being said, curious to see if that's something that Noblesse are looking to try and push for and continue with the Thresh. As we continue things off, Rengar going to be banned out. Irelia the ban for To The Moon.
The last ban here for To The Moon should be the Galio if they want to first pick Zyra Khan on red side. Just like open with your bot lane and you know, it's a very safe, very sturdy bot lane that you don't really have to worry about. Instead they will go for the Olaf. So this opens up Noblesse to just go for early Galio and not worry about Zyra Khan, because if you play like Galio Lucian into that, it feels okay. It's actually a decent matchup. Like early levels, as long as you know how to space, as long as you're standing opposite the correct opponent, you should be able to solo kill them actually.
And with Lucian being quite flexible, does better in lane, but does better in Dragon lane, but it is still quite flexible. I think it can fit within Kong's player pool as well. Now this is interesting.
This is an Eris classic
Kong, right?
Yeah. He loves this champion so much. He will play Kong jungle as a comfort pick, and I think the use of this, or at least why Noblesse values it so highly, is the teamfight potential. Once you do unlock Cyclone, it feels like you have a second chance in, even when you're down like 4k gold. The double cast of the Cyclone gives you a lot of space in teamfights, and it's a way that Noblesse love playing these out. It's similar to how, you know, some of the top tier 1 teams in Summer Super Cup also did like to play out their teamfights. They like this, you know, AoE space control. Corki here is going to be a pick away from Kong, so now his champion pool is even smaller, but he could still go for the Orianna, especially because they have Wukong, so you can see how it's starting to fit like together, right?
To The Moon do manage to take away the Gragas. Really strong pick overall, right? It's been brought into the Baron lane, into the mid lane, you know, into multiple roles, and even then you can see how flexible it is with its build path. Has been able to fit into a lot of compositions very well and having a lot of tank stats. Noblesse will respond by grabbing the Nami as well as the Ahri early on. Moving away from the Orianna, now into more of an assassin style.
Not a big fan of this, because when you do play the Ahri, your kind of main focus is the charm or priority target. There you go, instant Zyra Khan from To The Moon once they know more or less what's up. And think of it this way, when you're executing team fights, it's almost impossible to hit a charm on the Zyra, especially when she has a frontline, right? So it's how are you going to isolate the targets that you need to kill? A way might be to use Chains of Corruption to at least stall the front line and, you know, fight front to back. Varus is still really, really good on Wild Rift because of the percentage execute damage from his second skill. So I feel like the overall draft from Noblesse, a lot more teamfight potential, but they're also choosing to have some pick potential in the form of the Ahri and the Varus. Again, the Renekton for Chingy here is just a stable overall pick. I'm surprised they even fell so far down the tier list, or at least the pick priority for Noblest Gaming. A lot of teams will like 1-2 Renekton and maybe try swapping mid or Baron.
See, that's exactly what I was thinking, right? This is really interesting. The fact that To The Moon have gotten a draft that otherwise are kind of first pick material.
Almost everything there.
Xayah and Rakan could be first red side picks. Lee Sin could be very well first red side pick. They get Gragas as point quality.
What I would do would have been like Xayah, Rakan, R1, R2, and then you do Gragas on the third, and you don't know whether he's going Baron, mid, or jungle. And then once you have an idea of what their lineup is looking like, you can then pick the Lee Sin, you can then pick the Corki. The order is a bit off for To The Moon, but I feel like you're 100% right. The spirit of this draft is all tier 1 material, whereas for the Noblest draft, the Wukong and the Nami are more comfort picks as opposed to like tier 1 picks, in my opinion. Those are champions that feel good if you know how to navigate the full extent, the full boundary of that particular champion. If you don't know how to min-max it, it just feels kind of awful overall.
Playing for champions that generally require more understanding and more care to attention for exactly the way that you want to play can pan out well, but it also depends heavily on how To The Moon are going to play on this early game, right? We've seen what happens when teams go into the enemy jungle level 1, try and fight it out.
We don't talk about that. The PTSD is still in my head.
Going in aggressively, they want to make something happen. When that does seem to be the case, these champions that are really reliant on specific starts to the game tend to fall off a lot more.
You need to point out too that like the start to the game is only one way to kind of segue into your mid game, right? A lot of teams understand that, hey, if I win lane, I win game. It's a very basic fundamental school of thought. Another way to approach Wild Rift is, trading power on the map, which is saying, I'm going to play weak side here and strong side here.
Yep.
If you look at the draft of Noblest as we go into game, you'll notice that they have a Renekton Baron lane and a Varus Nami Dragon lane. Varus is a very low cost, high efficiency kind of AD carry. You don't need a lot of farm, you don't need to snowball, but you will still provide value and utility to your team. I highly expect Noblest to be playing towards the Renekton a lot more, playing towards the Ahri even, to a certain extent.
And here we have it, going into day 2 of the playoffs. Noblest versus To The Moon. To start things off, they'll be going into this BO1, the lower brackets, trying to pull away a win, keep their playoff run going. Bit of interesting start, both sides just helping to shove out the mid lane.
I wonder what Ludai took level 1 here, because if it's Grand Entrance, they could just threaten by walking up. Desire speed, or rather attack speed. Yeah, he took Grand Entrance. So Desire attack speed, there you go, the all-in coming in.
Yeah, I should be looking for some good damage on the die, but the fact that there was a hit level 2 earlier on doesn't mean that To The Moon have to stop and hold off on the engage. Now we already started seeing an aggressive move coming in for CSB, trying to make its way into the mid lane. Ares will just be right by the side. Both teams bring in the junglers, trying to clear out the ways early. Going aggressive, gets hit by the Child Valkyrie, and they're trying to follow through. Flash away from CSB, one more hit should find it. Trox continues to press on. The phosphorus bomb, the gun will put Ares down low and send him packing, but that was a close one, a close call in the mid lane.
Just a trade of Summoner Spell. CSB not having Flash is not the biggest issue in the world. It's a Lee Sin. He has a free dash on the Safeguard. The upside, or at least the benefit here for Noblest, is they get the Scuttle Crab on the top side, and potentially here, Ares can, look to clear his top half of the jungle and move down and counterpath against CSB.
Flash expanded by CSB, Ares manages to hold on to his own. Ignite was expanded by Kong, but that's on a pretty short cooldown, so Jess gives a little bit of safety over to the Corki. He doesn't have to worry about the additional Summoner Spell when he hits 5. But apart from that, not a bad loss for Noblest, or a bad exchange of Noblest at all.
Oh, they see CSB here. There's actually a lot of damage going down. They hit the piercing arrow.
Yeah, upper level comes through. CSB taking quite a decent amount of harass. Won't want to just safeguard out. We did see Ludai nearby, but I don't think they wanted to try and force that exchange, especially since so much of the jungle is still available for CSB right now.
He took the bot Scuttle Crab and the enemy Crux to a certain extent, and then based into his own jungle to make sure he got the clear and he got the EXP, he got the levels. Approaching level 5 now once he finishes off these camps. There you go. He just dinged level 5. Can make a re-engage onto the bot side. With Xayah Rakan, you always have that very reliable Grand Entrance and way into a fight. And that allows you to set up against these immobile kind of bot laners in the form of the Varus and Nami. If they step up too far, Lee Sin comes in, extremely mobile, is able to kind of just lock them down too.
You get some more information on where the enemy jungle is. Sham lands onto Trox and just going to reposition the Valkyrie. And this is kind of how this lane is supposed to pan out now. Every time the Corki's roaming, you should be expecting Kong to try and match that roam, put some pressure on the Corki, make sure that he gets punished but making a move away.
The Corki always has to like leave the lane first. He cannot follow behind the RE just because there's kill potential the moment Charm and Spirit Rush is used. So the name of the game here for Trox is to push up mid as quickly as possible and then roam if he wants to make some impact on the side lane. Otherwise, he just has to sit in mid and soak the EXP. He can't walk up and chase and, you know, follow the RE as she roams out of lane.
Which might just be what happens here, because package coming up pretty soon, objectives coming up pretty soon. Usually this is the call for teams and players to, and especially Corkies, to make a quick recall, come back, bring in the package, and that recall timing is really important for rotating early before the RE can, and we're starting to see that right now. That being said though, Noblesse will be the ones to take first mover's advantage towards the dragon, clear out the Scuttle Crab, try and get some control on this dragon early.
On the minimap, you can see that CSB is kind of just sacrificing this dragon and moving towards the top side. So the play here is to trade Rift Herald for the Ocean Dragon here. And I think this is the right play, because To The Moon, they based a little too late. They based like 4 or 5 seconds too late to contest the dragon. So they will be able to get this Rift Herald unless Noblesse full collapse here with all 5 members. Dominus popped already.
Shingy pops the ultimate early, trying to zone them away. We see the Valkyrie coming in, drawing a line. The Sandy find the Grand Entrance get knocked off onto 2. CSB over to the back by his Strongstick goes down first. And they're still looking to try and trade back. Ludai looking low, has no way away. It's a double kill coming through for Noblesse as they come on the board.
Yeah, because they all recalled a little too late, there's a snowball effect there. To The Moon, just too... They're the handicap. They don't show up to the fight in time to help their jungler finish off the Rift Herald. And they lose that big skirmish on the top half. 2 kills to Noblesse this early on. JW already finishing the Manamune. Redemption, Enchant bought by Dai. These are big items being completed. Huge power spikes as well as Chingy gets jumped.
Yeah, no ultimate on the Renekton, has to flash early. CSB still holds on to his flash. We have to see if Ludai can get anything done in the mid lane. Wants to bring Trunks back into the game. Falls behind a little bit. Does get the knockout. Phosphorus Bomb comes through. Charm, lots of damage onto the Rakan.
Bit greedy there from Ludai to try and come in for the all-in, especially because your mid lane is a Corki. There's not a lot of burst there. He has to do kind of significant DPS over time, so even if he did get the jump outside of turret range, they probably wouldn't have gone the all-in unless he used the quickness, or if he had Ignite maybe, but just the setup wasn't there. It was a bit too greedy coming in for To The Moon.
Have to be a little bit curious on how this is going to pan out now, because To The Moon invested heavily towards the Rift Herald, because showing that they obviously want this. They want to get the additional gold that comes with picking up first turret. Noblesse are now responding by trying to pick up the Rift Herald themselves. This time though, To The Moon a little bit closer to the objective, a bit nearer to the fight. I have to see if this is going to make a difference as Noblesse start to reposition towards the mid lane, clearing out the waves quickly here. Aqua Prison follows through by the Charm, and damage onto Ludai with the Ignite coming through, and that should be enough to take him down. Barely survives, but the Nami will find the kill in the end. And now Piercing Arrow puts Hang down low, forces To The Moon back, and now they're moving on to the Herald.
You can see why they value the Nami and the Ahri so highly during the draft. It's because of the pick potential, right? The Aqua Prison into the Charm, into the Chains of Corruption allows them to make plays like that over the walls and set things up for their team to really find these successful big skirmishes.
So now Nobles get the Rift Herald, they get some more control, and this is what To The Moon feared the most. They were willing to give up the Dragon in exchange for getting the Rift Herald because they want the additional gold, and because now they lose both, they run the risk of losing these additional turrets. While Xayah can wave clear decently, definitely faces some issues when you have high wave clear champions like the Varus, like the Ahri, paired together with the Rift Herald.
So look at the items right now. I just want to point this very important fact out, right? Essence Reaver completed for Corki, not Trinity Force. So that actually hurts his wave clear compared to normal, because in the past, when you have Trinity Force, you proc the wave clear very quickly. With your Missile Barrage as well as your Phosphorus Bombs, you're able to just get the bonus attack speed and make sure that the wave is done. Compared to the Luden's Echo of the Ahri, who has, you know, 1 Orb of Deception to clear out the wave, you always have to kind of stay back and not walk up the river, and you kind of just eat the wave as it comes in. You can't contest any vision at all.
King is there, will get hit by the Aqua Prison, does pop Featherstorm in time, pulls back into on to die. Ludai finds good damage back on the Nami as well. Tidal Wave will come through, Hang pops the barrier. They're trying to trade back, but there we go, pulls forward with the Rocket Belt and the Piercing Arrow into Kong in the back. Grand Entrance does find the knockout back onto the Ahri. Hang under turret, finds the shield from Ludai to stay alive a little bit longer, but the arrow finally connects, takes him down into the moon, losing the marksman there. Kong just sitting and lying in wait, waiting for the Rift Herald to come through. It's a double kill for this Varus. Flash away from Kong, then moving back onto Trox, finds the Will-O-Wisp, and it's a triple kill with the final arrow to convert that into another kill. And a turret. Noblesse find it all.
That was a great dive on the bottom side. They made the rotation with Eris as well as Kung to come off from the back and flank the escape route, and because of their mobility between Wukong and Ari, they're able to dash through these walls and keep them in place and secure that tier 1 as well. This is the issue, right? Like I said earlier, Trox with the Essence Reaver cannot clear the wave out fast enough. People think the Essence Reaver is a great item until you realize that you need 2-3 item spikes to really feel good, whereas Luden's Echo is immediate impact. You throw up your Orb of Deception, the wave is gone, and now you start rotating, and Corki cannot follow the Ari out of lane.
JW, the fact that he went Rocket Bell early on to get the additional
Yeah, that was
is a really interesting adaptation, and that's something that we like to see from Varus players. You know, it's a very specific Varus kind of thing. Now Infernal Drake spawning, To The Moon are the one to start this one up, trying to get some control here. Ares waiting right by the side to get some vision, and Noblesse without Chingy to join into the fight. We'll have to see how this one goes. Cha barely misses. Teleport coming for the Renekton. The Redemption sets up this stage. They're looking to try and contest this. Dragon looking low.
Oh.
That's going to be the call. They jump in. The 2-man knockup. Die goes down first. And they're trying to take down Ares. Over into the back. The chains come through. Kong still wrecking havoc in the backline of To The Moon. They don't have any way to respond to this. Chingy comes in with a double kill. They're moving into the Dragon. Noblesse with a team ace.
The start of the fight was very good for To The Moon. They split everyone up with the explosive cast, but the re-engage from Noblesse, that was a 5-man or potentially 5-man Chains of Corruption towards the end of the fight coming in from JW, and because that small choke doesn't allow To The Moon to disengage, they have to stand and deliver. They're caught in place by these Chains of Corruption, and they aren't able to fight now. Noblesse picking up the second dragon. They already picked up the first Herald, or at least the Herald earlier, and got the bot tier 1. This opens up the map so much more, because the only thing they have to worry about right now is just taking down the structures and then setting up for the Baron pick. Not the Baron take, the Baron pick, right? Forcing To The Moon to check the Baron pit, catching them with Aqua Prison or a Charm, and then converging on a kill after that.
Because it's, again, like you mentioned, it's the priority that you place around the Nami, that you place around the Ari, having this pick potential, having the power to go for these singular catches, which is very reminiscent of how they wanted to play the Thresh as well. It shows that Noblesse understands and likes to play for the pick comp most frequently, and it's panning out well now. So going into this one, 11-2, and they hold a solid goal lead. Now you can see that they are positioning around the Baron early on. To The Moon have to respond to this, put some attention towards the Baron. They can't really just give this one away for free, and this is what Noblesse wants. Feed into them, come in to check into them, where they will get the catch first.
It's really tough to walk up. They find Eris here, but he's pretty tanky. He has the Cyclone to buy the space, and the Redemption to heal him up.
It just gets out as Noblesse tries to get a little bit more damage onto the turret. They find some good damage on the call, pops the quickness, they jump onto the Ari, that should be the kill, flashing away, uses the Spirit Rush, gets out, and along with the Chains of Corruption going around, and not sure what quite killed him, might be the Ignite from Sabo. And now they move on, back into the base, back under the turret actually. CSB barely gets away, will end up flashing to the side, loses his life, but the rest of his team get the turret that time.
That was a 4 and 5. Chingy was not there during that whole fight, and now he's rotating up, so To The Moon, they have to run. They have nothing left apart from the Xayah ultimate and the Missile Barrage, so they know that this tier 1 is gone, right? They have to sacrifice this or risk getting collapsed by the Renekton. So actually, it's a net win. Although the bounty from Kung did go across, it's still a net win because to get tier 1, they might get more kills here.
Ares looking to try and make something happen to get Redemption coming through, puts them low, and the Aqua Prison barely misses out. Like you mentioned, net win for Noblesse, but for To The Moon, this is still a great sign knowing that they can fight back, have a chance to go and get a catch up with somebody else. They still have some way to find a way back into the game. That being said, though, Noblesse will grab a turn of their own, and so goal lead continues to sit in Noblesse's favor, 8,000 up. Continuing to snowball again.
Interesting adaptation from the Xayah player here. Heng going for Charge Blade first and then Infinity Edge second. This is a huge power spike in terms of item completion. Normally we see Essence Reaver and Charge Blade, like the Corki's build. So To The Moon's items right now are at a power point where they can fight. You can see how effective they are in these 5v5s. They just need to find a proper angle, right? Not let anyone get caught out first by a Charm or Aqua Prison. That's going to lose them the fight. They need to engage and find an explosive cast to start things off, or maybe a Dragon's Rage, and then take it front to back.
So looking at the itemization from Heng, right? He's going for the Infinity Edge plus the Slurry Charge Blade. Bit of a detour away from the Essence Reaver, right? But we know what the IE can get done once you have 2 to 3 crit items. So right now, To The Moon look like they just want to keep scaling up, play for powerful picks that they already have. Whereas Noblesse, they need to keep pressing this issue. And what we had expected was for them to play around the Baron. But look at the vision line. To The Moon have some decent vision around Baron, so they know that Noblesse aren't starting this up. They're not trying to sneak it away.
they're just pushing the waves out and always having the side lanes shoved against to the moon. So you can see in the top of your map, the bottom of your map, both waves of
this
Nobles
might
are
be it.
shoved.
They're trying to pull the trigger. Flashing away. JW gets away from CSP's ultimate. The Dragon's Rage will misposition him. To the moon, will look in to try and find a catch down. The marksman of Nobles, but barely miss out.
Aqua Prison catches CSB there. They're still taunting To The Moon. They're kind of goading them into fighting because To The Moon know they need to find these 5-on-5s in a front-to-back fashion. And Nobles, they've used a lot there. They're threatening Baron right now, but I don't think they have the damage to finish it off just yet. The split party of Kung here is going to be stopping them from going to Baron as they force it here To The Moon. They're holding this defensive line across the brush. Here comes the charm.
But it won't hold them over. Tons of damage onto Hing. He's down right away. Dropped to the next target as Chingy comes in for a double kill. Sabo in the back should go down. Luda tries to escape from the Renekton. Will not happen. A triple kill for this Renekton. Now they're onto Baron. Nobles have taken them down and are taking the big purple worm.
Kung has massive gonads of steel, right? He used the Spirit Rush to go into the brush without any vision, hit a like blind charm, and he finds the Xayah, which is like almost impossible. It's a 1 out of 5. He connects on that. They win the fight off the immolation from the Xayah because she did build full damage. She has no defensive items whatsoever. So To The Moon are able to fight after the AD carry is dead. And Nobles, that's a play that you want to see when you second, third pick the RE so early in the draft.
Absolutely, in a situation where we were talking about how Kong's champion pool was targeted, getting rid of the Corki, banning away a number of those champions, and he brings in Yari, makes it work and makes it look good. Nobles now have so much more additional control. To the moon, they have to be really careful around this dragon. You know, in the champion, when they picked Lee Sin, we were expecting him to be a lot more aggressive, but Ares has done a great job of making sure that the Lee Sin wasn't able to take advantage of him.
He was matching with Lee Sin pretty well early on, even getting the top Scuttle Crab the priority first, so I do like how Nobles are conducting themselves so far. They don't actually have to fight for this dragon here because Chingy is just pushing. They don't have TP, they just need to force them away.
Pressing the issue, CSP is going to suffer at the hands of the Ignite. Should be going down. The first use of the Cyclone takes down one, the secondary one hits over the Kong. It's a double kill for the Yari.
It was a good force. They had the Spirit Rush and they had the Charm to finish off the jungler, so CSB and Trox are dead. This forces a rotation up from Ludite to defend against Chingy. They want to get something on the map here. They are trying to pick up the Renekton, but Chingy is a bit too tanky. They sacrifice the Mountain Dragon. They want the turrets instead. Potentially going for the inhibitor turret as well. Making full use of this Baron buff.
Looking for any kind of response. To the Moon are desperate. They just want to find any pick, any fight. They could potentially bring them back into the game. Nobles grab the middle inhibitor turret, and now looking for the Baron inhibitor turret as well.
Because they have Baron buff, they feel, oh, what a great explosive cast.
Gets a catch on the JW. Unfortunately, not able to follow up. JW with a great flash of his own. That was the barely hold on here. Barely hold on to the base. Nobles are going to retreat, make their way back towards the dragon, reset and come back stronger. And things are looking a little bit desperate for To The Moon.
And for people wondering, you know, why they didn't take the Mountain Dragon after they got those 2 kills, it's because they had like a couple of seconds left on the Baron buff, and they knew with those 2 picks, you can run down mid and Baron lane and pick up those inhibitors. It gives you even more, you know, kind of map power as you translate to the bottom side and pick up the last inhibitor. You don't have to worry about these objectives because they're going to be naturally pushing in from mid and top.
To the Moon are trying their best to hold on to the game, but you can tell with so much being opened up now, Dragon, Baron coming up in just about a minute, there's only so much they can get done. You can see the vision placed towards the bomb side, towards the dragon, is not going to benefit them trying to rotate over to the Baron. And so Nobles, they have a really good window. I'm not sure there's no way for them to know that they don't have any vision there, but Nobles should be given some...
They are sweeping this one out, so they know that whatever wards
they have is already expanded bot side, and this could be bad for To The Moon. They're looking for something. Kong will be the one to initiate.
Oh, that's so greedy.
They get kicked back, and this should be the knockup coming through, but lacking damage. They still do manage to take down Kong, though. Chingy, such a massive threat. They cannot take down the Renekton. Instead, Ares jumps back in with the first wave of the Cyclone, coming back in with the second. Chingy still looking big. Flash away from Hang, tries to pull back with the Feather Storm. Chingy just will not go down. Has something to say to every situation. Pulls back with a witty remark. Nobles onto the Nexus, now To The Moon, trying to defend the best that they can. Will push them off the wave.
Even though they did get the kills at the end of the fight, I think that was way too greedy for Nobles. It was a 2 for 3. Yes, but they could have closed out the game if they were a bit more methodical. And now because Baron is up, there's this, you know, potential coin flip situation again where To the Moon can try and steal this because they have CSB on Lee Sin, very mobile, has the tools to kind of just slide in, kick you out, and then smite the Baron away. Kung was definitely overreaching there. They should have just played safe and walked towards the bot lane while mid and top were pushing in.
So Noblesse are going to have to reset, kind of look their wounds a little bit. I mean, wasn't a huge loss for them, but like you mentioned, that was one less opportunity to end up the game. And if To The Moon come back now, Noblesse are definitely going to be kicking themselves off of that. But with this...
You can see that they're pinging the map. They know the choke that they need to control, so they need to put the ward down to make sure that anyone from To The Moon walking past that angle is going to be subjected to either a charm or a aqua prison. So they're trying to get some vision and some control in the tri-rush here. Kung is going to put the ward down.
I was going to say, To The Moon have actually managed to come a little bit ahead earlier on to pull the ward down early. Get some intel around the Baron, because that's going to be so important. Especially as you see Chingy over on the other side. Chingy,
yes, TB is fine.
Did he use teleport that fight?
No, he didn't.
Okay.
He was in the middle of the fight.
Right, he was right there to begin with, right? That's why they couldn't kill him.
The reason he's spilling, I believe, is because his TP should be off cooldown now, and they're sweeping this particular choke, right? So any brush around the rip buff is usually a death sentence for To The Moon if they walk into a charm or if they walk into an aqua prison, which is why they're setting up here. They gave away their position though by tossing out the aqua prison. Kung is very greedy here.
Gives them some information. They're moving on the call once again, but he goes going to survive a little bit longer. Joining back in with the teleport. Chingy trying to get back into the fight. He take down the Ari right away. Redemption will come through. CSB over to the backhand, has to flash away. Will still suffer the ends with Noblesse though. They go down. It's a 2-for-1. Ludai's gone. CSB's gone. No jungler means Noblesse move on to Baron.
Yep, and they don't have any nukes as well to kind of steal this one away. Normally when you want to contest Baron from the red side across the wall, you need like a big spell, like a Ziggs ult, an Orianna Shockwave, something to just nuke down the Baron. If you don't have Smite and you don't have those tools, well, the Baron is not going to be able to be stolen away, and Noblesse secure it. Great fight there. Again, Kung, even though he's playing super risky, it feels like he's the one that's forcing these fights. Kind of, you know, yanking To The Moon in and forcing them in.
Oh man, look at the base though. The minions crashing in big brings it down to 2,000. That's a couple of auto attacks at this point.
All they have to do is just regroup now. You can see that Kung also picked up a TP enchant, knows that his Zhonya's is on cooldown because he did use it around the rip buff earlier. So the additional global presence after they pick up this soul is going to be very, very important. Excuse me, Elder is going to be very, very important for them to close out this game.
Elder, soul, whatever you want to call it, Noblesse, you know, call a spade are on the victory. Well, this is basically it. The victory push is coming through right about now. Teleport is going to come in. Kwang wants to join into the fight. The tidal wave will find Hang. Hang does dodge away from the corrupting chains for a second, but will ultimately go down. And with Noblesse finding the first catch and looking at the second and on to the third, it comes to the end. CSB doing the best that you can to try and clear out the way, prevent things from ending here and now. But they cannot do so as waves will be crashing in regardless. CSB does get out for now, but there we have it. To The Moon just do not have the manpower to stop this. They're moving on to Nexus. Noblesse come up ahead and will continue in the playoffs.
Yep. In the best of one, Noblesse come out ahead. Their draft a little bit more unorthodox, I would say. But the comfort picks definitely paying off in the form of the Nami, the Wukong, and the Ari. They're a team that understands, you know, what their comfort is and what their playstyle is like, and they excel at it very well. When they try new things, when they pop in, you know, things like Thresh, it does go awry sometimes, but when they revert back to comfort, they look a lot better coming in.
Nice set coming in for Noblesse. Being able to take a strong win over To The Moon does mean that To The Moon's run ends here, but making it into the second stage of playoffs is still an impressive run regardless. That being said, we have our highlights ready for Noblesse versus To The Moon, so let's take a quick look at that before we come back. Zone them away. We see the Valkyrie coming in, drawing a line in the sand. They find the grand entrance. Get knocked off onto 2. CSB over to the back, but his strong set goes down first. And they're still looking to try and trade back. Ludai looking low. Has no way away. It's a double kill coming through for Noblesse as they come on the board.
Yeah, because
there, Kong just sitting and lying in wait, waiting for the Rift Tower to come through. It's a double kill for this Varus. Flash away from Kong. They're moving back on the Trox. Finds the Will-O-Wisp, and it's a triple kill with the final arrow to convert that into another kill. And a turret. Noblesse find it all.
That was a
barely misses. Teleport coming for the Renekton. The Redemption sets up the stage. They're looking to try and contest this. Dragon looking low. Oh. That's going to be the call. They jump in. A 2-man knockup. Die goes down first. And they're trying to take down Ares. Over into the back. The chains come through. Kong still wrecking havoc in the backline of To The Moon. They don't have any way to respond to this. Chingy comes in with a double kill. They're moving into the Dragon. Noblesse with a team ace.
The start of the fight. Across the brush. Here comes the charm.
But it won't pull them over. Tons of damage onto Hing. He's down right away. Drop to the next target as Shingy comes in for a double kill. Sabo in the back should go down. Luda tries to escape from the Renekton. Will not happen. A triple kill for this Renekton. Now they're onto Baron Noblesse. Do manage to take down Kongo. Chingy, such a massive threat. They cannot take down the Renekton. Instead, Ares jumps back in with the first wave of the Cyclone. Coming back in with the second. Chingy still looking big. Flash away from Hing. Tries to pull back with the Feather Storm. Chingy just will not. And just as Noblesse and To The Moon have had to play to continue the run in the playoffs, we still have yet another team also looking to see whether they can keep that run going. It's Aphrodite versus Team Banana coming up. And Aphrodite and Team Banana. Team Banana were a team that we were looking forward to see play a solid set. Ultimately did take a game off the lines before dropping into the lower brackets. Now Aphrodite, do they stand a chance up against Banana?
I think the key here is for the mid lane of Aphrodite to either pick up one of the two assassins, Fizz or Zed, and really pop off, have a good game. And the crux of this team, as I've said before and time again, I've said, it's the mid and jungle synergy, right? When they do get the synergy flowing, when they are able to kind of gel well and sync together and get the plays on the map going together, that's when Aphrodite look the scariest, right? But when you put them on control mages and they don't have that level of priority or that level of impact or level of agency, well, Aphrodite tends to falter a little bit more.
A lot of eyes and a lot of pressure on the mid lane of Aphrodite, right? Haraya has been able to play some standout games on the Fizz, on the Zed, for example, but the last game that they played, the last set that they played, he was target banned. They remove a lot of his pool, and we saw what happens when he's kind of relegated into champions that he's maybe not as comfortable with. That was a pain point for Aphrodite, and against Team Banana now, if Banana have done their homework, they've done their prep, they know what they have to watch out for.
Yes.
That this could spell disaster for Aphrodite.
This is why it's difficult to play in a lower bracket best of one, because if your opponents have scouted you properly in that first game and the only game, they're probably going to ban out your comfort picks and then just draft around it, right? And when the team is so dependent on this mid-jungle synergy, that's not to say that the other players can't hold their own weight.
Sure.
It's just very much, the driving force, the catalyst for Aphrodite gaming. And we've seen some interesting adaptations coming in from Aphrodite. Fizzy Fish, who is normally an enchanter player, she plays the Nami, she plays the Janna, swapped a little bit more over to the Senna, and they picked up this Nasus to go along with it. I had some comments about the Nasus Senna yesterday. I said it was too much of a passive lane. You're pretty much just giving up all agency in the bottom half of the map because all you're doing is soaking EXP and just farming and hoping to scale up, right? So it's not exactly what you want when, Dragons is such an important part of the game and Harrow is such an important part of the game.
Because they went for that, we also saw what happens when players or teams just try and kite against the Nasus. It was very difficult for them to go up against their opponent, and ultimately
Jarvan was getting trapped in the Cataclysm yesterday by the Jarvan as well.
Yeah, so a lot of tools that can be used to prevent Nasus from being more interactive, and like you mentioned, you were hoping to see maybe something like the Darius instead, something that as a bruiser can soak up the golden EXP a lot better than the Nasus, and still have a lot of agency. And so maybe those adaptations are what are going to matter, but for now, looking at Aphrodite, the fact that they've been able to come in with some growth and some changes is definitely a very refreshing sight to see.
I think the idea for, repeated participation in the Icon series is just kind of learning where you can improve and then getting to a point where hopefully you close the gap on teams, and in a best of 5, in a best of 3, in a best of 1, you're able to showcase that, right? In best of 1s, it goes both ways. You can get banned out and you can get isolated and targeted out, but you can also surprise your opponents with strategies that they are not expecting and kind of cheese out a win, quote unquote.
So hopefully we see in this set some interesting adaptations and maybe a little bit more prep overnight while they were getting ready. They say that Rome wasn't built overnight, but hopefully the preparation can come in useful as they get ready to take on maybe one of the toughest opponents yet. Now I have an interesting question for you.
Okay,
if Team Banana is split pushing, does that mean
I know this is
I don't even have to say it. I don't even have to say it.
We could have spent the whole day yesterday just thinking of jokes about fruit baskets and bananas.
Yes.
What was your fun fact about bananas yesterday?
What was my fun fact about
There's
bananas?
something about DNA and something about potassium.
Like 90% DNA. Like we share 90% of our DNA with bananas.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. I could see that.
Yes, that's right. I think we share a lot of our DNA for a lot of things. Yeah. When you go to a hospital, sometimes they give you like banana bags. Yeah, it's bananas and everything.
That does make sense, although I haven't been to a hospital in a while. Thank goodness for that.
Yeah, that's true. I've been watching a lot of hospital type shows.
Hospital type shows.
Yeah. I don't know what medical
medical dramas. Right?
medical
Yeah,
dramas.
yeah,
I think that's the terminology. Yeah.
You do have these moments where you do binge like specific genres of shows.
Yeah, very strangely. I'm not a huge TV person, but occasionally I just binge watch like a ton.
Right. That seems par for the course for granted.
Yeah. But let's put our attention back to the game. Aphrodite versus Banana. This is an important game for them. It's only a B of 1 in our lower brackets. The next BO1 will be the final BO1 that we have.
It's the next, yeah, pretty much, right?
The next after Aphrodite and Banana.
The winner is going to play Noblest, and the winner of that is going to play
Yes.
the loser of Alliance and Renatus.
Exactly. After that, it's all BO3s until the grand finals, which is a BO5, which is going to be so important, right? So for now, there's not that much wiggle room. How you play this out is how it's going to
It
end
just
up
has to be
becoming.
clean. It just has to be clean, and you just have to showcase what you have up your sleeve, or the ace up your sleeve. As we're ready to jump into draft, it's going to be Aphrodite Gaming versus Team Banana. Team Banana on the blue side. You can see some familiar names there, of course. I think if you've been a fan of League of Legends locally, you know iNitrogen, Vendetta Soul, as well as Scarlet Petal. In terms of bans and just looking at the game strategy here, I highly expect Banana to be focusing on the Zyra Khan. Whereas Aphrodite, we talked about the Assassins, the value of the Fizz and the Z for Haraya is going to be paramount, and that should be how Banana spends their first 2 bans at least.
I mean, Team Banana, it makes sense why they focus the Zyra Khan. They are such showmakers, the showboats, the pentakill from Tails in their very first game, first game of the playoffs for the fall season. Banana definitely want to keep that train going, keep running hot where they can. Aphrodite, it's very important how they use these bans, I think, because I would say that Banana feel like they have a bigger champion point, so it's much easier for them to work around whatever bans come through.
Oh,
but
for sure.
where Aphrodite can make it effective or make it most valuable is forcing them into a specific composition, into a specific playstyle. And Banana can be read reasonably when you do force them into a specific playstyle.
The idea is you kind of just match them with their own game and hopefully outdo them, as we see the Fizz ban out. So no surprise there against Haraya. There is going to be the Galio ban out too. If that follows, we should see Z second. And there you go. Almost like clock.
Preparation has been done, and Banana know exactly what they want to get rid of.
No surprise there. The final ban is going to be interesting here because with Galio banned out, I could see Banana valuing the Zyra Khan very highly. You could just ban out Rakan on blue side and prevent Aphrodite from playing Zyra Khan, and then you take something else for yourself. Because blue 1 first pick, you can't get both combos, right?
Yeah.
So you might have to remove one piece of the combo.
Alternatively, Banana could also do something like target a Corki, knowing how much of a proponent 700 is on that champion.
Yep.
Maybe you want to take that for themselves and get rid of it. Instead, they're looking at perhaps the Darius against Rossetti, and we've seen how Rossetti can play,
very good ban.
regardless if he's on the Darius or the Renekton. And a lot of top lane priority picks, he makes them look so good.
I think Rossetti is one of the standout players for Aphrodite. Even I remember him playing Camille into Fiora, which I said was a really tough matchup for Camille. He more or less went even despite getting ganked a couple of times. He was still able to hold on to his lane, so it makes sense for Banana to also spend one ban to focus out Rossetti. And now the final ban here, the Grag is coming in from Aphrodite. This does open up Xin Zhao, and I think Banana, with the Camille open too, could opt for that, and this should be an iNitrogen pick. I don't foresee this going to the jungle, although Banana did play, I think, jungle Darius yesterday, so they are a very flexible team too.
Zyra Khan could be the thing that Aphrodite go for first, but knowing how they play, it doesn't seem like, Fizzy Fizz and 700
No, she doesn't play Rakan.
are not big Zyra Khan kind of players, so it might just be the case that it slips back over to Banana. Instead, they will look for some big priority picks. The Xin Zhao coming through, and Senna, something that we've seen Aphrodite play a lot of, and coming into the playoffs, this is a new adaptation, a new strategy that they have.
Senna Nasus is probably not going to be the best play here. I could see Senna Garen. Remember the old days of like Yumi Garen, right? It's a similar idea.
Yeah.
Where you have this like threatening frontline bruiser that wants to be in the middle of the fight. As they pick the Nasus away, so it's actually Banana that says, we know what's up your sleeve. We're going to take that one out, and they lock in the Ziggs, which is a very strong mid lane pick here. I don't think that Tails is going to be taking it for himself, so it should be Soul playing the Ziggs in the mid lane.
Seems unnecessary for Banana to grab the Nasus, but it feels almost like a direct challenge, saying that we know how you want to go about this, so we're going to take it away for ourselves. Aphrodite will instead grab the Seraphine, and now hovering the Diana. That's what I was thinking. Seraphine, yes, it can look like it makes sense, but then it doesn't fit exactly what the Horion's playstyle. Horion's a playmaker, he wants to be able to set up for the rest of his team, and if they give him the Diana, maybe bring Seraphine together with Senna at the bot side, that could fit a lot better.
This lane, when you're looking at Senna Seraphine in isolation, it's so annoying because of the heals coming in and the range that they have on you. And it's one of the few lanes that you can play fasting Senna because Seraphine does like the gold. She does scale pretty well with AP, although her numbers aren't as good as it was in the past. Looking at it right now though, between both sides, Grievous Wounds, you need that Executioner's Calling. It's going to be pretty insane value. Whoever picks it up first, because there's a lot of healing coming in from both bot laners as well as the Nasus and Renekton.
This looks like an absolute challenge. Both teams have drafted for compositions that are, well, Senna might be a marksman, but she's not really one until she gets scaled up a little bit. So both teams are directly challenging the counterparts. You bring in all the different, well, I mean, honestly, Nasus, Sona on the bottom side looks like, Senna, Seraphine, you know, now we see the Riven. 3 games of Riven have been played into the playoffs so far by a different player. Nico was the one that played the last time. Now it's seeing Rossetti bring it out. And against the Renekton.
I have some faith, like looking at this guy's individual performance, he's able to hold his own in bad matchups. He should know how to play out against Renekton. The question is how much practice and how much efficacy he has on the pick. If you spend a lot of time playing Riven, you know, it's very rewarding if you know how to animation cancel and know the full combos. If you're unable to do it, the sort of efficiency of Riven drops by a significant amount. You need to be able to do all of that and more against Iron Nitrogen's Renekton, which is, for all intents and purposes, a very easy pick to execute, right? All you need to do is make sure that you're able to pick up the Black Cleaver, or if you're going a bit more tanky, just Direct Gauge, and have that frontline presence, heal yourself down with the Call the Meek in the lane itself. You have so much mobility, it's really tough to punish you.
But see, here's the issue, right? It doesn't feel like Aphrodite have enough consistent DPS to really shred through a Nasus and a Renekton. They get even just marginally hit, right? If once they pick up a defensive item or two, they get the Direct Gauge, whatever it is they're looking to try and get, it becomes so difficult for them to peel past that.
This is why I think they should be playing fasting Senna and have like the Seraphine player pick up a Leandry. So that gives you a way to cut through all the tankiness, and she should be collecting the farm, while Senna plays as a pseudo support. Eventually she gets to a late game point where she does decent damage, and she's able to kind of add in that percentage health damage too in these sustained team fights.
If scaling is the name of the game, then Aphrodite has it written all over their face. They're looking to try and get into the late game as quickly as possible, making sure that Senna will be able to get a hit. The issue is, in that previous game that we saw where they played Senna as well as Nasus, they had a tough time. I think in 8 minutes, 10 minutes, they were still looking at 20-something stacks, and it was a slow point for them. You know, they definitely weren't able to get as far ahead as they were hoping to.
And Fizzy Fish wasn't really min-maxing the Senna. Normally what you want to do with Senna is, you know, you pair it with sort of lane partner that can solo for a while, and then you kind of walk the jungle with your jungler and pick up souls whenever he's doing major camps, right? That's how you min-max and get as many souls as possible, but I didn't really see that coming in from Fizzy Fish. With the Seraphine, she does have decent wave clear, so if you give her the farm, she'll be able to push the wave out, you collect the souls, maybe you walk around with your jungler and pick up some souls as well. The ideal number is 60, right? At 60 souls, Senna feels like a real champion, and anything before that, she's just like a support still.
And here we have it, Aphrodite versus Team Banana. Playing it out in the lower brackets. Both teams just need one win to keep their run going. And to start things off, Banana will be the one to take initiative in the mid lane.
Interesting that you can see Ziggs just departing mid lane after getting the shove. Doesn't want to stick around, doesn't want to give any kill potential to Haraya. In fact, just trying his best to poke Haraya out now. Level 2 is going to be picked up.
This shares some EXP, but it's not the biggest loss for Banana at least. Raya will end up being pretty low.
Oh, this is a good ward.
Going to be very detrimental for them going into this one. Loses a lot of kill potential, a lot of threat in the mid side, and like you mentioned, a great ward coming in from Rossetti to get some information and intel early on.
The logic of the ward is it gives you, it tells you 2 things, right? Whether you can steal your opponent blue buff and how aggressive you can play as Riven. Because if you want to go for the all-ins against Renekton, you need vision of the enemy jungler, you need to know where he is, and that ward gives you almost, unlimited vision for like a minute and a half while Camille makes her way up.
And Rossetti playing Riven, going to be so slippery, dodges away from a lot of the spells from the Renekton, and that's going to be so critical how well you're able to sustain a lane. The fact that you can only rely on your honey fruits is going to be much more difficult than Renekton, who has inbuilt healing in his kit. So that's something they have to watch out for sure. Helena making his way up to the top side, looking for something on the Iron Nitrogen, but he smells something cooking. Will be looking for the catch on the Iron Nitrogen first. Forces the flash, he jump back in, nice wall catch. They come back in with the whip becomes lightning and first blood over to the Riven.
The animation cancelling there from Rossetti was very, very good in order to hit the knock-up and allow Helena to come in. The aggressive Sinjar pick is definitely paying off. But the downside is they lose the top Scuttle Crab, and he has given away information about his pathing. So they know that Sinjao is going to be moving bot side to take his camps, which unfortunately might not be available anymore.
They're trying to trade back on this camp, but it's going to be difficult. Seeing 4 from Banana now collapsing in on this Scuttle Crab.
Just prioritizing the blue over the Scuttle Crab. This is problematic because, again, they knew he started Rid, full clear into a gank, so they can take the Scuttle Crab while he's doing his own jungle camps.
Good point was they gave first blood over to Rossetti. This is a really important one. Yep. They want to get the ribbon ahead. Bad part is this has cost the jungler tempo. Helena will be suffering a little bit here. Behind in Golden EXP, you can see Vendetta hits 5 early on, and so if Camille is able to make something happen during this time, could be the difference.
He needs to base right now and then try to make a gank happen onto Soul. You can see that Soul is playing very aggressive. He's just like walking up and throwing bombs onto Harai and trying to harass him down, right? Every time the Ziggs steps up past the river like this, there is an all-in potential with Moonfall. So Helena should be around to punish this every time Soul walks up.
But Soul running out of mana as well should mean that the Ziggs looks to get a quick recall, get back to base, pick up some items, and then come back. Dragon as well as Rift Tunnel coming up in about a minute.
Oh, I love this. Look at the items coming from the Rift. First item, Executioner. Second item, Phage, right? Because of the first blood gold as well as some of the EXP and extra gold he got in lane, he's able to pick up that utility item and now reduce the healing, reduce the sustain of Iron Nitrogen, who also went for Conqueror. So this is a combat item and a utility item coming in for Rosette.
Right, if we were concerned earlier about the Renekton potentially coming ahead, we don't have to be so worried about it now unless they find a catch onto Rossetti. Rossetti looking low. He does manage to get the stun, gets the broken blades off, finds some decent damage back onto Team Banana. Unfortunately for them, they were one step too slow. Aphrodite will come into the Baron lane, but a little bit too late.
Very good collapse from Vendetta using the Hextech Automator to lock him in place. Riven, as mobile as she is, when she's trapped in that octagon, she has no choice but to box it out.
So once she's taken that fight, will get knocked out, and Banana get onto the board as well. The fact that both objectives are now spawning, look at this recall, look at the movements from Iron Nitrogen. They're looking to try and contest this one outright.
It is fasting Senna, by the way. You can see the amount of gold on the Seraphine has increased significantly, so good job there. As long as she's managing to pick up the souls.
This is a little bit too early. They're jumping in. The Vanguard's Edge will be used, so the Crescent Guard will be used. They force the flash away from Haraya. Haraya has to try to get away. Tails will suffer a little bit of harass, but look at the health bars barely taking any damage at all. Scarlet Petal's there to keep them topped up as well.
That's a yikes. They shouldn't have been there. They should just give this one up. They already used all the flashes. They should have
fight. Seraphine has her ultimate, and they're looking for Soul. Force the flash away from the Zig. They're going to take down Rossetti first. Scarlet Petal looking low. Flashes away, but still goes down. They take down a second. It will get credited to Haraya. Tails caught in a bad spot. Has to fight between 4 members of Aphrodite and Aphrodite. They have something to say, and they say, Banana, pack out your bags and go home. We're taking this all.
That was an insane 2-man ultimate from 700. If he didn't hit that encore onto 2 members, they don't fight that, right? It's that difficult choke where you're stuck in a pit with Renekton, Nasus, and Sona that's able to output the heal and the damage. Like, Aphrodite was really taking a lot of risk by engaging that fight.
I want to add in even more. It's 2 targets with the encore, but it was both Scarlet Petal and Soul.
Yes.
2 priority targets that you have to get rid of the fight early on, and you can see in that case they even got some additional utility, just forcing some additional summoner spells as Banana will try to make something happen down in the bot side as well. Maybe look to respond then. Okay, start on the Rift Herald. It doesn't seem like Banana are able to stop this Camille down the bot side.
Now, importantly, it was also stolen away, and by it I mean the Ocean Dragon, right? Yeah. Aphrodite was able to steal that objective away, so picking up this Rift Herald is another blow to Team Banana in terms of momentum, because now they can 3-man dive the top side with the Rift Herald if they get the kill on Iron Nitrogen. There you go!
And they want to. They're moving on to Iron Nitrogen. Do not commit the Crescent Moonfall. Instead, all they have to do is walk in on him, hit him up with the wind, becomes lightning, he goes down. Helena will be by the side as well. They pop the Rift Herald. This should mean first turret for Aphrodite as the pull ahead with a 2,000 gold lead.
That was too predictable. The moment the Herald went down, I felt like Iron Nitrogen should have just immediately left the lane and sacrificed the tier 1, because then at least when the lane collapses, remember that when you use the Herald, right, the turret dies very quickly. The wave is still going to collapse. You can still pick up EXP and gold. It's not going to die to the tier 1. That was a big mistake coming in from Iron Nitrogen. Now he's going to be collecting a bit more EXP, but you can see he is going to be outmatched soon.
Well, it's really nice as well is the Rift Herald got its charge off regardless. Onto that tier 2 turret. So get some good, decent chip damage, and that's going to mean a lot for when Rossetti wants to start split pushing, wants to be on the opposite side of the map. It does seem like Aphrodite will trying to force a gank there, force a dive. Thankfully, Banana do recall in time.
Looking for the setup again. Haraya does have the Moonfall, but they're looking for the bot tier 1 dive, or the Dragon tier 1 dive. Pick up the soul!
Oh, on that side, you don't want to let them know that they're there, just waiting in the brush, get caught out by the ward. It gives them the vision that they need. Haraya will be joining in as well.
But the thing is, the dive was never going to work, right? There's no way they step up under the tier 1 with so many people missing, so you're only threatening them to stay away and reduce the amount of EXP and gold they can get by killing the minion wave and then taking the tier 1.
Nitrogen does manage to trade back in that time, grabbing a target for himself at the Baron lane. Aphrodite is still holding on to a small gold lead. When it matters though is they do have that dragon. The next one going to be Inferno. They're able to keep up the tempo and make use of what space they have. This dragon could be what they need to propel themselves forward.
If you're Aphrodite, you must take this Inferno Dragon because your composition, to a certain extent, like you said, lacks damage, right? Any buff you can find.
They're moving on to Soul. They force splash away from the Ziggs. Encore connects and brings him back. Dawning Shadow comes through by will be Haraya that finds the kill. Crescent Moonfall onto 2. Pops the dominance from High Nitrogen. Crescent Moonlight will not be able to take down the Renette. Instead, they find a shutdown back onto the mid lane of Aphrodite. It's Banana that managed to recover after a bad engage.
Now, you saw there that the Diana did go down after popping a huge ult, but look at the left side of the screen. How many summer spells were used to isolate Haraya after he went in for the re-engage, right? You can see 2 flashes, a barrier, and ignite. Oh, 3 flashes, a barrier, and ignite was expended just to make sure that Haraya was not able to keep up with that fight. They had to burst him down so the rest of Aphrodite could not re-engage. And that's a massive commitment. It's going to cost them in an Inferno fight because now Aphrodite is setting up for this. That Moonfall is almost up for Haraya, and they have Crescent Guard up in about 5-10 seconds. Helena can hold the front line while Aphrodite just take away this Inferno Dragon.
Where it matters though is Encore will not be available for this fight unless they hold on longer, but no matter how long an ultimate cooldown is, it's still going to be shorter than a summoner spell cooldown, so they can't stall out for long enough. As we start to see Banana trying to get and wrestle some control away from Aphrodite towards the river, towards the dragon, and they will be clearing out some vision. Aphrodite now walking forward.
No flash on Ziggs is a problem because Encore is so scary.
Leading the charge, and they move on to Vendetta first. Finds some decent damage back. Piercing Darkness just puts him down lower, but that's about it.
All this is happening, iNitrogen is shoving out the dragon lane, so there's going to be a wave there for Aphrodite that needs to be dealt with soon, otherwise it's going to collapse on the tier 2. However, this is a window for Banana. After they shove up mid, they can gain control of this river and then cut him off, take the objective if they need to. Helena, what's he doing on the Raptor camp, buddy? You need to be with your team.
Well, if Rossetti gets gets the farm, I want to farm too.
No. That's not how it works. He's a Baron laner, you're a dragon, you are a jungler. Junglers always stick with the team because the moment, imagine if they had vision on the Raptor camp, right?
Yeah.
It would have been Banana's prerogative to just walk in and try to burst that down.
Aphrodite not willing to take a fight, especially since they know Fish will end up scaling as they go later into the game. So Banana are just going to be the ones to rotate around, try to clear out these camps, grab some CS along the waves.
This choke is very dangerous for Banana. You can see that they're always concerned whoever's walking up. The threat of a Moonfall or an Encore is too deadly, which is why Vendetta is clearing all the wards out. That's the only path that they die by, right? If Aphrodite are able to get Banana into a choke like that, they will be able to end Banana's whole team.
Oh, so much tension building. Aphrodite and Banana both just dancing back and forth around the dragon, and the map's so small, you can really feel the tension is palpable.
And the problem is because these fights are so quick, they're so bursty, teleport as a option to cheat the fight.
They started it up. They know Aphrodite went for the recall. Helena trying to make his way in now. We becomes lightning comes through. Will not be able to connect, so he tries to walk over to the dragon. Pumps the ultimate, but it won't be enough. He's going to go down regardless. The blue team does take it. Banana find the dragon, and they take it down too. It's a huge encore, but they don't have the damage to follow through. Rossetti will go down. 700 goes golden, walks away from the back end. Scarlet Petal will be on their pursuit. It's a portal combat, and this Sona will come up ahead.
Oh, snipes him on the way out. Flash doesn't stop the projectiles, and this is a window for them to move in onto the Baron. They're lacking a bit of damage, but they have the numbers, they have the smite, and the jungler for Aphrodite is only now respawning, so they should be able to take this objective. And you 100% right on the call earlier about the dragon. They saw Aphrodite recalling, and they're like, hey, there's a window here. Let's just take this objective.
Baron looking low, Fizzy Fish right by the side, but so is the enemy team, and Diana, Uriah just a second too late. Could not jump in, could not get anything more done. That was exactly like you said, such a critical moment. Banana make use of this tiny window, and Aphrodite, I think that was some sunk cost fallacy there, man, because they saw that dragon going down, they're like, yeah, we have to fight this.
We have to fight this, we have to try to steal this.
I must steal this. Helena wants to be on the highlight play. He wants to make sure everyone gets a chance to win a Secretlab chair. Goes, forces the issue. His team gets caught out. That's not the position they want to be in.
And the problem there too is it relates to what I was talking about with the Raptors, alright? When you're away in your position from your team, Warriors is such a quick game. The pacing is so fast that every time there's like 5-10 seconds of window, people will just take objectives and you're like, oh, we have to respond now, but we're late, and now we have to force this, and we are getting yanked in. It's sunk cost, like you said.
And so now, for the first time this game, Aphrodite will not be the ones to go late. Banana now pulling ahead about 5,000. It's going to be up to Aphrodite to look for some windows to fight back, because Ziggs, such a powerful siege champion, can clear out waves, can take turrets so easily.
And Aphrodite's composition sucks at defending against Baron. Like, they're all magic damage, apart from Fizzy Fish, right? So there's no way they can clear the waves out. You can see it does like almost no damage to the siege minion.
Okay, they're trying to commit onto Vendetta as well as iNitrogen in that space, since they know they have to make a decision somewhere. They can't defend both lanes, they need to make a call. Mid lane in him is going to go down and heads over to Soul. Banana have broken open the mid lane now, looking for the Dragon lane as well.
Another wave coming in. There's still 5 members of Banana here. They don't have the Mega Inferno Bomb, but you know what's important? The wave being stacked up with Baron. Here comes the engage.
Aphrodite wants to go in. They're trying to push this. They bring out the Dawning Shadow. Gets the first kill. They take down a second. Tails and Soul both gone. Haraya will be the next to fall though, and Aphrodite get turned around on iNitrogen. You forget about the Renekton. He's gonna come back and bite you. They're on to the Nexus, and Banana will continue on in the lower bracket, taking the 1-0 over Aphrodite.
That was a clean team fight coming from Banana, reversing the situation. The engage was very risky there. You could see the encore into the Moonfall, but they knew what they had to do. Just focus and keep the backline safe. With Sona and Nasus, your team fight on a long duration, it just feels a lot better because you have all the sustain coming in. Seraphine, once she heals, once she's done, and you can tell that Fizzy Fish is unable to get the heals off as well.
And so, great spot for Banana to be in. You know, this was a team that we had expectations about. You know, knowing they coming into the playoffs, a lot of eyes were on them, especially with Impunity now taking a big step. Banana was a team that was coming in and filling in that space. Yeah. So we had some hopes for them as well. Let's take a look for the highlights between Team Banana and Aphrodite, as Banana will keep their playoff run going. As their ultimate, they're looking for Soul. Fast flash away from the Zeta. They're going to take down Rossetti first. Got a bell looking low. Flashes away, but still goes down. They take down a second. It'll get credited to Haraya. Tails caught in a bad spot. Has to fight between 4 members of Aphrodite and Aphrodite. They have something to say, and they say, Banana, pack out your bags and go home. We're taking this all. That was the connection. He tries to swap over the Dragon. Pumps the ultimate, but it won't be enough. He's going to go down regardless. The blue team does take it. Banana find the Dragon, and they take it down too. It's a huge encore, but they don't have the damage to follow through. Rossetti will go down. 700 goes golden, walks away from the back end. Scarlet Petal will be on the pursuit. It's a portal combat, and this Sona will come up ahead.
Oh, snipes him on the way out. Flash doesn't. What's important? The wave being stacked up with Baron. Here comes the engage.
Aphrodite wants to go in. They're trying to push this. They bring out the Dawning Shadow. Gets the first kill. They take down a second. Tails and Soul both gone. Haraya will be the next to fall though, and Aphrodite get turned around on iNitrogen. You forget about the Renekton. He's gonna come back and bite you. They're on to the Nexus, and Banana will continue on in the lower bracket, taking the 1-0 over Aphrodite.
That was a clean team fight coming.
You know, most of the world's bananas are a specific breed called Cavendish.
Okay.
And there's a very specific fungal variety that is killing and threatening the world's Cavendish.
I'm sorry, I know it's meant to be a fun fact, but it's not fun at all, dude.
Well, fine, we'll see which team is going to be that fungal variety.
What a segue! Which fungal threat is going to threaten Banana in the lower bracket finals? On that note, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be going for a short break. When we come back, we'll have the continuation. It's going to be Noblest Gaming going up against Team Banana. Maybe Noblest Gaming will be able to put an end to Team Banana's reign, or maybe they'll be able to continue their journey. Don't go near, we'll be right back.
Outshoot me? Captain Chemo on duty!
Sierra at 12 o'clock.
Dustum picks.
Nothing a little gunpowder won't fix.
Malphite is pretty underrated. I think he's a good champion with good stats, good kits, but just that people don't play because it's not fun to play, you know. It's very boring, but it's but more people, I feel that more people should pick it up and learn how good he is. Yes.
I think probably Ramus, because it feels like he's very clunky in game, but if played well, the impact can actually be quite significant inside the game.
Underrated Master Yi. Because Master Yi, he's very painful if played well in a game, in ranked games, or I'm not sure about competitive, but in ranked games definitely. If you are not those Master Yi that go in and feed, if you can snowball yourself well, you pretty much can carry a game 1v9.
I'm sure SSK have said this, it's Malphite. To me, it's the most underrated because the utility and the amount of tankiness that he provides is next level.
Honestly, I think that there isn't really like any single champion that is underrated at the moment, because as we can see at high levels of gameplay, not in Singapore, like in Taiwan especially, they like to take out certain champions that we don't normally see here in Singapore. For example, they have the Nasus Senna. That is something that we don't play often in our games. I mean, with the new patch 2.4 and now the 2.4a, there are a lot of changes that can be looked at. So things that were not viable in the past right now is starting to become viable, and things that were viable before were now not so optimal.
Most underrated Warrior champion. Actually, recently, if you watch a lot of some of the pro games, a lot of people have been picking up Nasus in the bot lane, and they usually pair up with Nasus with Senna or Sona. And one thing I realized is I've been practicing this in solo queue, and almost every game when I pick this champion, pick Nasus, I'll get flamed. You give them 5 seconds and my team will start typing like 5 question marks, 10 question marks, and asking the FF. So, but he's really strong. I think he's a really strong champion.
I think I don't really see any undervalued champions. As every hero has its own unique abilities and skill set, every hero has its place in somewhere. Maybe the meta doesn't show it now, but maybe sometime in the future it'll come up.
I think the most underrated WoW champion is actually Annie, because it's a very easy to execute character, but because it's easily executable, that's why it's also predictable, which is that's why I find it's underrated.
In my opinion, I think the most underrated WoW Rift champion will be Ashe. I feel like most people have this misconception that ADCs need to carry the game, but for Ashe's kit, her abilities are more utility based. So if you're looking to play something that can enable her team, then Ashe is like one of those heroes.
Welcome back from the quick little break, and we are back to the playoffs. It's day number 2 as we continue around the lower brackets to see which team will be able to stand a chance to go up against the grand finalists. For now, though, it is going to be Noblesse versus Team Banana. Both teams have already played a BO1 to secure themselves this spot in the lower bracket semi-finals. As we take a look to see what they have in store for us, Banana had a pretty strong game. Noblesse, they also showed us some really interesting strategies.
Yep, looking at the brackets there, you can tell, or at least you can see that this best of one is more or less gonna decide who goes up against the loser of Renetas versus Alliance later on in the day. So this is a very important one, right? That's not to say everything else isn't important, but like, you've come so far, and losing this best of one would be so close and kind of unfortunate. You talk about how Noblesse had an interesting composition earlier today. They've shown a lot of priority in terms of their draft for comfort picks, right? We saw the Wukong, the Nami, and the Ari as well. I think these three are things that we don't see too often in the current meta, but it's something that Noblesse works very well with. They like to draft these pick compositions and champions that enable them to do so.
Yeah, being able to play for champions that may not necessarily be the highest pick priority can actually be a really good ability.
Then you just ban on whatever you think.
Yeah, because you don't have to worry about what they pick and ban. You can still play what you want. Of course, that's a reason why certain champions are as strong as they are. And so hopefully we don't see them in a position where they get punished heavily for playing a composition that is more comfortable for them.
What's surprising is, despite them being a team that likes to play this pick style of game, they haven't shown much of like the Rengar Twisted Fate composition yet, which I think is the optimal version of the pick composition, because you have so much global presence and you have so much side lane pressure that it's really hard to deal with once you start snowballing. I do hope that as they advance further in the lower bracket and hopefully in the grand finals, Noblesse Gaming starts to adapt a little bit more. Maybe that's their ace in the hole, something that they have up their sleeve that they're waiting to pull out, maybe against the winner of the loser rather of Alliance versus Renetas. Waiting for the sort of players to load into the lobby. Team Banana and Noblesse Gaming having warmed up now, this should be a better display of their abilities. I think Team Banana and Noblesse tend to take a while to come online as far as their performance goes. Game 1 tends to be we're just warming up, we're just trolling and testing the waters a little bit more.
And talking so much about this optimal form for them, Twisted Fate, Rengar, that kind of strategy that they're looking to go for, it might also be as a result of how Ares plays, because he's more someone who is there to assist the team, set up with the team, as opposed to someone who's directly trying to be the playmaker, take off a priority target. That could be something that devolves away from what they want to go for. And as a result, we see Ares play a very good Xin Zhao, right? He has a lot of presence that is able to really discombobulate the enemy team.
He does channel a lot of the resources towards Kung and Qingyi when they need to be online, and I think you're 100% right on that. Ares as a jungler is a lot more self-sacrificing as compared to think of Shinsekai when he used to play jungle for Alliance, right? He would take literally everything and be up double the CS and one level ahead of his solo laners, and he would just look for solo kills in the jungle. So, two different variations of a jungler.
Yeah, that's the kind of focus and attention that we're maybe looking at, and this could be why they opt not to play that kind of style. But that being said, I still would love to see Twisted Fate, right? Twisted Fate is something that looks really good in anybody's hands. As we are moving into our picks and bans, Noblesse and Banana are playing this BO1 now, and Banana will be on the blue side. So that could be the difference, getting the early picks. Where Banana, came in from, they pulled off the Nasus, they pulled off Renekton and all sorts of things, Sona as well.
In this game, I think the 3 priority picks, apart from the commonly banned, Galio, Camille, it is probably gonna be the Xin Zhao, the Xayah, and the Rakan. I think these 3 are going to be highly prioritized. We do see the target ban of the Ari against Kung. We should see the Ziggs here being removed, or the Darius. Akali actually man out against Soul. I don't think Akali, it's still a very niche, strong pick. If you know how to execute, if your mechanics are good, it's always going to present a threat. But it's not that high in terms of tier list. I think this is just more of a target ban coming out.
It's so important for them to get rid of the Yari, because Soul wants to play stuff like the Ziggs, like the Twisted Fate, and Ari is just one of those champions that does best against it. That
similar to the Akali
too. Exactly, does so well with those pick comps and stuff along those lines. For now, we're also looking at perhaps the Twisted Fate ban, so a lot of focus and priority around the mid lane. Wukong getting rid of early shows how much they understand Noblesse and the fact that they like to prioritize. It's such an Ares pick, and you get rid of it, don't want to let them have any chance at it.
Gragas last ban out for Banana, so this is an important ban for Noblesse. They have to decide if they want to remove Camille or if they want to ban out the Galio. I think they will leave the Galio open and ban out the Camille. And this means that, you know, Banana can also pick up early Xin Zhao and not really have to worry too much. Of course, Xin Zhao does deal relatively well against Xayah when it comes down to team fights. A lot of the damage that is done is through Blade Caller, and if you are in a proper position, you can ignore a lot of that with Crescent Guard. Maybe Banana wants to play the Rengar with +1 here. Rengar Darius is also another side lane pressure kind of composition that is very good, and I think iNitrogen also does excel at the Darius.
Effectively what you were talking about, right? You wanted to see but Noblesse be the one to pull out the Rengar, play towards the pick comp that they are so comfortable with. Instead, it's Banana that have made that call, made the decision. Whereas Noblesse, they were going to go back to something they're comfortable with. They're going to go on to the Xin Zhao, and now pairing that with the Corki early on could give Banana the chance to pull away the Xayah Rakan if they want to.
This is mid lane Corki. It has to be, and there's no real choice about it because Kong's champion pool has been like reduced significantly. It's either this or like Orianna, I think, and he'd rather play the Corki, right? So we see the Senna here. It could be Banana going for Senna. Nasus, we heard how Scarlet Petal feels that Nasus is a really strong pick, and together the Senna, you have that scaling into the late game. The problem, and again I say this time and time again, the problem with this duo is one, they're very susceptible to Grievous wounds, and two, it's a very passive lane. You can't do anything if your opponents decide to dive you, and this composition that they're setting up for right now, if they do lock in the Thresh +1, I think Thresh Lucian, Thresh Varus would all be very good against Nasus Senna because of the lockdown that they bring to the table.
I think they're taking a page out of Ashdai's book at this point, saying, yeah, we saw this composition, we like what it does, or maybe they're the ones pioneer, who knows, but still, it's such a crazy pick comp to go for Senna Nasus, especially since it can become very easy to deal with, and this has now left open the Fizz potentially for Kong here.
I don't like the Fizz open because there are so many picks that can go against it or deal with it. Like Renekton is still open, right? You could play mid Renekton into Fizz and just decimate the matchup, right? So an open pick Fizz signals to me that Noblesse want to save the last pick for Chingy. They might be placing a lot more emphasis on the Baron lane this game and hoping to carry through the Baron lane and just leave the Dragon lane to its own devices. Still not the best draft for me so far. There you go, Renekton.
Yeah, Renekton will be picked up. Brings in quite a good Baron laner to work with, and now they're trying to route things off with the Galio. I like the Galio just to get rid of any kill threat that the Fizz might otherwise have. This does also mean, though, that Fizz is going to look to try and roam around, and how Galio is going to respond to that is going to make all the difference.
Okay. This is why they saved the last pick. It's going to be Irelia into the Renekton here. And we talked about this yesterday at length about how Irelia is similar to Fiora in a sense, right? Very high skill ceiling, very high maneuverability. It's tough to operate and tough to pilot as a champion, but the rewards aren't very high. The value of the Irelia is usually lane dominance. We see her dominate in mid better than Baron lane, and her team fighting potential. Vanguard's Edge is an insane team fighting tool. The question is whether Chingy is able to get to 4 stacks of his passive and trade against iNitrogen. I feel like this is still a really tough matchup for the Irelia.
It's okay, tough matchup for the Irelia. Aside, we're also looking at a really difficult angle for the Xin Zhao to get much done. Because if you walk into a 2v2 in any of these lanes, or even a 3v3 in the Dragon lane, you're gonna lose that matchup 9 times out of 10.
Even if you arrive late, right? Yeah. The Rengar just presents so much threat compared to the Xin Zhao because both of his laners have like on-demand CC between Ruthless Predator and like the Taunt and the Justice Punch. It's insane how much they can keep their opponents in place, whereas Irelia's Flawless Duet, very conditional. Fizz literally needs to wait for Charm the Waters to go off, and even then there's a big like AoE high, don't stand in this area, otherwise you get hit by a shark. That I think it's really tough for Ares to really find any kind of ganks or make any ganks successful.
The good part is, of course, he does do well 1v1 against the Rengar, and so he at least has this kind of buffer for himself.
As long as he's outside of the bushes, there's a caveat there.
Yeah, as long as he fights in an area, well, which is the whole jungle, right?
River,
yeah,
right?
he has a small space in the river when he's contesting for the Scarlet Crabs that he is quite strong. Or if he gets a jump on Rengar, it's still quite reasonable for him. But that's about it. If Rengar is the one that finds initiative, if it's going to be on Team Banana to find initiative, more times Team Banana will be the ones to come ahead in these fights.
That being said too, I believe the Xin Zhao does have a smooth, a slightly better scaling path compared to the Rengar, because if Rengar falls behind, you lose out a lot of damage, you lose out a lot of your kill potential, whereas the Xin Zhao is still going to be Xin Zhao. You're out, Crescent Guard is probably one of the most disruptive things in team fights, and because you're dealing with, although they are sort of melee range, you're dealing with a Senna who does want to tag you. The AoE kind of invulnerability that it brings and the evasion that it brings is just really too good to be ignored.
Here we have it, we're moving into game. It's going to be Noblesse versus Team Banana. It's this final BO1. Things start off already with the flash into the hook, and still chasing after this kill. They take away yet another flash as 3 summoners gone from Team Banana, and only the Ignite taken away from Dai.
There was a heal that was forced out coming in from Scarlet Petal, so there's a big issue coming in. Considering that it is Senna Nasus, we should see a fasting Senna, so late game scaling does belong to Banana if they can get to that point. Again, a big issue. They need to be able to survive the early game though.
Yeah, surviving the early game is going to be just part of that issue because, like we've mentioned before, right, it's not as straightforward as hitting a big power spike come 10, 15 minutes. It's also about how you can survive the lane phase, but you might not find much of an advantage. As Kong will suffer at the flurry of blows.
This is why you don't open Pick Fizz. This is 100% why you don't open Pick Fizz. It's a very niche choice, and you need to use it as a counter pick. You can't just say, oh yeah, I'm going to play Fizz, and hope they don't have anything up their sleeves to deal with you.
Okay, Noblesse are running this Thresh again. I know you had some opinions about this before. It's a bit of a colored choice for you. You felt like it might not have been the best pick against this series with Alliance, but going into this one, is this a matchup good enough for them to maybe make it work?
I think if he's able to get Eris on board with the Lantern, it feels a lot better as a pick. He needs to play extremely aggressive though. Dai has to be stepping up, has to be like what he's doing right now, walking into the jungle, looking for information and hopefully finding a pick onto Soul. Here comes the play.
This is what we talked about. You walk in for a 2v2, it might not turn out your way, but when you play a 2v3 and you're onto Vendetta, that definitely goes your way. They take down the Rengar right away. Now they're onto Soul for a little bit longer, but Noblesse is going to be content with that. JW will suffer a little bit at the hands of Tails and Scarlet Petal, but he just walks down, grabs the honey fruits, should be fine.
Don't think that he was necessary, but better safe than sorry. Even in the 2v3, by the way, Kong almost died. So you can see how deadly this matchup is still for him. Good aggressive moves coming from Dai. I think that was what we kind of needed to see, but was missing in the Alliance game. That proactive movement around the map to ensure that your jungler is able to play extra aggressive.
First blood over to Noblesse, and double bust to Dai. It's always nice to have a Thresh that doesn't have to worry about his mana.
Look at this right now. Chingy is actually doing pretty well in the matchup, holding his own against the Renekton. Normally at this point, you would see some form of pressure come out that Aurelia is forced to base or would have to suffer a solo death, but he's spacing very well. He's probably going to Blade Surge up, take a Flawless Duet, try and pressure the Renekton.
I think one is doing really well, and his Chingy is holding on to his charge stacks about the same time that you see the Fury come through for Iron Nitrogen. So matching that really well has made sure that he's been safe. And so will suffer a little bit. To Fizz gets hit by the Charm the Water. Decent damage coming through from Kong. The flash rod from Ares. The audacious charge will find its mark. Now Ares hits him back with the Crescent Vanguard, sends him flying. And back into the brush, all he gets is the ward.
It's 2 ultimates used by Noblesse, whereas the hero's entrance is still up. So Soul, he can base and come back into this fight, but we can see Dai already making the rotation to mid to ensure that Kong is able to get a reset and base safely here. If anyone decides to jump on the Fizz, there's the Thresh for the support. Meanwhile, JW is playing the losing lane. He's playing the weak side of the map because while Dai is roaming, there's nothing much they can really do to step up.
And this is kind of the weakness of playing Nasus Senna, right? What kind of engage do you really have? What are you supposed to do against a Corki who has Valkyrie? If this is against something like a Varus, there might have been some chance that Banana could push this issue further. But for the most part, as we see right now, it's really just come down to them allowing JW to play weak side and not suffer.
In most cases, you hit a 2-man route like that, you go all in, right? You're like, okay, let's fight him here. But it's because it's a Nasus, there's nothing much you can really do. You just have to kind of sit here and scale and hope that you get to that late game Nasus point, or even mid game Nasus point, as Cloud Dragon is going to be started up. Charm the Water, so I don't think Banana's going to contest this.
Yeah, they go for the Rift Tower instead, and this is actually something really interesting. Going for the Dragon in these fights, this potential fight early, Dai has opted for the Twin Shadows enchantment. Right, takes away from some combat stats, but can give him a lot more mobility in going to rotate around the map.
The tough part here is then you're losing out on a lock-it enchant, you're losing out on potentially a redemption, so your team fighting power goes down, but your pick potential goes up, right?
Absolutely.
So Eris might have to... Oh, Vanguard's Edge, here we
Yeah,
go.
they jump on. There's a nice two-man stun, and now they're looking for Vendetta to come in to chop the waters. It's massive. Cues them up and sends them home. Kong comes in with a triple kill in the top lane.
The Chop the Waters hit 2 members as well, so Noblesse are able to respond, and now the bot lane pressure is on. You can see the Eris coming in, forces Scarlet Petal and Tails away. They still have the summer spells, but they just kind of have to sit here and take this, right? There's nothing much they can really do apart from just soaking the wave and, you know, collecting stacks, collecting souls, maybe trying to find something. Kong's gonna get 1 plate here. This is great rotations coming from Noblesse, and you can see why they saved the last pick for Chingy, right? Even though Kong takes an L early on, he's forced to back off. Lorella is able to find some value with the Vanguard's Edge.
And Noblesse did a lot of that without having picked up the package. Usually at this point, we already see package being used, and it goes over to the Corki, and that's when they fight around these objectives. Instead, Noblesse have held off on that. Now finally picking up the package, I'm curious if this is going to mean anything for them. If they're going to try and force a play, or maybe go for a catch, especially since we know Tails and Scarlet Petal definitely have not scaled up as far as they want to be.
I think he's just going to use that for now, or at least hold it in his pocket, and then find a window to potentially jump into Soul as we see Tails and Scarlet Petal coming back in. I think Tails should be somewhere around close to 22 stacks now. It's getting to a point where Souls are coming up. Yep, 24.
Okay, pretty good. Pretty good call. Pretty good call.
This is it's usually the timing around Fasting Center, so you have a general idea, right?
Especially in a free-ish lane like this, you know, that's about what we want to see. Yeah, not much value found with the package there, so maybe could have held on to it longer.
It was about the timeout. I felt like they could have rotated mid after shoving the wave and maybe put pressure on Soul. Like, you package behind the Gallo, it forces him to flash away.
Right.
Because you can't just this punch out, so
Trading
they could have bursted, or at least burnt the summoner spell there. Now they're sitting on a ward, the hook comes out, missing that one is tough. If it connected, you lantern the Xin Zhao in, it's an instant kill. Or at least he forces like both summoner spells out.
Yeah, it might even take the Scarlet Petal heal as well. They're trying to move on the Iron Nitrogen now. It's a little bit unfortunate. Spell goes wide.
Eris has a lot of control in the jungle right now. If you look at what he's doing, he's walking in aggressively and making sure he's getting all the Scuttle Crabs, all the deep wards in every choke point. So they know where the Rengar is going to be at all times. Vendetta is not going to be able to walk out of the jungle and use Throw of the Hunt without getting spotted out.
Banana now, not in the worst spot possible. They are still going to look to scale up, but definitely not where they want to be either. But doesn't seem like there's going to be much more they can convert on with. Piercing Darkness will be enough to keep them safe and topped up. Get spotted out by the Tri-Brush Warden, so they can't really push on for this, but they're looking to try and make it something happen either way. Forcing the flash away with JW, they knock them back with Aggressive Vanguard. Push them away with the Phosphorus Bomb as well.
That was a dangerous move down from Noblesse. They were not able to really punish because Soul still has the hero's entrance. So the moment you dive, the Gallo coming in is just a big X on top of your play. Cancels out any rotation you decide to make. They need to target the Galio first before they can find any of these dives.
They were a little bit desperate to go for that play, and I didn't think that was necessary, especially since Dragon was coming up soon. Even if they got that kill, I felt like Banana would have had enough time to reset, come back towards the Dragon, and contest that either way.
This is why I think they should have used the package earlier on mid to kind of put pressure on the Galio, so he's not able to move around the map freely without flash. Now that the Dragon is up, it's Inferno 2, it's going to be important for both teams. They will want to abuse this buff as much as possible.
Good call from Banana to hold on to the Rift Node until the Dragon spawns so they can draw some attention to the mid lane.
It's gonna get one charge off.
Unfortunately, I don't think they were able to get much more. Apart from that, Nitrogen will get hit by the Vanguard's edge. The heal comes through and flashing forward. They take him down. Ignite will not be enough to kill Chingy. They get the hook back on Scarlet Petal. Flay coming in as well as the rest of Noblesse join into the fight, taking down Scarlet Petal soon. But that will be the hero's entrance going. Go to JW, dodges away from the stun, but will ultimately go down as it looks like Tails comes in with the kill, and Vendetta tries to jump back on Noblesse. Forced to route away.
This is what I mean by hero's entrance is a big X on top of your play. The moment you hit a hook or you try to commit, that AoE just stops the play in its tracks, and I think they were a bit greedy re-engaged there. After getting the solo kill on the top side, they could have threatened the Dragon by having Chingy recall and then walk down, right? Then you have some level of pressure with the 5v4. They trade the first turret for the Inferno Drake. It's not the worst thing in the world, the buff going away, but getting some tempo. Noblesse put a lot of gold into the Irelia. So all of your investment right now is in the Irelia stock. If she goes up, you know, it's to the moon. But if you lose and she somehow dies or her bounty goes away, then well, she's a bit more awful and you don't get the return on value on this pick.
Yeah, I think it's really misleading if you just look purely at the stat line, because it's 1-1 and 3 to the Irelia, whereas Kong is supposed to be 3-0. But Irelia has picked up more gold from the turrets, from the lane, and EXP that he's a hit now at this point. And so Kong, while he is still going to be a major threat in a lot of these fights, it's down to Chingy in the side lane to punish Iron Nitrogen and force them to respond.
40 stacks, first item Sirota's Grudge is a good pickup. There's no need for the Mortal Reminder here. I mean, the only person really healing up is Chingy, and even then, just some Morellos coming in from Soul, and Scarlet Petal should be enough.
It's unlikely to see Chingy in a lot of these fights anyway, if he is going to be dealing with Iron Nitrogen in the side lane, as Kong tries to jump in on the Scarlet Petal, but he is going to play for Trickster away. Package comes through. That's going to be the Galleon coming in now, joining into the fight. Vendetta over to the back, takes down the Corki first, and Charm the Waters might be able to set them up for enough, but instead Kong will have to jump away, gets taken down. The Vanguard's Edge barely misses out. It's a shutdown under the Fizz. That's one powerful member of your team gone. Noblesse forced back on the turret. Need to deal with the collapse coming in from Banana, and they're taking them all down. They're onto the mid lane, and they go on flashing forward. Scarlet Petal shows why Nasus is one of the most underrated champions in Wild Rift.
This is the Baron here. They got the ace, and that fight was really bad from Noblesse because even though they baited out the hero's entrance, Chingy came in late and missed the Vanguard's edge. Once that big ultimate is down, Banana know they can just run forward. There's no threat coming in from the most fed member of Noblesse Gaming. It's a tough one. You gotta wait for your items right now if you are Noblesse. Solari Charge Blade is the key for JW. That really is as big as she's gonna get right now. And remember, they have no combat kind of enchantment coming in, whereas Nasus with the Gargoyles is able to just step up and really tank the damage. No Locket, no Redemption. It's the Twin Shadows on die, so it feels kind of awful to fight 5-on-5 when you don't have those buffs behind you.
Absolutely, and now moving on to Kong once again. You force the flash away from the Fizz, and he's trying to trade back against Scarlet Petal, but honestly, they haven't been able to do much damage to this Nasus anymore. Scarlet Petal will be able to pop his ultimate and join back into the fight. He's moving on to Ares as Soul comes in from the back. Vendetta joining in as well. The teleport does not matter. Vanguard has come through, but Chingy still goes down regardless. JW joins back in. They try to flay away Vendetta, but Vendetta has made a point to take down Die. It's 3 dead from Noblesse. Banana trying to siege up now.
Noblesse pick up this Banana, excuse me, pick up this 5k goal lead after multiple members of Noblesse go down. Bot tier 2 sure to fall here. 45 seconds on the Ocean Dragon, and top is going to collapse soon as well. This Baron buff is going to be huge, right? After winning those fights, normally when you get Baron, you're hesitant to fight a 5-on-5 because if the buff goes away, you lose all the value. Right. But they found the picks and they doubled down essentially, so they're able to pick up the structures after getting the kills and open up the map even more for themselves. A lot of environmental goals. 7k now is the goal lead for Team Banana.
See, that's the thing though. Banana, while they were able to win that fight, part of that was also Noblesse feeding into them. Because Dian went in, got the hook.
He baited his team.
He wanted to try and get kills, but Tails having the Hourglass enchantment at this point was such a major proponent to how that worked out. Then going golden, Scarlet Petal turned around, they fought that, and they were able to win. And they thought that with Chingy having teleport, that would have been enough for them.
And you look at the enchantments on the side of Team Banana, you might think, oh, Zhonya's enchant, you know, it's just a selfish kind of self-saving item. It's actually a big team fight item too, because buying space allows your team to kind of regroup and reposition around the fight and reprioritize their targets. So Team Banana is geared for this.
Team Banana, they're trying to make something happen, but once again will go down. Chingy does his best to survive, but the Winds of War puts him in his place, and his place is going to be back in base with a great screen. They do trade back onto one for Soul, but Kong will follow after Chingy. Ares tries to join back in, is on the Vendetta, but look at the healing from the Rengar. Shapiro take one down and Die. Caught in the bad spot, baited by his teammate, will go down as well. The Valkyrie away from JW gets him to safety. Scarlet Petal on the pursuit, but it should be just about it. They couldn't get the turret, they couldn't get anything else.
Noblesse are just grasping at straws right now, trying to find some sort of respite on the map. There's nothing that can really get as Banana have hit this late game point, 14.5 minutes in. I think Senna has passed the point of 60 souls. Nasus feels very comfortable holding his own in these fights. and they're able to continue pushing the advantage. The momentum is there. There you go, just nice on the spot, 60 souls. They're able to just abuse this late game scaling that they have between the Nessus and Senna. I think the window is closed for Noblest Gaming. It is all but over for them.
11,000 gold down is exactly where, well, it's exactly where we generally see things hit too far gone. 5,000-6,000 is still a very reasonable amount to come back from, but like you mentioned, against a scaling composition that has been accelerated as fast as they have, very difficult for Noblest to get anything done. And where they were pinning their hopes, hoping to get Chingy ahead, is now no longer an option. Kong wants to find something, perhaps with the throw of the hunt will give away his position. Rengar now trying to maybe find something on this side.
And I have to give credit to the draft from Banana. The last pick, Galio, really threw a wrench into the Noblest composition, right? We talked about how they open pick the Fizz, hoping to get a decent matchup and maybe, go even and then have Chingy take over the game. Soul's Hero's entrance has been so crucial in a lot of these team fights, stopping the Aurelia from really getting the resets with taunt.
This seems reminiscent of what we saw against Alliance. Noblest playing towards the Raptors once again, trying to find a catch where they can, hoping that Dai can be the one to make something happen, but honestly, there's no good target for you to go for. Even if you get a hook on Tails, he's just going to use his Hourglass and that'll keep them safe.
Yo, there was one auto attack in from Galio to finish off the tier 2. They could start off this Baron.
But look at Ares, so very low at this point, so Banana, like you said, yeah, they can start off this Baron, they absolutely will, knowing the enemy jungler is low.
There is a threat of Vanguard's Edge and Chum the Waters, but because they have all these wards, look in the jungle, right? 1, 2, 3. The focal entry points, there's no way that Noblest can sneak in for the steal. Banana know they're safe finishing off that objective.
Absolute vision control, and even towards the Elder Drake right now. Very little vision. Noblest do not have insight to what's happening on that side of the map. They are shoved into base and they're dealing with the waves coming through. It's a very difficult spot for them to be in, and you start to see So even by himself is able to effectively deal with Ares, who has been forced to pop his ultimate early, trying to make something happen, but it's a little bit too difficult.
Picking up souls left, right, and center. The fasting center feeling very good right now, 209.
Look at his itemization from Dai, playing purely for the cooldown reduction, trying to get into these fights quickly. Tails will go golden to survive against Chant. The Water Flash coming through. Now gets the hook onto Soul Vanquish Edge coming in as well, but Chingy is immediately going to have to flash out as Ares is gone. Senna gets the other kill back onto Irelia. Kong will die off the side lane, and now they're onto the Nexus. Banana have taken this 1-0 win against Noblest. Banana will keep their run going.
And they will find a spot in the lower bracket finals. It's going to be a best of 3. Banana have been proving time and time again that they're able to execute these strategies, and I love the draft coming in, right? As much as I kind of discredit or talk about the Senna Nasus being, you know, very slow reactive scaling duo in the Dragon lane, when you get to this late game point, it's really hard to deal with, right? The early game is where you force your opponents to make reactive plays, or be proactive rather, and I don't think we saw that at all coming in from Noblest in the early game. They were unable to really pressure the Dragon lane out, put a lot of eggs into that Aurelio basket, and the stock didn't pay off.
Let's see how Banana managed to take control of that game and bring themselves back from a gold deficit as we take a look at the highlights from this past series.
Ares might have to... Oh, Vanguard's Edge, here we go.
They jump on, there's a nice two-man stun, and now they're looking for Vendetta to come in. The Chop the Waters is massive. Cues them up and sends them home. Kong comes in with a triple kill in the top lane. The Chop said Chop the Waters might be able to set them up for enough, but instead Kong will have to jump away, gets taken down. The Vanguard's Edge barely misses out. It's a shutdown under the Fizz. That's one powerful member of your team gone. Noblest forced back on the turret. Need to deal with the collapse coming in from Banana. And they're taking them all down. They're onto the mid lane and they go on flashing forward. Scarlet Petal shows why Nasus is one of the most underrated champions in Wild Rift.
This is the
able to pop his ultimate and join back into the fight. He's moving on to Ares as Soul comes in from the back. Vendetta joining in as well. The teleport does not matter. Vanguard has come through, but Chingy still goes down regardless. JW joins back in. They try to flay away Vendetta, but Vendetta has made a point to take down Dai. It's 3 dead war. Puts him in his place, and his place is going to be back in base with a great screen. They do trade back onto one for Soul, but Kong will follow after Chingy. Ares tries to join back in. He's onto Vendetta, but look at the healing from the Rengar. Shapiro take one down, and Dai, caught in a bad spot, baited by his teammate, will go down as well. The Valkyrie away from coming through. Now gets the hook onto Soulbanger's Edge coming in as well, but Chingy is immediately going to have to flash out as Ares is gone. Senna gets the other kill back onto Irelia. Kong will die off the side lane, and now they're onto the Nexus. Banana have taken this 1-0 win against Noble. Banana keep their run going, and they will face against the loser of the game between Rene's and Alliance in our next BO3. That one's going to be a banger for sure, as we start to see which three teams are starting to really shape up, because I think that's our final three teams. It's Alliance, Rene's, and Banana.
One of these three teams, or two of these three teams will be advancing to the C Champs. And I'm looking at Team Banana's overall development. It's quite interesting how they've started during the qualifiers, and then now they're playing these unorthodox compositions. Well, I say unorthodox, right? Something that they probably practice a lot and feel comfortable with. But they're growing. They're growing a lot, and we're starting to see the gap close as well. Whether they can take on, Rene's Alliance and make a statement is a whole other question. It's something we have to find out later on in the day.
So with that being said, we're going to go into a quick little break. When we come back, Alliance versus Rene's in our best of 3 in the upper bracket finals. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Time to strike! You think you can outshoot me? Captain Chemo on duty!
Sierra at 12 o'clock.
Custom picks.
Nothing a little gunpowder won't fix.
I think what makes me better than any other Warriff player, and not even just Warriff, is probably just esports competitor, is just my experience. I don't really think I have any good qualities as a teammate, as a player, but I think the things that set me apart is my experience, and due to my experience, I've been experienced a lot of like situations where like maybe arguments or like how to solve problems, problem solving skills, and because of the experience, I learned a lot from each of my teams that I've been, maybe like leadership skills, problem solving skills, communication skills. All these are very valuable lessons that can also be put in real life scenarios.
It's just being very attentive to every details that is happening inside the game, as well as looking out for your teammates to make sure that they are in the right mental at all time. Yeah.
I think I got big brains, so I think it's mental. Yeah. So yeah, that's about it. Actually, I don't know how to answer this question.
I've been in a team with some of the best Warrior players. You already know SSK. Me and him are formerly teammates, both back when we were playing PC and also right now. And I feel that he has taught me a lot, and so kind of taking what I've learned from him and using it to my advantage.
I would say that you have to play the game mindfully, in the sense where you're not just playing to enjoy. I mean, sure, you enjoy the process of becoming better, but at the same time, you really have to look out for things that you're making. So for myself as a carry player, I'll be looking out for things like the positioning, all these kind of things. So if I make a mistake and I'm told about it, and I review the videos, the replays and everything, so those are things that I'll have to be more mindful about, so that in the future you don't make the same kind of mistakes. And I think that it's very important to play with that kind of mindfulness, because if you're playing without a purpose, then it's just going to stagnate. Yeah, you have to play with something that you're looking for, like, oh, like maybe today I want to improve on the last hitting, today I want to improve on the split pushing, I want to improve on the macro sense. You got to know what you want to improve. Yeah.
One thing I would say about myself I guess I have a mentality that just doesn't really tilt, I guess, in a way, in solo queue or competitive games. Like when a lot of people, when they lose, they get really upset. I mean, of course I get upset too, but I think what sets me apart from everyone else is I'm able to move on quickly from games. Like in, let's say, best of 3s or best of 5s, I think this is a strong point of mine to be able to last long in all the long sets, because I feel mentality matters a lot in both competitive and solo queue.
In secondary school, I used to play softball, so I think I used to play the catcher position, so I had to lead a lot. And I think this experience can help me lead my teammates better in Warrior. And I also had to do the same thing in other previous titles that I played before, specifically Vainglory. I used to play there a lot. And I think most of my teammates I also get to know from that game, so I think we all have some experiences that we bring forward from there as well.
I think I'm at the age where my physical skills are actually improving and like dropping. So I think the only thing that actually like keeps me up to gaming is the growth mindset, where I'm willing to learn anything that anyone teaches me, and from there we can actually improve my gameplay, like be it macro wise or micro wise. Yeah.
For me, it's because I still love the game, so I have fun playing with it. So even if I'm not playing in like tournaments or like scrims or competitive games, I still enjoy playing it casually with my friends, and I feel like that's also a strong part of why I enjoy Warrior so much.
Welcome back, folks, and we are moving into the upper bracket finals. It is the Alliance versus Team Renatus taking on one another in the upper bracket finals. It's a best of 3, and only one will continue on to the grand finals, and the other will have to play against Team Banana in the lower bracket finals to stand a chance to do the same. So with some gaminism, with me is Hungry Cass, and it's been a long journey for both of these teams. Renatus has to thank the lucky stars that they have been able to avoid Alliance all the way up until this point to make their way into the upper bracket finals, and every other team that has played against them has unfortunately had to drop down to the lower brackets.
Even Banana playing against Alliance did go down, 1-2. Unfortunate for them, but they are still lying in wait for their chance, their opportunity to pounce on the loser of this match. And to remind viewers what's at stake, winning this guarantees you a spot in the grand finals, and that's at least, the lion's share of $22,000 in prize pools.
That's at least...
At least 8.
You at least get to share the prize pool.
Yeah.
You definitely get a stake in the prize pool. But if you win this and you go into the grand finals, that means you're one of 2 teams to represent the C champs.
That is also true.
Like you mentioned,
I was leading up to that, man. I want to do money and then the more prestigious, spot, but you cut me off.
But like you mentioned, 1 and 2 from Team Banana means Team Alliance are not the infallible gods that they were in the summer season. Coming into fall, we know that they can in fact bleed. So this might be a chance for any team to take a series off of Alliance.
A large portion of that has to do with, I think, the new roster and them adjusting to how the dynamic is. If you think about now with Jelson and Ozora Veki coming in for Alliance, there's still some kinks to be worked out. We were considering the idea of communication issues about how, even in the past when you had Rich and Golden Feet, which were both players from Thailand, joining the Alliance Dragon Lane, with Jelson and Ozora Veki, how is that working out? How are they able to communicate? Who's making the shot calls now? Because now, traditionally, the mid jungle is the one that's deciding to play together with the support. I don't know how that necessarily works out for the Alliance anymore, and a lot of the focus has shifted towards Shinsekai as the carry player for the Alliance, as you're kind of catalyst for success, right? In the past, it's always been like this for every team that Shinsekai has been on.
Right.
It still was like this when he was in the jungle position for the Alliance. This pivot away, this change in dynamic has shown that it is fallible, as you mentioned.
And as always, this broadcast has been brought to you guys by our official chat sponsors, Secretlab. And if you guys want to stand a chance to win a Secretlab chat for yourself, please feel free to go over to the Facebook page where all the details of that giveaway are there for you guys. And our official drink sponsor, 100 Plus. If you guys are feeling under the weather, I think today it is storming outside right now.
It is storming outside.
Yeah, so stay home, grab yourself a drink, and just enjoy some more Wild Rift games, as we will be moving into our picks and bans pretty soon. That being said, though, there's been some interesting changes and adaptations that we've seen from Renatus as well. I want to give them some credit, being able to maintain their way in the upper brackets. They've definitely faced off against a couple of tough opponents of their own, right? Coming to this point, they're playing against To The Moon as well as Team Aphrodite. Tough series against Aphrodite, but ultimately were able to come up ahead.
It was the 2-1 game, and I think they kind of, for lack of a better term, threw the game 1 away to Aphrodite.
Right. And so that might be a bit of an issue that Renatus faces if they don't manage to clean up their gameplay going up against the Alliance. This could be really bad.
At least on a positive note for Renatus, they're one of the few teams that understand the value of Rengar Twisted Fate, which will probably be highly contested in this particular game. Let's jump into draft. The first game between the Alliance and Renatus. This time Renatus is on the blue side, Alliance on the red side. Like I said, Rengar Twisted Fate probably going to be highly contested. Immediately banned out against Ozora Veki is going to be the Twisted Fate. I think Sinjao, Zaya, Rakan also high on that list. We see the value of Galio and Camille too, but more in the bans as opposed to the actual execution. Oh, Nico's Riven. It's a respect ban coming in from the Alliance.
Especially if you want Shinsekai to be able to play much more solidly and more stably, you don't really want to have to deal with potentially the Riven coming through. This could be a really nice ban. This is something that we've discussed at length yesterday when we were talking about the Riven. It's very difficult to make a call saying like, yeah, well, Riven just isn't that strong, we don't have to ban it, I can play against it. So you have to wonder if it was an issue where teams were misplaying against Nico's Riven, or if it was an issue of just Riven being strong in general.
I think banning out the Riven and allowing Shinsekai to play Renekton just increases your win probability, because there are less good matchups, quote unquote, against the Renekton once the Riven has been removed. They're also going to ban out Jelson's Jarvan, and the Fiora against Nico, so heavy target bans on Nico. If this is any indication, we might see Gragas Camille as the last man for Alliance, which would open up R1, R2 Zyra Khan and allow them to develop their composition with a bit more open-endedness.
But I think coming through with the Jarvan ban as well, and now looking at the Camille ban, you know, it doesn't really affect. Wow, that's a lot of top lane priority. It doesn't really affect Jelson all that much because we've seen Jelson able to play a variety of champions. Olaf just being another one of them. Rengar, Kha'Zix, Lee Sin, whatever you wanted to play. Honestly, he's wanted to go for it. And so for Renatus now, getting rid of the Jarvan just feels like that, and as well as the Camille, feels like they're trying to remove some power from something like the Galio.
I think Renatus here, they have to pick the Olaf away. If they get, you know, kind of tricked into picking the Xin Zhao, the Olaf is the perfect answer because it's one of the few jungle picks that can straight up man fight the Xin Zhao, right? Yeah. Even though you have Crescent Guard, it doesn't matter. Olaf is still going to be in the AoE, slapping you with his axes and taking you down 1v1. The Corki here, locked in. That could be a Raven pick, but it could also go to Azura Veki. So this idea of open-endedness now shut down. They have this Akali, which is a flex pick for both the mid and the Baron lane. I believe Shinsekai should be capable of playing the Akali in the Baron lane. Idea of being flexible with the draft is something that Alliance has liked throughout their whole career in Wild Rift, right? They like drafts that don't pigeonhole them into one thing, and I think this is an example of that as we see the Gragas and Ziggs being hurt. This Gragas, of course, locked in. Could be Baron lane and could be support here for Iggy.
I think so importantly when you talk about Alliance not wanting to pigeonhole themselves early, it also depends on how Renatus read this composition. Because if they trick themselves into thinking that this Akali is going to a specific place, it could be really bad. Because it feels like if you're going Ziggs and you think you're telling yourself, yeah, there's no way Azureki is going to be playing the Akali, then you're putting yourself in a bad spot. Ziggs can become very susceptible to an assassin, especially paired together with an engaged type support, engaged type jungler. Or
Vi is perfect here, Wukong is perfect here. Both of those choices would work very well with Braum and Akali, just by creating space in the middle of the fight. But if Lee Sin is open, you could take that as well. The problem with Lee Sin compared to Vi or Wukong is that you lack control early on, right? Your Dragon's Rage is a displacement tool. It has to be used very specifically. It's not like Wukong where you pop Cyclone, oh yeah, we have this, you know, big team fight CC. Or like Vi, when you pop a Southern Battery, one person is locked down. So the Lee Sin pick is an aggressive stance. Alliance are kind of doubling down in the early game and looking to play through their lanes a lot more compared to Renatus.
Very curious what the last pick is going to be, since we get to see the Lee Sin come through already. Maybe we're able to pair that together with something like the Lucian, maybe, just to give them a little bit more strength with the Braum, some form of crowd control. But right now, I think what they are lacking a little bit of is maybe just that front line.
They're saving the last pick on Alliance here for the Baron lane because they know that now it's support Gragas. So they're thinking, do we want to go Akali into Darius or do we want something else for Shinsekai into Darius? And it seems like I said earlier, the flexibility, the Akali is going to be playing into the Darius. And this is a tough matchup because the bleed stacks actually review Akali through the Shroud. So I'm curious to see how Shinsekai navigates this matchup against Nico, who is someone that holds its own very well in the Baron lane as well.
But what it matters is now Azureki gets a better pick against the Ziggs, being able to go into a matchup even stronger. Previously, I had mentioned that Akali as an assassin was good. Now Ahri's even better, being able to take this one down. And having the Charm as a form of pick potential is also something I think Alliance were looking for.
Compared to the Ahri, the Ziggs is unable to roam out of lane. So what they do have in this early game is this aggressive ability to roam around the map. Consider how if Ahri is able to pick up Ludens and she pushes out against the Ziggs and they're able to just kind of roam the map with Lee Sin, right? A lot of kill potential. You can set up things very quickly. They're very mobile as well, multiple dashes on both sides. I'm worried about Renatus when it comes to establishing vision and walking through choke points because there are a lot of tools on the Alliance side to just hold on to these choke points and take objectives very quickly.
Yeah, making sure that they are able to play around neutral objectives, which is Alliance's favorite style. We know previously they were much more inclined to go for the first turret. This time around, it looks like they are a little bit more keen on those first dragons, first Rift Heralds where they can, especially now that both of them spawn at the exact same time. It really does force you to make a decision. We see what happens to teams that are a little bit too slow the uptake because one team can finish the dragon and rotate the Rift Herald in time.
It's actually tougher to take Rift Herald because the health bar is significantly bigger and also the displacement of the map, right? On the Dragon Lane, it's named the Dragon Lane because you have two people there that can help you take the dragon, whereas for the Herald, it's usually only the Baron laner that can come down and help you, and most the mid laner. And even then, most teams don't place enough emphasis on the top half of the river rewards to actually get enough information. So that's the tough part. That's what you have to worry about when you want to contest the Herald. Here we go. Game 1, Renatus versus the Alliance, the upper bracket final. Winner is going to proceed on to the grand finals and play a best of 5. See how this one plays out.
And we can immediately see Alliance trying to take control of the mid lane. They're going to hold off on grabbing the buff early, instead put some pressure around the map. Trying to force away Renatus, make sure that they know exactly who's in control here.
Cape here on the Olaf. He's actually not going to get all too much help. In fact, Pain is already sitting in lane. Getting the poke down. Good winner's bind actually might force a stun here. It forces the heal out as well. They're chasing in because they want the movement speed to get Pain procced up, but they don't really find it. Level 2 for Nico.
May not have been the most value, but I'd like the call from Alliance being decisive to try and force something away from Renatus. Had the stun connected, Ping very likely could have had to flash there, could have had to expand his heal as well. Overall, I like the call. Aggression coming in from Alliance as they start off this game. It looks like for the positioning of Cape right now, might want to rotate the mid lane, but you see he gets spotted up at the ward.
Yeah, very obvious vision here, but he's trying to get the push down for Murray, so there's no kill potential. They just want to get some early initiative, and Murray, he has the choice here whether he wants to get a cheater recall or just stick around. As you can see that Jelson's around the corner. Also want to point out one thing, the Braum was an early choice from Alliance. It's a great answer to both the Varus as well as the Gragas in lane. A lot of the setup tools are deflected by Unbreakable for Braum, so this bot lane for Alliance actually, or the Dragon lane for Alliance, is actually pretty sick when it comes to a 2v2 matchup.
I really like this moves from Alliance to be able to drop vision right around where the Olaf is going to move towards, around the red buff, as well as you see them trade topside for bottomside Scuttle Crab, you know, not too concerned about giving that and contesting that because they know they don't really want to fight pre-fight before all the ultimates come online.
Teams have been doing this a lot, by the way. They just, like, when they have to push, they walk up and try to take the Krugs away to get some extra gold and EXP. It's not always successful, but when you do find it, it's a decent kind of value pick to have.
Looks like they might have just actually held it for Jelson to make sure that he's worth the visit bot side. It's bribing your jungler to show bot side. You're just like, come down, I'll leave the Krugs. I'll leave the Krugs for you.
It's an appearance fee for Jelson to secure the bot side, and knowing that he's there, like there's reward, right? It spotted Jelson around the area. If you're Renatus on the Dragon lane, you have to play with the idea that, hey, there's always going to be a Lee Sin on the bottom half of the map. We can't push out, we can't go aggressive. Just kind of have to play it towards our turret a little bit more. Shin's kind of doing very well in this matchup, by the way. He's been dodging all of the Qs, or all of the decimates coming in from Nico, so he's holding his own very well. To be expected from the carry player, the carry Baron lane player of Alliance.
I also want to quickly mention, look at the difference in level. Ultimates, key ultimates, all available for Alliance a little bit earlier. Pain as well as Iggy still losing out on that, so they're going to have to stay in lane a little bit longer, grab level 5 before they recall.
Good spot out on Jelson. Know that he's here, but they don't know that Zorbeki's here as well.
They do manage to force Ragnarok away, and Alliance trying to go onto the Olaf. Will be able to force away the flash, as well as Shizukai does dodge away from the upper hand.
Flawless execution was used too, and that's on a very long cooldown. One of the reasons why Akali has kind of fallen off in terms of priority is because the ultimate's on like a 1 minute cooldown, right? And in Wild Rift, that's huge. He could just die solo here because he doesn't have his ultimate.
Flash coming through from Nico as well as the barrier. The upper hand is going to connect, pulls Shizukai back towards him, but the Akali will be able to slip past. Back onto Nico. Things are looking bad for this Darius. If sure can flip, barely misses out. Had that connected, it could have been very bad for Darius.
Inferno Dragon spawning right now. Alliance make moves to just recall and not contest this. So they might be playing towards the top side instead, looking for the Herald. Package is picked up.
But they picked the package and they look like they're walking towards the bottom side, towards this Dragon. Johnson finds the first charge of the Sonic Wave. Child will not be able to connect. Capable on the other end. They get the corrupting chains on, but you still see Johnson in position trying to test this. Raven in the trying to take down Iggy. Won't be able to find that first kill. He's in there with Pain again. He Valkyries on the wall. Takes him down and Nico on the wrong side. Murray will soon to follow. Zorveki in the back will surely die. The Nico finds the strike, the ultimate to kill him, but not before Alliance get the ace.
And the reason this worked out so well is because Raven's able to dance on the outskirt of the fight and not only use the package to interfere with the Dragon being taken, but just throw missiles forward. And with the Essence Reaver now completed, this lane is very, very bad for both Pain and Iggy. They have no way to really neutralize the Corki because, like we said, Unbreakable for Braum stops all of that.
And like you mentioned before in a previous game, Essence Reaver delays Corki's wave clear power, but because you're running the Ahri and the Akali, you don't have so much of that as a concern. Now back towards the Baron lane, Eki will be the target of focus, ends up getting stunned, loses a decent amount of health, corrupting change, slows CWJ, and will put an end to Raven's advance, but still forcing away some critical summoner spells and ults.
That's an important ultimate to not have when the Herald is being contested. Alliance understand their micro advantages. Look at this. They have all their ultimates except CWJ's is going to be up in 5 seconds. They could look to force this if they want to, but they decide to just let Shinsekai play the side lane. He could go for a kill here if he hits the Shuriken Foot.
Still playing slow against Nico, decides that he's not going to go for that kill. When Lions playing methodically, they acknowledge, I mean, it looks like they are willing to give up the Rift Arc because they say, we're not going to give you a chance to use it either way. You can have that, we're not going to let you find a good charge.
I like it when teams understand, hey, it's just an objective. We don't have to go into like a risky situation and lose our current advantages if we get wiped because we miss 1 or 2 skill shots, right?
Right, different situation now. No package loses a lot of the playmaking potential they otherwise could have had. Nico will continue to try and aggress onto Shinsekai. Shinsekai has to dodge away, will end up burning the barrier and flashing away as well. Now has to worry about this Darius, who does have the flash, does have the barrier, summon spell advantage Darius.
The crux of this matchup is using your flawless execution to exit the outer range of the Darius Q and then thereby avoiding the extra damage in the heal and then returning back into the Shuriken Flip. Unfortunately, Shinsekai mistimed it. He was not able to play out that matchup. Forced to use both his summoner spells as we see the Herald being popped.
They force the engage. The Olaf jumps in, tries to take down the Braum. First, CWJ will go down, and he gets credited over to the Varus, but over the other side of Zoroveki continues to take them down. 2 dead on the side of Renatus.
Shinsekai went down 2, I believe. He died in a solo kill versus Nico, and this Darius is starting to get a little bit out of hand. They get the first hurt, like you said, Renatus with a very forceful dive using the Rift Herald to make sure they secure their objective.
Very expanded by Nico, but flawless execution expanded by Shinsekai. And like you mentioned, super long cooldown. It's almost on par with a summoner spell, and that's actually going to be a really good window for Nico to continue to press on with. His own ultimate is going to come up soon. And once Akali can no longer split push, they need to be concerned about that for sure.
The upside is with each additional level in the flawless execution, the cooldown goes down a significant amount. So as we approach the mid to late game,
corrupting chains onto Raven, who's caught in the side lane by himself. He tries to Valkyrie forward, looking for the hit, finds the missile barrage. The Phosphorus Ball will not be able to do the same, and he goes down.
Alliance need to regroup now. They need to abuse the fact that Shinsekai can still assassinate both Muri and Pain and make full use of that. They should abandon the idea of him playing solo into the Darius because we saw how that turned out. He failed to finesse the matchup, and now he's playing on the back foot. He has to be extra defensive.
Look at the itemization from Josin. Opts to go for the Hourglass enchantment early, especially with those kills that he's had. He's actually sitting right below Raven in gold, and despite that has opted for a bit of a safer item.
Also going for Executioners early. So we talked about Josin as a jungler for the
Alliance. Because now bot side, Pain's got caught out in Alliance. They're happy to take that kill. Dragon coming up soon, and like you were saying,
Josin is a jungler that plays for his team a lot. Going for early Executioners calling just signals that even more. They're looking for another fight, or at least looking to shove the wave out before they start on this. Shinsekai, he's playing into this solo, and he's probably going to get smacked again.
Has to dodge away. Shinsekai now not in the best spot they can be in, but Renee is unfortunately not able to make use of the pressure that Darius is generating. Will just give the Dragon to Alliance. That's the second one of the game. Alliance, although Shinsekai not in the best spot right now, is not being heavily punished by Darius.
As long as he's not going down solo.
Oh no, good chance. I'm not sure they want to be there. CWJ commits a little bit too hard, just with Josin. Josin has to drag his rage, but holds on to it, especially since right ball has been procced. They cannot find a catch on the Cape. They try to stay on, but will ultimately go down.
Good use of the axe, the undertow to check the push there. Most teams would have just walked in and like, oh, there's 2 people here, maybe we just run away and flash out, but conscious effort to make sure all the spots and all the Fog of War spots are checked out.
They're back into the mid lane and trying to pick up these turrets. Alliance is 1-1 to turrets, but despite that, have managed to find the gold lead. If they can grab these out tier turrets, it could actually be a very good spike in gold for them.
The problem is, as the game goes on, Force of Nature is going to get more and more value for the Darius because a lot of Alliance does magical damage, right? So once he becomes a big tank, a big bruiser in the front line, and that Force of Nature comes online, I don't think Alliance might have enough damage. Even Corki, with the 3-item spike, still does a significant amount of magic damage, so this might be a problem for them as they go on.
So we hope to see
Oh,
Alliance.
he's actually got the Force of Nature already.
Yeah. Hope to see Alliance press this issue a little bit faster, not allow Darius to get as strong as he is looking right now. And, you know, even if you talk about the additional damage that we otherwise see from the Corki, you know, now with the Essence Reaver and the Charge Blade kind of builds, it still could be lacking dealing with the Darius. Vision Control heads over to Renatus right around the Baron, and that's going to be a little bit difficult for Alliance to deal with.
There are still win conditions for Alliance. They have pick-off potential. As you can see right now, they're converging on top of Cave, popping the Ragnarok, but they have the damage to finish him off, I think.
This is important. They should be able to get this. Jelson does not have to commit all too much for it, but will end up going down to the Ziggs. Doesn't have enough ways to get away.
That is problematic too. The bounty goes to the Ziggs, who's going to be starting to scale up. And remember what we always say about Ziggs, right? Once you get to the late game point, it's very hard to siege, especially more so when you have this big tanky Darius standing in the front line.
It either goes over to Eggy or it goes over to Muri. Nice dodge away from Raven. They move out the way, and now they go on to the Gragas. Will be going down. Glacial Fissure puts him in a bad spot, knocked up and dead. Alliance now trying to siege the mid lane back up again.
Alliance, Ravens just breaking ankles there, missing, helping Alliance draw a little bit more goal back into the game by dodging away from all those skill shots. Very, very important.
It's very important for how Renatus are going to recover from this situation. I mean, as a small goal deficit, thankfully, a lot of the gold that they do have is going to be on this Darius, who is matching the Akali very well. And is going to be able to do a decent amount of the side lane. The issue is now whether Zoroveki is going to lend some support to Shinsekai. If that's going to be the difference.
Death cap completed on both Zoroveki and Shinsekai, but because of the magic resistance...
Very good instinct from Nico to actually play it safe. Yeah.
The magic resistance kind of reduces the value of the Death cap. They need the Void Staff to come in before they start feeling like actual mages. The setup here, playing a little bit of ARAM, and Zoroveki still hunting for a charm.
Charm seems to be the only form of consistent engage that Alliance have. Glacial Fissure is...
or Dragon's Rage, right?
Right. Yeah, Glacial Fissure just seems too much like a defensive tool, as Shinsekai will dodge away from Nico for now. Hiding out in Twilight Shroud, does just walk away from the Darius.
Still chasing on though, Nico. He already used Proto Belt earlier. They're setting up to bait in this Baron. They don't want to take the objective because they don't have the damage to do so right now. What they're doing is to force Renatus to check so that Zoroveki can hit a charm and get a kill, but if it's Cave that they pick off, it's not ideal.
Trying to walk in, they're looking for the can. Dragon's Rage won't be able to do too much. The Corrupting Chains will find his mark on the Jelson. Nice shot on the Eggy means he should be going down, but he flashes away, gets some good distance. Shinsekai coming in for the back, dodges away from the Ziggs, but still goes down. Charm back onto Muri, and now Nico joining into the fight. It's something they have to worry about. Raven will get that pull back in.
They gotta kite him.
Going golden, he flashes away from the Satchel Charge. Pain flashing forward in as well. Takes him down, and he cannot do the Darius. They don't have the tools. The Force of Nature come online, and it's way too damn strong. Nico comes back. They're trying to trade back. Jelson's on the pursuit, tries to chase after Muri, out of mana, out of options, but Pain behind him lands into some support. Alliance trade back 3 for 2.
Jelson has smite. They can walk over to control the area around the Mountain Dragon and pick up the objective. And you saw in that final chase down, right, how little damage Zoroveki was doing to Nico, but thankfully Jelson is full AD in a certain extent. He's able to deal with Darius running forward, so picking this one up is good. Zoroveki also just completing the Void Staff. That is a big pickup.
Oh boy.
This is a dangerous one. He has Dragon's Rage. He has to kick him away.
They start this call. Jelson is on it, but they're backing away, looking to try and recall. It doesn't seem like Renatus are going to try and push this too far.
Raven isn't in this fight, so there's no way they can actually contest the area around the Dragon Pit. They're just going to lose mid tier 1, sacrifice it, and then regroup around the Mountain Dragon.
And they seem to be able to reset pretty well. Alliance on their exit did manage to get a couple of wards off. Nice. Zoroveki tries to find a catch on the Eggy once again.
Have to be careful about the re-engage. They have the Chains of Corruption and Cave's Ragnarok to run in. Don't forget, Nico is still a problem with the Proto Belt.
I think they're lacking some vision as Zoroveki target to focus. Almost goes down. Will be the dodge away. AK looking low. Just coming in with the flank once again. Charges back in with the resonating strike. Will be able to put Kate low, but unable to convert that into a single kill. Shinsekai finesses Renetas, takes away Nico's life, and they're onto the Drake now.
It looks like Raven's not the only one that can break ankle. Shinsekai coming back in with the flawless execution. After the Shuriken flip, they secure this Mountain Dragon, and Alliance, despite the odds being somewhat against them at the start of the fight, they already lost Jelson's GA. They're able to get some exit kills on the way out by playing the micro fights well. 3 dragons to the name of the Alliance in this very tiny 4k goal lead at 15.5 minutes in. Shinsekai is looking for the side lane pressure. He's looking to push this one out. He is very evasive to a certain point.
Yeah.
With the Twilight Shroud as well as the Shuriken flip, it's hard to chase him down, which is why he can play on the side lane.
I mean, thankfully for Renetas, they have a good amount of poke, so if they choose to siege and do get strong enough to siege, they can try to force away Alliance. Unfortunately, wave clear from both sides is just a little bit too strong. If they get Baron, though, Alliance have very little way to clear out waves. Looking for the solo kill on the Cave, still has a second charge and false execution. Will flash forward to confirm it. Alliance find a nice pick off. That's the jungler gone, and Baron starts for Alliance.
But remember, Mega Inferno Bomb is up for Muri. If they walk in with the Darius and drop this in time, looks like it's not going to happen. Alliance make the swift, decisive call. Burn the Baron down, pick up the buff, allow Shinsekai to continue pushing on the side lane. The value of the Baron is not in the combat power, it's in the macro power, right? The value being able to shove the waves very quickly.
And it was so important for Shinsekai there to actually get the catch of the jungler, especially because you can't stumble Olaf with Ragnarok from running in. The fact that Shinsekai committed his flash to ensuring he had the kill was the most, I think, the safest play that Alliance had to go for. If they allowed Cave to survive that, potentially running in, that could have forced the team fight for Alliance, and the gold gap at this point, even after that Baron, is still quite small.
I think if Renetas find the proper angle into the fight, this gold doesn't make a difference. Like, honestly, 5k is not a lot. When Nico is able to hit multi-man decimates and gets resets off Nox and Guillotine, Azuraveki hunting for a charm.
But it's going to be difficult to do so mid lane. Waves gets cleared out. This is the power of the Baron's able to deal with it. Nico has no more say in these fights. Shinsekai has come online. Second charge blocks execution. The corrupting chains gets locked down onto Shinsekai, but he doesn't really care about that either. Cape joins back in, but it's too far gone. Alliance grab another turret. Now moving into the mid lane. Shinsekai sets up the wave in the Baron lane, and Pain can only watch as the turret start to fall.
This is what I mean by macro power of the Baron, right? You're able to push it so quickly because of the Baron buff, and it makes defending it so difficult because all the wave flip from Renetas is mostly from Ziggs. They're looking for the Nexus here. They want to close out this game.
Looking for the Nexus, and it looks like they found it. Pain will be the last casualty in this match, but Alliance start off strong with the 1-0.
Loving the flexibility, loving the draft coming in from Alliance, and I feel like on a note, their ability to kind of pivot away, like play towards Shinsekai. Remember that he was not doing very well against Darius, right? He got finessed a little bit, and then he comes back online once he picks up his Void Staff as well as the Morelos, because he's able to, or at least the Orb, because he's able to cut the healing and be able to bring the damage to the table.
And you can see the gold graph honestly being so tight between both sides. Alliance were really only able to pull a hit well into the late game. Renetas did a good job in holding the gold gap, and like you mentioned, Nico was a pivotal part of that. So I want to see more emphasis around that. Play for junglers that can empower Nico.
So something like the Vi, something like the Rengar would be very valuable for Nico, just because you have this guy, you know, shadowing you, right? Even a Galio to a certain extent, someone shadowing you so you can play the side lane. Nico is, I think, by far one of their strongest points. Cave had a very low impact that game on the Olaf compared to how Jelson plays, and I think he lacked the presence to ensure that his laners were able to push their advantages. Even when even when Nico was able to find solo kill, you felt like he was never pushing his lead. You know what I mean?
He did have some moments where he had the wave crashing in, but that was about it. And Shinsekai did very well to ensure he could still hold on to the wave. Dragon lane from both sides felt very stable, but where I think the difference was made was with Azuraveki and Muri.
Azuraveki definitely finding a lot more impactful fights compared to Muri, and that's the nature of the Ahri, right? It's a lot more visible when you connect charms and Orb of Deceptions versus the Ziggs, who kind of tosses bombs and hopes they connect. And he was getting to a point where those bouncing bombs and the Mega Inferno Bomb was starting to hurt, but he did not have the cover from his team. Like, there's not a lot of PO on their team apart from one explosive cast.
And what was nice was Ozorveki was able to act independently from his team for the most part. Alliance didn't really have to worry so much about Arcus. Ari had Spirit Rush, right? Dodge away from a lot of spells, so they could allow Ozorveki to look for the catch where they needed to. You saw in some angles, it looked like Iggy was supposed to kill the Ari, but Ari can survive, dash away, dodge out most of the spells, and the Alliance were able to start a re-engage, fight back. This was one of the strong points that Alliance had in that composition.
I think they figured out some of the tricks that Renatus had up their sleeves, and one of which being the Twisted Fate Rengar that they relied on so much during, you know, the games yesterday as well as the qualifiers to a certain extent. Removing the Twisted Fate from the equation is a big boon for Alliance because their champion pools, to a certain extent, are also bigger, right?
Yeah. So getting rid of so picks and bans might actually be a bit of a change. We saw how beneficial it was for Alliance to just ban out Nico's champion pool entirely, right? Get rid of every potential playmaker. They put him on the Darius, which did have an impact, but I have to wonder what he could have possibly done if he had got his hands on something like the Riven, something like the Fiora, for example.
Was smart from Alliance to spend all the bans on targeting Nico out and then, you know, kind of introducing the Akali into the equation and having this confidence ego check from Shinsekai saying, yep, I'm gonna play this into Darius and it's a flex pick, you know, Ozorveki can probably play it too. We'll see how this one goes, right?
So good benefit from Alliance to take game 1 away. This does mean that Renatus need 2 wins to be able to take this series. However, they still have this lower bracket and Banana's waiting for whichever team drops down there. A lot of emphasis now placed onto Nico to make his benefits and to make his lane work and be able to snowball his advantage more.
And that's a really tall order because you're laning against Shinsekai, right? Even if you find those solo kills, it's tough to really push your lead. So I hope Nico is able to dig deep and find the strength and find the confidence and get those leads to kind of put his team on his back. You should be jumping into draft for game 2 relatively soon, I believe. The Alliance versus Renatus right now, the former up 1 game, Alliance on the blue side, Renatus on the red side. We'll see how this one plays out. I believe the Alliance again will show a lot more respect to Nico in terms of banning out his champion pool, but the Twisted Fate should still be the first option off the table here.
Alliance do go for the blue side this time around, and so giving them the first pick priority. I mean, last game, Renatus with that first pick, you know, were trying to deny Jelson the opportunity to play Olaf, grab that for themselves and play for that composition. The issue, I think, was also they didn't have any means to empower the Olaf, and so Olaf's reaction was just to run in where he couldn't get as much done as they were perhaps hoping for.
Like we tend to say with Olaf, he's best with like an enchanter, something like a Nami, something like a Lulu that's able to allow him to, you know, either speed up or boost his stats, right? Paired with Gragas, it feels kind of awful because, well, you're running, but you're getting kited all the way out. Twisted Fate is going to be banned out by Renatus. We see the Fiora in for Nico again. Will it be a Camille? Yeah, they're going to remove the Camille from Shinsekai.
Get rid of Camille, and we continue to see Alliance hold on to that trend, bend away a lot of the Baron laners. Once again, it's the same 3 bans: Riven, Fiora, Renekton. Take away options from Nico, perhaps try and rob them of a chance. Oh, well, even maybe ban away the Darius, and then go for the Renekton yourself in the Baron lane. We'll have to see what Alliance want to try and go for, especially with this first pick.
The problem here is Renatus only have 1 ban left, and do they want to remove the Olaf? Do they want to remove the Rengar? I feel like jungle bans aren't really the most worth it because Jelson's already shown he can play Lee Sin, right?
Yeah.
So you might want to be targeting either Shinsekai or Ozorveki here and place more focus into, you know, cutting down their champion pool.
Getting rid of Ozorveki's Ahri could actually be a really nice thing for them because then Ozorveki usually will end up defaulting to more traditional stuff like the Ziggs, stuff like the Orianna. And so if you know that's going to be the case, it becomes much simpler to play against something that's known as opposed to something different like the Ahri in this case.
Their time, can't really blame them. They will be banning out the Akali, so if you consider this in isolation, it's 5 Baron Lane bans and the Twisted Fate.
Small pool left. Yeah, you really only have so much, and Alliance now with first pick could take away the Darius.
I think you do either Darius or Gragas here if you are Alliance. Although the Gragas is not something which Shinsekai will play all too much, it could also be a Ozorveki flex pick.
So they will take the Darius away, making sure that Renatus don't have that as an option. Nico now losing that as a potential Baron laner. We'll have to see what they want to try to respond with. Maybe once again go for the Corki early on because we saw what they were able to do. Pain definitely did have some good moments on the Varus, but it wasn't phenomenal. There were very little things that he could get done in that situation. Corki feels like a much stronger playmaking champ, which seems to be what Pain wants to go for.
Corki, Galio, and This Galio is a flex pick for both Murray and Iggy. I don't think they necessarily needed to pick up the Galio this early, but it's also a strong tool for denying Alliance entry into fights. We talked about how Hero's entrance is just a big X on top of any space that you decide to engage on.
Yeah.
So it prevents Shinsekai from playing overtly aggressive, stops him from getting side lane pressure, right? Any isolated 1v1 naturally becomes a 1v2.
And so now Alliance want to see if they can pull away some good power picks for themselves, maybe grab something for Jelson
Just do
early
Zyrakan
on.
here. It'll be simple. You don't really have to worry because chances are Jelson is gonna have his pick of the litter. He could play Jarvan. He could play Lee Sin. Not really having to worry about anything. Kaisa is not the choice for me. I think she's dipped off quite a bit in terms of how she scales and what value she brings to the table. Not inherently the best AD carry right now on my list.
Okay, but they will lock it in regardless, and Greg is also coming in for Alliance. We've seen Ozuroveki pull it off in the mid lane, playing an AP variation, and he's able to do quite a decent amount of it, but this has also denied Iggy from the opportunity to play himself. We saw was able to get a couple of good pickoffs in the previous game. Now Renatus will finish things off, or at least get the third and fourth picks through. For now, it's going to be Diana as well as Jarvan, pulling that option away from Jelson, but I don't think he's going to be too phased with that.
He should be fine. He could still play the Olaf if he wants to, but the Jarvan is kind of a meh pick because you get trapped by a Cataclysm. I think Lee Sin is the choice here because if you get the Dragon's Rage off on any one of the three members of Renatus, you feel okay. Kicking Diana away before Moonfall, kicking Galio away, kicking Jarvan away are all decent tools. In fact, going for the Olaf and then doubling down with the Enchanter. So there is still this ever-present issue of like, if Cataclysm locks the Olaf in, he's trapped, right? Unless he has Flash. But combined with the Lulu, it feels a lot more like a scary, you know, kind of threatening pick in these team fights.
That's what we wanted to see. If you're going to play the Olaf, you want to see something paired with it, make it work better than it already does. You know, Olaf by itself could face some issues, and Renatus, they say, well, you can ban away everything else on the table. We're gonna play Tryndamere of all things, and Nico, we'll have to see how this matchup is going to go, because you can interrupt the spin with the upper end.
Not only that, but I think there is some synergy with the Tryndamere, because as a Tryndamere player, you generally want to go balls to the wall, so like having the Galio behind you and having the Jarvan to lock him in place is kind of decent value. I think there is some synergy here in terms of Renatus' draft, and you can't blame them, right? It's bottom of the barrel. Like, they banned off 5 Baron laners. They've taken Darius for themselves. What do you really have left? Are you gonna play like Irelia? And
maybe
you might get smacked against Shinsekai because you already
lost. You probably will against Darius, right?
You already lost the skill matchup earlier against Shinsekai, so it's like you don't want to play the 50-50.
And you don't really want to play like a range matchup against Shinsekai, because sure, you can have a decent laning phase, but then what happens after that?
And then you don't want to play a tank either, because your team your team needs you as the carry. Like, Chingy is the de facto kind of standout carry, right? So you don't want to play Malphite, you don't want to play like
Nico. Yeah, so like Nico being like that big carry for them, it's something, there's a lot of pressure on him to make the plays, you know, being able to stand out above the rest.
I will give the Tryndamere's pick some respect though, because in this particular patch, both the Solari Charge Blade and Navori Quick Blades are really good with Tryndamere. It's actually insane how quick you get the cooldown off your basic spells if you crit, and Tryndamere's passive of course gives him that natural crit chance, so it's a relatively good early buy. Like, Solari Charge Blade has value already because it gives you additional crit and it gives you true damage, so it's not the worst pick. It's definitely cheesy.
Sure.
But it's not the worst pick.
Oh, he could even go for an IE early. You know, usually in most cases, IE doesn't do as well because you don't have enough crit chance, but with Tryndamere passive, it could actually be good.
I feel like you go Solari and then Navori Quick Blade, and you just skip the IE, because these two items will give you an insane power spike, and the passive from Navori Quick Blades allow you to be a lot more mobile with the Spinning Slash.
So many options, but will he get to use, will he even get to the point where he can buy these items?
Imagine if he goes full tank, we're like, no!
And so this is going to be a big skill matchup between these two players, and I think it's also going to matter heavily what the summoner spell choice is going to be. But with that being said, Renatus versus Alliance, and Alliance now sitting at 1-0, threatening to put Renatus down to the lower brackets, but they'll have to play against Team Banana in a second BO3 to get a rematch up against Alliance. Both these teams in the lower brackets, if they make it to the grand finals, would have played Alliance. But here we go, going to game, and Things are starting strong for Renatus. They're moving to the mid lane, trying to shove out Zorovecki.
You love to see this granted ignite and go, so he's going for the all-in lane. This is as cheesy as it gets. I love that he's doubling down on lane domination, even going for fleet footwork for the additional sustain, so he's keeping himself topped up while he can go for those all-ins.
And they bring Raven into the mid side just to get something done. CWJ went all the way up to the Baron lane. And Renatus, yeah, this is it. They're saying you gotta hand this over to us. We're gonna pick this one up. Raven just gonna have to end up watching. Good side, at least, is that Jelson will be able to have this information and probably rotate over to the other end.
I mean, if he has Smite, yeah, okay. I was about to say, if he doesn't Smite this, they could steal it, so it's gonna force Cape to use Smite. And he will secure the red buff, and depending on his pathing, he might get a jungle lead above Jelson or get ahead of Jelson, depending on how he moves around.
So Jelson's pathing is going to be super important here. He actually moves over to the Gromp first before rotating over. Renatus also have a couple of wards in the enemy side. It looks like he's actually going to path the one way they don't have vision on.
This is the smart move. You ignore your own wolves and you walk into your opponent's jungle to take as much as you can. That ward is going to see him.
That does spot him.
When he starts up the rib buff. And the understanding here is that Cape is going to take his own blue buff. I don't think he took the Crux away on Jelson's side, so if Jelson decides to take the opponent Crux, he's going to come out ahead instead.
So smart play from Renatus, force Alliance to have to make a certain play to rotate over to take that buff away. Means they do spot him out. You can see the pings coming through from Renatus just to confirm that. And Scuttlecrafts will be traded on both sides. Feels like this game, Alliance have put the Dragon lane as a bit of the weak side, having Raven and CWJ play for a bit more of a scaling, powerful later kind of carries. Instead, Raven will suffer at the hands of Cape, takes a decent amount of damage, but they're trying to trade back now. The Javan looking a little bit too low for their own comfort.
They had to burn the flash in actually coming in from CWJ and the Ignite too, so they burnt all the summer spells from the Alliance Dragon lane to try and find a kill onto Cape. This forces the recall. It also forces him to be a bit more slow and methodical with his clear, giving Jelson actually a lead in the jungle. His pathing is actually more superior now as Shinsekai finds the solo kill on Nico.
Let's talk about superior. We're talking about Shinsekai in the Baron lane. He gets the solo kill onto Nico. That's exactly what you want to see. And level 4 on this Tryndamere. Now in the mid lane, Zorovecki takes down Muri as well. It just seems like a win lane, win game kind of situation.
Using the explosive cast and the Ignite to catch Muri off guard. And getting that advantage for himself. If you're Jelson and you look at your lanes like that, solo kills in mid and Baron lane, and you've already gotten a EXP lead in the jungle. It feels like the perfect game for you. All you have to do now is just secure the objectives and counter gank and try to path and counter path against the Jarvan.
Golden lead, EXP lead. Jelson has such free reign across the game. They don't have to worry about all too much. Even as the objectives start to spawn up, you can see the difference in items starting to show through. Very nice pickup from Shinsekai. Gets the Bramble Vessel Leon, and what is the Tryndamere supposed to do against that? Nice taunt onto Raven, but comes with the killer instinct. That's going to be Jelson joining into the fight. They do take down CWJ in time, trying to trade back onto Cape. Eggy will be able to take down Jelson in the process. Raven will only be able to do so much alone. It's a 2-for-1. Renatus grab 2.
That's the value of the Cataclysm, right? You have to remember that once you're locked in, the Galio can throw the hero's entrance on top of that and just deny the fight. So Renatus strike back in the bottom half of the map as both objectives, or both global objectives, spawn, the Herald and the Ocean Dragon.
Renatus managed to make a bad situation decent. Fighting a 3v3 there. They do come ahead with 2 kills. Now let's see if they can actually convert this into something else. It seems like Alliance have a little bit more focus around the Rift Tower this time around.
I think this is a smart play because Shinsekai's a hit. You can see he's zoning Nico away, so you need to play on the top side too, Shinsekai. The bot lane already picked up a couple of kills earlier, so Renatus have control of this part of the map.
Seems like Alliance also puts some priority depending on if they're blue side or red side on which objective they play around. Having the clearer opening and clearer entrance towards the Rift Herald makes it an easier decision for them. And like you mentioned, when you have Shinsekai in the Baron lane getting so much control over Nico, Nico's going to have to make a quick stop in base while Rift Arrow grabs first turret.
I think this... Oh, hold on. Bot side.
They force an engage on the CWJ. Raven's hiding by the side. He could get good damage on to the Jarvan. Forces him to back off. And with the Captain range, should be able to find this first kill. Zoraveki joins in. Forces the flash away from Pain. Gets the cask off. Knocks him back into the wall of the Ignite. He just watches him burn and will send him backpacking.
Wow! Alliance just dominating on the map. I was about to say how them dropping the Herald this early would allow Nico to freeze the lane and just get free farm, but they commit to diving on top of him with the Ragnarok as well as the Noxian Guillotine as the Moonfall comes in.
Yeah, Muri has to respond to head over to the top side. Johnson should be going down. Shinsekai will be the first. Renatus do trade pack for 2, but that's 2 turrets gone in the top side. I think that's a little bit too late to respond to.
Meanwhile, they get mid-tier 1 as well, I believe. Nope, no cannon minion there, so they're unable to pick up the structure, but they've kind of swapped the lanes around. This is a sign of good macro understanding of lane assignments. So once you're able to exit the laning phase, quote unquote, right? Your mid laner should be playing on the side lane, your Dragon Lane duo should be playing in the mid lane to siege, and have easy access to both bot and top.
It felt like Renatus were telling themselves, yeah, Nico should be able to hold his own in the top side. We don't have to go and rotate over. Diana stayed in the mid lane. And because that was happening, they got 2 turrets up there. And that's going to make a huge difference, especially because we know Alliance knows how to play around the Baron dance. Renatus have given way too much control on that side of the map. Now they're trying to siege mid again, trying to get some control and pressure back before the dragon spawns, because Alliance definitely want to take that one away.
Look at the top half of the map and where the wave's frozen right now. No one on the Renatus side can walk up to take this wave. It's actually dead, because if you do go that far, there's a high probability of you getting caught and just dying on your way back as you retreat. So they have to sacrifice, what, 2 or 3 waves as it's frozen in this portion, even as it pushes up.
Yeah.
It's still going to be kind of awful for Renatus to just pick up that farm. And gold is being denied to Renatus by Alliance in this way.
Golden EXP lost for Renatus, and you can see the flash forward, lockdown onto the Corki. Pain is going to go down. Iggy will go down as well. They're onto the mid lane. Tara Muri went to try and catch the top lane wave, but has to rotate back to mid. And this is becoming a double issue. You talked about how they were losing some before. Muri is doing his best to rotate towards the Baron lane to grab the wave while going and covering mid. Not able to get either done. Meanwhile, Alliance will just pressure up Cape.
Look at the positioning Alliance are in right now in the enemy jungle. This stops anyone from collecting that wave, right? They're pinging it down, saying, it's a huge wave, let it push out, just freeze it, and then Renatus cannot get any farm. So they're going to donate this to Raven, and Renatus is forced to rotate up. Shinsekai again looking for the solo kill.
And Nico just going to lose HP, and watch as Shinsekai crashes in another wave. Alliance in a very good spot now, sitting just about 8,000 ahead.
Raven needs to drop back. He shouldn't be proxying the wave. He should let it fall back and then farm it once or twice. Once it connects, he just wants to go for the recall, so not playing for the longevity. Wants the wave pushed up, because in 20 seconds there's going to be Dragon, and he wants to collect items to contest the objective.
Couldn't quite tell if... Okay, there we go. Package was picked up by Pain, and so they can play around this window now. Renatus, they want to fight around this dragon for sure. The Cloud Drake is nice to have, it's not absolutely critical, but they want to be able to fight in a closed off area where they have the Diana, where they have the Galio.
They sacrifice this and just give the farm. Hopefully Nico can pick up the Baron tier 1. He's already got the Solari charge play. I talked about the interaction. Oh, the force
though! Huge knockup, gets the body slam off of Zoraveki. Renatus will just watch as the dragon is given away. They move back onto the Diana. Nice slow from the Glow Lads. They move back over onto Cape and force them away. Nico running away from Shinsekai, but the upper hand will pull him back. Flash over the wall. Nico now running for his life. Still has his ultimate, burns his ghost, pops it. But look at this Darius. He doesn't really quite care. You're moving under his turret, trying to escape, but he pulls you back in with the upper hand. Gets a kill while everything else on the map is still going on. Jelson trying to pick up this bot side. They're looking to force the issue. They jump in with the Cataclysm, but the Ragnarok means they can ignore it. Nice Moonfall gets to catch on the CWJ. Forces the flash away for the Lulu, but has the shields, has the Polybomb, puts them back. Cape tried to take down Ray, but the Gatling Ray would not be enough. Shinsekai trying to join back in, has to fight this 3v1. Gets the heal off, forces the flash away from Pain. Moving on to the Cork, he gets taunted out. The Black and Drake will be enough. Crowd control, they layer it long enough onto the Darius without his ultimate, cannot take them down.
He used the Noxian Guillotine 15 earlier. Otherwise, I think that's a very dangerous fight for Renatus to take. The communication was there from Nico. He's like, okay, he used that ultimate on me. You guys could probably take him if you kite him out well enough, and they use all the spells to keep their distance from Shinsekai. But Renatus, they strike back. They punish Alliance for being overly greedy along the Dragon Tier 2 by forcing with the Moonfall, Cataclysm, and Hero's entrance.
Renatus hold on to the game, but even with that win, 7,000 gold down, 10 minutes in, they have to be careful around this Baron. We know how Alliance like to play. When they're playing on the blue side, Rift Herald and Baron are always theirs. When they're playing around the red side, Dragons and Elder is always theirs. So now, how will Renatus break this stalemate, trying to get some control around the Baron while they can?
What they've been doing so far worked out for them. This forcing of fights with their Wombo combo, it has enough CC for them to allow the damage to stick, but they need to choose their targets very carefully. It has to be Raven that dies first.
Okay, Kate gets to catch on to Zoraveki, but they're looking to disengage, move towards the Baron, get some more space for Shinsekai in the bottom side. Dragon Lane already loses all its turrets. All outer and inner tier turrets gone on the side of Renatus. They haven't been able to find a single one, and that's where the gold difference is coming from. Lions, they force Renatus to check into them because they have every means to control this Baron.
They have enough vision. It's not the 3 wards, the Holy Trinity that we saw earlier, but it's good enough to force Renatus into these precarious positions once they walk up. Zoraveki's looking for the body slam flash and explosive cast. He might just find it here.
Yeah, he gets the catch. A nice 2-man knockout. They're moving on to Page. Should be able to find it, but he goes golden with a drop of HP. The redemption coming through. The support might find the kill, but instead Jouster runs towards him. Chilling Smite to confirm it. Now they move on for the second, and he's still alive through the Cataclysm, through it all. And now Raven comes up massive, taking them down. Nico joins back into the fight, but it's too far behind. Shinsekai walking in, soaring in like a boss. He takes them all down. It's teammates for Team Alliance.
And that was a 4v5. Zoraveki started out exactly like we called the flash body slam into the explosive cast, gives them the catch, and they had enough vision to force that pick Alliance now on the Baron, all about guaranteeing their win in the second game. If there was a probability, it would be somewhere in the range of 95, 98, because Alliance, it's their game to lose. Waiting for Raven to come up so they can donate the buff.
Ah, perfect timing. That's the coordination you'd love to see. And not much that Renatus could do to steal that one or win. So they play that one out beautifully. Dragon coming up in 30 seconds. Renatus should be looking for a win to try. Well, probably look to give that one away. It's going to be very difficult to contest this.
Some words of encouragement for the Renatus squad. I'm happy that I see them try this Tryndamere pick, because if you think about the dynamic of the pick ban, right? 5 Baron lane bans just to get Shinsekai the best matchup possible, and Renatus decide we're just going to double down and play Tryndamere. If we lose, we lose, right? There's only so much that we can do. I don't want to play Malphite into this because I need to carry. Let's just see how this goes.
You're just happy he's playing Tryndamere because he makes you look good. Look at his itemization, exactly as you mentioned. He's just making you look good. That's why you like it hungry.
Yep, I mean, that too, I guess. Picking up the Mountain Dragon now, Alliance. Again, like I said, 95 to 98% win percentage coming in. Renatus still have one more fight in them before the game is over, and that has to be with a Force Cataclysm into Hero's entrance into Moonfall. Pixel perfect execution, killing off Raven and Zoraveki first.
Issue is, even after taking down Raven, you still have to worry about Shinsekai. Zoraveki has come to a point where his Royal Rangers has stacked up well, but they move on to Pain. No counterplay, the game bursted by the Dragons. Moonfall comes through. They're still looking for a chance to fight back. Gallo doesn't even get a chance to because he's immediately gone. Nico trying to run away. The Righteous Glory will be able to run the marathon, run the distance. Dodges away for the Plasma Strike, but he cannot stop Alliance from taking this 2-0 win. Alliance continue into the Grand Finals.
The only team to take a win off of Alliance so far has been Team Banana, and now they're lying in wait in the lower bracket finals, looking to go up against Renatus and hopefully go for a rematch against Alliance in a best of 5. This result, although was somewhat expected, is a good show and a good sign of faith that Alliance have kind of gone all on the same page. The dynamic of these roster swaps hasn't really messed with their overall team spirit and overall execution.
You have to hope that with Banana seeing this game, maybe they get to do something against Renatus in a similar branch. That being said, we have our highlights ready as Alliance will be your first Grand Finalist in the fall playoffs. tries to take down the Brawl first. CWJ will go down, and he gets credited over to the barriers, but over the other side, Zorovecki continues to take them down. 2 dead to the side of Renatus.
Shinsekai went down 2, I believe.
Going down, but he flashes away, gets some good distance. Shinsekai coming in for the back, dodges away from the Ziggs, but still goes down. Chomp back onto Muri, and now Nico joining into the fight. It's something they have to worry about. Raven will get that pull back in.
They got to
and going golden, he flashes away from the satchel charge. Pain flashing forward in as well. Takes him down, and he cannot do the Darius. They don't have the tools. The force of nature just come online, and it's way too damn strong. Nico comes back. They're trying to trade back. Jelson's on the pursuit, tries to chase after Muri, out of mana, out of options, but Pain behind him lands into some support. Alliance trade back 3 for 2.
Jelson up the Baron tier 1. He's really got the Solari charge blade. I talk about the interaction. Oh, the force
wow, huge knockup. Gets the body slam off of Zorovecki. Renatus will just watch as the dragon is given away. They move back onto the Diana. Nice. But has the shields, has the polybomb, puts them back. Kate tried to take down Ray with the Gatling Ray would not be enough. Shinsekai trying to join back in, has to fight this 3v1. Gets the heal off, also the flash away from Pain. Moving on to the Cork, he gets taunted out. The flag and drag will be enough. Crowd control, they layer it long enough onto the Darius without his ultimate, cannot take them down.
He used the Noxian Guillotine earlier, otherwise.
Then Jouser runs towards him, trailing Smite to confirm it. Now they move on for the second, and he's still alive through the cataclysm, through it all. And now Raven comes up massive, taking them down. Nico joins back into the fight, but it's too far behind. Shinsekai walking in, soldering in like a boss. He takes them all down. It's teammates for Team Alliance.
And that was
play the game bursted by the Gragas. Moonfall comes through. They're still looking for a chance to fight back. Gallo doesn't even get a chance to because he's immediately gone. Nico trying to run away. The Righteous Glory will be able to run the marathon, run the distance, dodges away for the plasma strike, but he cannot stop Alliance from taking this 2-0 win. Alliance continue into the... A nice set from Alliance to continue to run in the upper brackets, and they will be joined by the winner of our next set, and we're looking forward to see how that one pans out. Renatus versus Team Banana.
Yeah, I had a prediction here. It's going to be 2-1. I'm not going to review who I think the winner is going to be yet, but I think both teams are very evenly matched in my opinion. Renatus dropping that game to Alliance is a lesson more than anything, right? The way the draft was kind of executed coming in from Alliance just led to it being very one-sided, very difficult for Nico to play out.
Absolutely. That being said, though, you know, there is a little bit of an added benefit for both sides, I guess. Both teams have got to play a pretty decent warm-up game, right?
Sure,
at least.
if you want to put it that way.
And Renatus have just managed to play against Lions, and, you know, they were close to taking the first game, or close-ish to taking the first game away. If that's the case, you know, that's a big mental boost to Renatus going up against Team Banana. With that being said, guys, we're going to go into a quick little break. When we come back, Renatus versus Banana in the lower bracket finals as we lead into our grand finals. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Shockwave, a 5-man Shockwave. Now he jumps in. The Super Mega Jack Rocket steals the dragon.
Outshoot me? Captain Chemo on duty!
Sierra at 12 o'clock!
Dust 'em, Pix.
Nothing a little gunpowder won't fix.
Honestly, I also do agree that the esports career in Singapore is very, what's the word? Very hard to make a living out of it. Maybe probably 1 out of every 10 or 15 aspiring esports players only make a living out of it. The only few that I know probably is Xian from Street Fighter, and Ice, and Chao Yi.
I feel like if there is a program that allows people that wants to enter competitive gaming, that allows them to scale from maybe a player to somewhat a position in a gaming company or industry, that would actually benefit and actually encourage more people to try to take the step forward to enter competitive gaming.
I feel that if the government is willing to invest, which the government are doing right now, I believe, esports will grow as fast as how it grows in China.
I feel as of right now, it's not really a viable option. I don't think we are getting much traction from esports in Singapore in general, but overseas it's booming. I feel for us to make it a viable career choice, we first will need to get more people to come in to support the industry and grow it together. For right now, based on what I know about team salary and etc., it's not really a viable option to go full time.
Generally, like right now, we are seeing it's a very big improvement I would say it's a very big improvement in esports in Singapore compared to what it was 10 years ago. So the stigma was really strong back then. Like when competitive gaming first came out, everybody was just like, nah, you can't make a living out of it. But right now, you get to see some players are making it, and some families are starting to buy into the idea, and some people of the public are starting to see a kind of general kind of slight approval towards competitive gaming, even though it's not as great as other countries like Korea, for example. But generally, I think that Singapore is more of a follower in these kind of things.
Given time and after it grows bigger, I think people can start to see the potential in esports as a career, and hopefully the stigma will be slowly eroding, and hopefully in the future maybe Singapore will have a world championship. Hopefully it will be me, obviously, but we shall see.
This is true. I think Singapore is more conventional in some of its ways, but if you take into consideration things like recently the Campus League, there's also the opening of the recent Kallang Esports Centre. So I think Singapore is slowly giving more opportunities for esports to grow in this country.
We're back again for more Wild Rift action in the Wild Rift CI Series Singapore Fall Playoffs, as we're down to our final 3 teams. Winner of this get a chance to represent Singapore in the SEA Championship. But for these 3 teams, they already get a share of the prize. But where and how much they get is still dependent on how these games go.
Yep. And the winner here is going to proceed on to the grand finals. Of course, we're talking about Renatus versus Banana here in a best of 3. We're going to place against the Alliance in a rematch best of 5, and the Alliance themselves should be pretty happy that they've already found a spot in the SEA Championships later on this year, and they've secured that. Whether they can get first or second remains to be seen again, like we said. So, Renatus and Banana. Like I said, I do have some personal predictions regarding this one. 2-1. I'm not going to review who I feel is going to win, but I think that it's going to be a very close fight. With regards to our earlier question about whether the gap has closed between Alliance and some of the other teams, like, Alliance and Impunity, I think the gap is still very much there.
Yeah, they still look incredibly dominant. I'm really curious on how Banana took the game off of Alliance there. If we see a Banana versus Alliance finals, we could very well see that happen. But for now, we still got to go through Renatus and Team Banana. You know, this is a top series. It's a BO3. It's the only BO3 in the lower brackets because we want to make sure that the competitive integrity of the teams are there. The players and the teams that face itself against the Alliance has to be the best, right?
Both teams also showing some adaptation throughout the course of the fall playoffs. Team Banana, as of today at least, you know, representing the lessons that they learned against Aphrodite and kind of taking the Senna Nasus to the next level. Whereas Renatus, they stuck to the traditional norm a little bit more, of course, pulling out some unorthodox picks in the form of the Tryndamere in the earlier series. So there are some lessons that have been, you know, picked up along the way. There's some adaptations that have been made by both teams. Whether that, you know, holds true, whether that gives them the edge is the question in this best of 3.
Going into this set though, I have to say that, you know, Banana have had an interesting run. They've been adapting a lot faster than I think a lot of other teams, but at the same time, they still hold on to a couple of tendencies that I think need to be adjusted. The way they play certain timings. It does seem like they have, you know, just the fact that they are so colored as professionals.
I was about to say,
as pro players, you know, they have this really strong killer instinct. They know exactly when they see a vulnerability, a weakness, they know how to press it, they know how to make it hurt. But at the same time, it feels like they still have some space to grow and to work with.
The pros and cons of being an ex-League of Legends PC pro, like you said, killer instinct is there, but also the timings, right? A lot of the interviewees, when we ask, you know, what's the difference between Wild Rift or like what differentiates it, they say that it's a much faster paced game. There's less window for error. The moment you're late to an objective, the moment you rotate down slightly too late, that's when you get punished, right? We've seen this time and time again throughout the playoffs, whether it's to a Dragon fight or a Rift Herald contest. Arriving late usually is a death sentence. Not getting in order, not grouping up at the right duration or for the right fight is also a big mistake for a lot of teams.
Now here's something that I want to bring up, because before we go into game and before we discuss about things that are going to happen in game, the reality of the situation is, if Renatus win this set, that means they would have played, and if let's say they win 2-1, they would have played 2 games against Alliance, 3 games against Banana, and then play a BO5.
They could be potentially playing up to 10 games today.
They could play 10 games consecutively if they win this set. So it's within Banana's best, it's within Renatus' best interest to take a 2-0, close out the games quickly while they still have the energy and the stamina. But the good part is, like Shinsekai has mentioned before, in his interview, you know, games are shorter. It's not as tiring to play as many games. Imagine you play 10 games with League consecutively, you would die.
Yeah.
There's no way you could have competitive integrity at that point. But with this one, this is going to be a strenuous set for sure, but there's still a lot of chance to get back in.
And the upside for us casters, you know, looking through all these games, they play 10 games, we probably casted a bit more, that we have 100 plus by our side to kind of keep us hydrated and up our hydration game. While we're going through all these games, we realize our energy level has not dropped at all, and that's because I swapped to the sugar one today. No 100 plus non-sugar. I'm just making sure that my adrenaline is there, my energy level is there. I'm excited to take you guys, and Grenna is excited to take you guys through all the action as well.
That being said, I am a big fan of their non-carbonated one. If you guys like non-carbonated drinks, they also have the active one. I think it tastes better, honestly. I don't know what the difference is.
The carbonation is a bit more refreshing for me.
Sure, yeah, it's refreshing for sure, but it makes it so drinkable. Like the non-carbonated one is so drinkable when you're like going for a jog or you're working out, right? You just want something that refreshes you without being too strong.
I think most people, like, it's an inherently Singaporean thing to, like, you know, there are feelings to these things. You know, some days you just want a carbonated version, some days you want the non-carbonated version. Just go with your gut, man. You gotta like, feel yourself.
That's true.
Out. Yeah.
That's true. When you're colored with so many options here, you just end up picking whatever.
That is true.
Whatever you feel like. We should be jumping into our picks, and then shortly, Renatus and Banana, you know, depending on the side that they're on, this could actually be a pretty big difference, because when we see Banana go on blue side, they're willing to go for some crazy compositions when they get to dictate what kind of composition they want to go for. But it will look like Renatus is the one that gets first pick for the blue. Will Banana target ban Renatus? Will they target ban Nico in the Baron lane?
I think you have to expand at least 1 or 2 bans on Nico. The Fiora and the Camille, or Fiora and Riven, would be the most likely choice. You still probably will end up giving the Darius over to Nico, because there are a lot of issues you might want to consider as well. There are only 3 bans right now in the system, so we see the Nasus being removed, and that is going to be towards the Dragon lane. Of course, Banana has been playing a lot of Nasus Senna earlier today, the Renekton ban against Nico. There you go. Next one should be either Fiora or Riven, or maybe Banana feels like they can't play into the Riven because it is a skill matchup. Usually, like most of the Riven matchups are based on the player and understanding the intricacies. Oh no, it's actually Renatus that banned out the Riven this time.
I guess if they say, you know what? I think iNitrogen could probably play it too. I'm not going to run myself in a situation where I have to play against the Riven. Gets rid of that option. And I was going to say as well, I mean, it feels like iNitrogen could play Renekton into the Riven matchup, but it looks like both sides have removed those options. And strangely enough, like you said, Senna Nasus has been quite a popular pick. The difference, I think, was, at least going into that game, iNitrogen, what we saw was they were able to run for, well, Scarlet Petal rather, was the one who was running AP Nasus. Right, not going to stack up.
Yeah, you're right.
Right, so actually playing AP Nasus, and that was a pretty big difference. Instead of trying to scale, he was just doing flat damage and was able to grab CS pretty decently as well.
I think it might have been Scarlet Petal playing the Senna, but either way, there are ways to cheat past the power trough of the Nasus. As you see, the band's kind of just shake around a little bit. It's a Twisted Fate and a Riven coming in. Oh, so the Riven is actually on the Banana side. Okay, this makes a little bit more sense now. I'm like,
sure. Okay, Riven ban taken away from Nico.
This makes more sense, yep. So the Riven and the Fiora, I was like, yeah, you know, I'm not really vibing the Riven ban on the Renatus side, so this makes more sense.
To get rid of Fiora as well, so I think this actually is going to push up the priority for Darius as well as Renekton a lot.
Camille as well.
Camille as well. So I'm curious what the priority is going to be like. And frankly, for Nico, we've even seen him play stuff like Irelia if he's in a decent matchup for it. So that could be the case. You do ban away the Camille, and so Banana taking a page out of Alliance. So his book will ban away a lot in the Baron lane. They prioritize the Renekton as a result of that.
Do like this Renekton going for Nico, very stable Baron laner. It's really hard to lose lane. I've described how much I like this. Of course, Banana will default back to the Senna, and it should be a fasting Senna. Another really good lane that you can play with Senna is also Senna Gragas. You have a lot of control, and you play AP Gragas, so it's a lot more agency, and it scales the same way as, like we talked about, the AP Nasus does.
Just play Senna, you just don't care. Gets the Senna Gragas combo. Could be an interesting choice to bring Gragas with the Senna in the bottom side.
Ultimately, a flex pick here.
But it's very flexible, exactly. And so we'll have to see what Renatus is going to answer with. The Galio is a nice choice here, but Xayah Rakan have slipped through the cracks. Doesn't seem like Renatus are looking to play it. Pain has had quite an interesting champion pull, but Xayah Rakan definitely fits right within the wheelhouse of Banana here.
I like how they're not showing off the AD carry right now. Like, they're not dedicating a pick to it. Instead, they go for the Ziggs, which is a power pick. Instant response here is going to be the Ahri against the Ziggs, and then the Galio as a support. So they could do two options. They could do Varus, or they could do Lucian here. I think Varus is probably the better choice in terms of what it brings to the table. So
might be able to match the range of the Senna, especially going into that mid phase when Senna starts picking
Corki's,
up 20, 40 stacks. Yeah, Corki has been a big Pain kind of champion. Likes that kind of style.
So the reason I didn't like the Corki here is now you have a bit too much magic damage in your carries, right? Mid lane Ziggs and AD carry Ziggs, it's just like too easy to itemize against. There is still the threat of physical damage coming from Xin Zhao and Renekton, but it's not enough in the late game to carry you through. And we see the answer towards the Renekton is going to be the Darius, and Banana on their side of the composition actually has a bit too much physical damage. It's only the Ahri that's bringing, and the Gragas to a certain extent, bringing magic damage to the table.
But you know what's interesting now is to take a look at Renatus' and Banana's composition. Banana's composition looks very similar to what we just saw from Alliance in their first game, right, going against Renatus. So this could be a chance for Renatus to adjust some of the strategies and some of the playstyles and errors they may have made in that game against Banana this time around. We saw how much more aggressive they were willing to play. That being said, you know, something that we also learned while watching that Alliance game was the way in which they managed to run the neutral objectives depending on which side they were on. Blue side, Alliance went straight towards the Rift Tower, gave up that early dragon because it's much easier to play when you don't have the wall on your side.
A portion of that too is also the fact that Shinsekai was kind of running away with the lane, so they were playing to the strong side of the map, right? You don't want to risk playing to the weaker side and getting caught and then throwing gold to your opponent and throwing your lead away. So that's a portion of it, but yeah, I understand the value of red versus blue and how the kind of parallels of the map suit different objectives and how you want to contest them. So for red side, you of course you want to be taking the dragon a bit more because you can walk away and exit the pit without having to make a full U-turn to retreat into your half the jungle.
But exactly that, because Nico is now also on this Renekton up against the Darius. We could be in a situation where we see Nico be the one to control the lane, get the lead early on, and be in a similar situation to what we saw from Shinsekai, which could indicate how Rene's want to play.
I think that Xin Zhao has to pay special attention towards Nico, right? If you're a Cape here, you just need to make sure that Nico is able to get a good start to the game and hold his own against the Darius and neutralize a lot of the power that the Darius pick provides. And then maybe play towards Herald, drop it towards the Baron lane, start the snowball effect from there. That's probably how they're going to be executing this early game, whereas looking at the draft coming in from Banana, there's a lot more focus on the Senna Gragas. They place so much emphasis on the Senna in the draft that there has to be some inherent value, right?
But here we go. Game number 1, Rene's vs Banana low bracket finals. Top 3 all but determined, and now we just have to find where everyone stands in that ladder as Rene's are waiting for Scarlet Petal to walk into the brush, greets him with a face full of damage, and they're just going to have to walk the long way around back to the lane.
They're going to get level 2 first if they can deny this melee EXP. Nope, they walk up in range. Scarlet Petal taking a lot of damage but gets the piercing darkness to heal himself up. So level 2 will be hit by both of them around the same time, maybe a creep later on the Banana side.
And this is what we expect to see from Nico to get control of the lane early on and really bully out the Darius. Make sure that I-Nitrogen doesn't have any space, but a nice additional surprise is Souls get bullied out by Muri. Muri has played a diverse range of champions this time around on the Ziggs.
This is a very forceful gank. I don't think Renetus might be able to pull this one off. They have a lot of crowd control, but...
No vision. They
Flash taunt.
Might be looking, flashing in, gets the taunt off, audacious charge, but the wind becomes lightning. They move on to Scarlet Petal. One more auto attack, gets Cape on the ball. It's first blood for Renetus. Response from Vendetta as they start making their way down to the bot sides, but too late, just here to get the Scuttle Crab.
This is the best case scenario coming in for Renetus because not only is Vendetta on the same side, so he can't make a cross-map play, but they also burn the summer spells on Tails, right? The heal and the flash out, so they can re-gank the lane and kill the center the next time.
4 summoner spells expanded on the side of Banana. It's 2 big ones for Renetus. That being said though, we still see the top side Scuttle Crab available for the Kazakhs. So like you mentioned, no cross-map play available. Not even able to get double crab for that. And this should mean that Cape can path back towards the bot side once he clears that side of his jungle.
There are a range of outcomes ranging from like worst to best. That was the best one. The worst one is you fail the gank, you don't use any summer, you don't blow any summer spells, and your top half of the jungle is gone and you get double crab, right? But lucky for Renetus, they flip the dice, they get a natural crit, D20, and it's completely okay for them to snowball from here.
Yeah, one good part especially, I think one big component of how that worked out was the fact that Muri has control in the mid lane, which hasn't always necessarily been the case. This time around, the start of game 1, Ziggs shoving out Ari, sending him back to base earlier. You could tell that Vendetta had a difficult time rotating over. If he went to that side, you could see Ziggs coming in, maybe even Nico coming in to collapse on him.
Soul is also down EXP because, like you said, he got bullied out, had to miss out on a wave or a wave and a half, so does not have the ultimate, does not present any kill threat against Muri. And here's the problem with Kazakhs and why we don't see him all too much. He has 0 CC early in the game, right? He has literally no value to provide unless his laners are able to stun lock someone. And with how conservative Renetus is playing right now, it's difficult for them to really force a gank. So now, with the Spirit Rush up, they're trying to force this play.
You can't force a gank, but you get forced a dive because Banana are making their way down to the bottom side. 4 of them here now. Vendetta should see Cape coming in, and as they try to clear out the camp, they won't be able to force this as Ziggs is here as well.
The issue with forcing the dive there, oh, Muri getting jumped on.
I don't think this should mean too much. I'm curious if they're going to try and force this. They do manage to get a charm off onto the Ziggs. The damage coming through. They're looking to take him down. Soul grabs the kill. Scarlet Petal joins in. Cape is a little bit too late. Tries to pull back. The whip becomes lightning, but won't be able to strike them down. Nico joining in now. Gets wombo combo. Bounced around. It's a bouncy castle, and Nico has to pay full admission. Trying to flash in. Iggy finds a 2-man taunt. Coming in with the Justice Punch, but goes in between them all. Won't be able to find the follow-up crowd control. Banana pull ahead with 3 kills.
It's a sunk cost fallacy, granted. They're so greedy to keep trickling in one by one, looking to clean up the fight, and they all get picked off Renatus, they sacrificed the early advantage because of that greedy play. Now, a lot of gold going towards iNitrogen because Nico had to roam down. Loses a lot of the priority and a lot of the initiative in this lane. Now, Triforce done for iNitrogen. He's going to be slapping Nico with that huge power spike.
Slapping him with his wallet, effectively, right? Nico this time around is actually itemized to go straight for the Phage as well as the Ruby Crystal. No armor item because he recognizes how much true damage Darius really does as well as some mixed magic damage. So this is a little bit trickier for Nico, right? It's not so straightforward. You can't just build one armor item and then negate most of your opponent's damage. That being said, the Renatus are the ones to start forcing this Infernal Drake early on. They're looking to make this a priority. Muri over on the side will get taken down, assassinated, and Scarlet Petal will not go down, and so they buy a lot of time for the rest of his team. Came coming in with the ultimate, they come back in with Aegis ultimate as well, trying to take down Soul, but it's a little bit too difficult with the Spirit Rush, repositioning away for the fight. Nico tries to take back down Vendetta, but it's too little too late, and the rest of Renatus, Pain has to flash away, stuck in the pit, Dragon goes over to Banana, 7-1 now.
They caught Muri at the start of the fight. That is 80% of your damage removed because he's unable to throw down the Mega Inferno Bomb while Banana's in the pit, so they know they have that window in for the fight afterwards. Vendetta's able to clean up, and these messy fights do not benefit Renatus at all because during this whole period, Banana is collecting objectives, they're getting the bounties, they had the earlier advantage from the misplayed extensions. Tails and iNitrogen and Scarlet Petal looking like they're in a very good spot right now. And so, 4-0-3, completing an early Rod of Ages, moving into a death camp now, is going to start putting a lot more pressure on Muri.
You have to watch your position. You have to watch when you're going against Team Banana. You know, they've been so good at finding these catches. And this is important because they're running the Kazakhs, because they're running the Ari. That's exactly what they're looking for. Early ultimate coming in for the damage, trying to take down Cape. They won't be able to find the Xin Zhao first. And with the Rift Arrow low, it doesn't seem to matter because they don't have the consistent damage. Their front line is gone. Vendetta finds a triple kill, and they're on to the Rift Arrow. Takes that down. Banana coming up massive in game 1.
The play now is to just drop the Herald mid. Don't even think. Run mid with the Herald because you have this wave. You should be able to pick up this tier 1 and potentially this tier 2, but instead they decide to hold off on it and just abuse the fact that they had the minions to siege down to tier 1. All 4 members collapsing, and I underestimated how much damage they had. Look at this. Instant Serot's Grudge picked up 30 stacks. 7 minutes in is massive coming in for Tails.
Hey, you, me, and everybody on Renatus apparently underestimated the damage that Banana have. That's at least 7 people, right? Because we clearly didn't expect how much Vendetta was able to get done despite only having a few components at that point.
By the way, this is the best version of the Fasting Senna. Like going for early Serot's Grudge, it's flat stats, armor penetration, and a slow, and then you have all this gold going towards Scarlet Petal, who's playing as a full tank in the front line, who has innate damage reduction, has the ability to reset the fight and keep the Senna safe because of the peel.
See, that was the difference, right? Scarlet Petal being full tank there around that dragon fight meant they couldn't take him down early, and so when Muri went down, had they at least taken down Scarlet Petal, it could have been a little bit more worthwhile.
Setting up for this play.
Eggy has Flash again. They try and Valkyrie in first early, but end up expanding too much because now they're going to get disjointed. Sent to the other side. Pain's going to go down. Cape gets engaged on. The Chop barely misses, but they continue to press on. Scarlet Petal quite tanky at this point, but they see Muri coming in, so they have to back away, but that's at least 1 kill to Banana.
They drop the Herald. They don't have the wave. They're looking to just siege with 4 members while the Herald tanks this one up, and Renatus can do nothing but stare as their bot lane tier 1 goes down. And you can see the difference with Senna Nasus versus Senna Gragas, right? The amount of priority and initiative you have to make these plays happen, to counter the plays. You're not just dropping back as Nasus like, oh, I don't want to fight here.
Wither you.
Yeah, wither and run away. No, you're running back in, you're re-engaging for your team, you're setting things up. This is the power of the Fasting Senna with someone that has agency.
Now looking at the Ari, completing the Rod of Ages as well as the Rabadons at 8.5 minutes into the game. I mean, that's a huge spike, right? Being able to scale up so much faster.
7.5K.
It's going to be so difficult for Muri to get anything done because Muri has had to take a bit of a detour. You know, I think at this point, as you're looking at the Ziggs, having the barrier just try and survive. Now down towards the bot side, they manage to get some damage back over onto Pain to get the root off as well. Looking to see if Cape can get anything done. The big Ziggs ultimate almost takes them down. They do manage to find Pain that time. Scarlet Petal displaces them with his own ultimate, and this is a 4 versus 5. But Renatus were late, and their numbers will not matter.
Now Banana will back off after baiting out a couple of big ultimates. Mega Inferno Bomb and Hero's Entrance used is crucial because without the area denial, they can now swing over to this Cloud Dragon, take it up for free. Notice that both Soul and Iron Nitrogen still have the ultimates. Those are big combat skills, right? Whereas without Mega Inferno Bomb or Hero's Entrance, it's tough to fight.
And as it was shown just now, 46 stacks at the center. Thank you very much to the observers for showing us exactly how much pain Renatus is in. Watching as the center is getting stronger and stronger at 9.5 minutes. You're kind of just watching the game snowball out of control.
Nico, despite finding, his early success in the tournament and holding on to his own, after roaming down and misplaying that attempt to clean up, is in a bad spot now. He cannot fight against Iron Nitrogen. Protobelt, apprehend.
Bad spot, about to turn worse. They thankfully still have the package for Pain to get away. And Eggy does manage to escape as well, but Banana take away a pretty big engage tool and disengage tool for Renatus.
The tough part here is they can't really do Baron because although Vendetta has a lot of solo damage, it's still in a tricky spot for them to just stay inside the pit. You never want to be in an enclosed area against Ziggs, much less Ziggs, Corki, and Galio, so they can't really take the Baron as an objective, but what they can do whenever Ari is around is just bait it out, right? Force them to check, force them to walk up, hit a charm, and then collapse on them with Scarlet Petal's Flash Body Slam.
But what's important here is vision control for Banana is overwhelming. They can just walk into the pit. Look at that, So tries to bait him out. He tries to make them think that he's using his on the Baron, but it was right by the side. I'm not sure if Renatus were able to pick up on that piece of information. There we go, the mist coming through for Banana. They're trying to force the engage, takes the flash away from K. Vendetta jumps in. Won't quite be able to find anything, and I think Renatus, once bitten, twice shy, know that the Baron isn't going to be started up that easily. But this time around, it must be clear what they're trying to do.
Still a bad play to start it up. The Shrine is still there. The Skull Crab still gives them vision, but they find this pick on Murray, forces him to flash away. Cape, he's disjointed. He jumped in alone.
He jumps in, and the Gallo tries to provide some support, goes in as well. Iggy will have to get away with the Justice Punch. Now moving in, it looks like Soul's trying to take them down, but Nico will be able to trade back for one. Unfortunately, I think that's all they're good for. Banana has set up a prior defense, have set up in their jungle, and they're taking them down. An ace for Banana and on their victory march.
Banana was selling the fake so well that Cape bit it, right? They started up the Baron and Cape was like, no, I have to go in here. And he jumps in alone, baits Iggy as well with the Hero's Entrance. Banana turn around, pull the trigger in their choke with Scarlet Petal and Tails behind them. Remember that in these areas, explosive cast, the root from the center, and everything that Banana is throwing at Renatus will stick even more. You get the inhibitor, they can reset here again. Don't have to do the Baron, just bait it out, or just wait for the Ocean Dragon to come up.
Yeah, no minion ways available for them to close it out there, so they have to go and hold on a little bit longer. F timer's still a little bit too early, and like you mentioned, Cape, he had to make something happen. He had to do something. He thought that even with the Crescent Guard, he was going to have enough shielding, enough resistance to survive when the Galio joins back in. Fortunately, that is not the case, as Banana already pulled the trigger again. They're looking to catch on to Cape. Cape will be going down. Banana looks like the one to pick up that kill. Instead, it gets handed over to the Darius, who's finding a great position to be in. They move in onto Renatus, and they get collapsed on, squeezed, and dry. They're going down. Renatus will not be able to hold on. Banana with the game 1 win. They're walking in on the Nexus, but the minion wave not quite there. They just get the shield off, but this should be it with 15 seconds left on the death time, as I don't see a way for Renatus to get back in.
Surrender is not an option. Banana are going to run in. Now the minions arriving. We'll be able to give them this game 1 victory against Renatus. Banana, a very good macro play and very good discipline. A lot of the old fundamental skills of League of Legends PC holding true, recognizing that they don't have enough damage, they don't have the burst potential or the DPS to focus down Baron. What do? They set up the bait, they sell the fake, they pop the Shroud from the center and just run at them and collapse.
Absolutely huge setup for Banana there, being able to convince Renatus that the Baron was started up, and Renatus decided that they had to make something happen because, like you mentioned, they are quite heavy, AP heavy, and so with that, it's a very difficult time clearing out waves. You don't really have much of a choice. You have to make something happen in that time.
The thing is, even though Banana sold the fake very well, I think towards the end, Cape started drinking the Kool-Aid. He started jumping in way too much. He's just like, you know what? I think this game is over. I'm just gonna try and get something done.
Well, I mean, sometimes you just gotta get to the next game fast, right?
Yeah, we saw him refuse to surrender, so it's an idea of what's going on behind the scenes. I think it's a very tough game, especially when your attempts to clean up the kills, if you remember, they all trickled in one by one and all got picked off. That's a tilter. That's a classic tilter.
But you know, that being said, Banana did play it very well as well. We can see why they have been able to be such a threat to Alliance and actually taking a game off of them. You know, isn't a fluke. You know, it showcases exactly what we're looking to see. They are playing a lot more aggressively, and that composition they were playing looks a lot similar to what Alliance played against them. You know, Azorveki pulling out the Ahri, and then they also paired that together with the Gragas with Scarlet Petal. I really like these adaptations and these changes, as well as the Senna as sort of as a fasting Senna, but just bringing Senna in with anything that's not Nessus.
Yeah, I have to give a big thumbs up of approval to that one. Banning the Nessus away and then for Banana to pivot and say, yeah, you know what, I think Gragas is pretty good too. It's like a revelation for them, right? If they had never had the Nessus banned out, they wouldn't have known this would have been so OP. I think that's the new issue. Now you have to worry about Senna Gragas. It's not Senna Nessus that's the problem anymore. And the value that he brings to the lane, the amount of counter engage, as well as the ability to sit in front of the Senna and say, no, you're not hitting the backline. I have damage reduction. I have multiple ways to hold you in place. And through all of this, I'm going to get healed up. It's just an unwinnable fight.
It's really a problem when the Senna can start to scale up and be so far behind and you can't get to it because you have to worry about your own backline. Vendetta was able to jump in. Like you mentioned, we didn't expect that kind of damage, right? One of the issues that was also kind of had was Murray on the Ziggs was getting caught out while trying to rotate over to the rest of the team.
He was getting caught out, period, right? Even in the first Dragon fight, they isolated him and they hit him with the Charm as well as the knockback from Gragas. So those are the tools that you have, you know, again, that allows you to force these picks, and it's a really smart adaptation in the composition. You know, it's always going to be a good Senna game when I don't have to track like the amount of souls she has because she still feels strong. Like, it's okay if she has 20 souls here, 30 souls here, her items are there, it's fine, it's just whatever. When you have to start tracking the souls, it's like every soul counts.
Hopefully, as we get into this next game, Renatus will be able to make a couple of adaptations. It does feel like having so many bans placed against Nico has been putting quite a bit of pressure on Renatus to make something happen. Hopefully, with these changes into some degree and maybe going into this next one, they might recognize, okay, maybe we play the Dare instead of Renekton or whatever along the barrel. But it's such a hard call at this point.
I think Cape has not been having a good day. Honestly speaking, he's not been having a good day, right? His impact has been very marginal in most of the games, and he's not had that presence that we want to see from junglers that, you know, or the junglers that he picks up. Early on, his ganks, great. You know, level 1, forcing in with the Galio taunt flash was great, but then after that, it feels like he disappeared off the map.
Yeah, he had some good moments where he was playing well with his team, but like you said,
drank the Kool-Aid.
Yeah, was convinced what the enemies were trying to get done and kind of fell into that trap. Renatus will continue to hold on to the blue side first pick, and so I'm curious if this is going to mean that they want to prioritize for Nico again, or if they're going to look to try and pull something else. And see, the difference is Banana have now shown us that they're not a one-trick pony. They don't care for the Rakan Zaya, where they can also grab Senna and something else. You know, they show multiple options at this point, whereas Pain, he has been quite reliant on the Corki. I feel like that is something that they are most comfortable with. Don't get me wrong, you should play what you're comfortable with if you're able to make it execute, but Banana seem to have figured out their strategy. They know that they're going to play for Nico's strong side and then play for weak side Pain as well as Iggy. Now, can we see a change from Renatus to adapt to this and maybe throw Banana off the game?
One thing you should note, like now that you mentioned that, the fact that they have an understanding Nico is strong side, Pain and Iggy is weak side, they should be dedicating more jungle attention to Nico and that first gank early on, because they kind of showed that Xin Zhao's bot. Nico has to play on the back foot. He knows there's no jungle support for like the next minute, right? So that allows Iron Nitrogen to just walk up and bully him. It's a big issue coming in as we see the bans, pick and ban rather, underway. We're just waiting a little bit for the players to come through.
So a little bit of attention has to be placed around Nico for
Say
for
a little
Cape.
bit more than a bit.
a lot.
Yeah.
Has to be attention has to be placed onto Nico, right? But at the same time, it feels quite awkward because it seems most of the time they allow for Nico to kind of sit in his own little island, do his own thing. Even in the match against Shinsekai, right? Both sides kind of mutually agree that there's no point interfering with that lane because you run the risk of them potentially double killing you.
Yeah.
And I think that is like the main threat and reason why you don't want to let something like that happen. So I'm curious if that's going to be a change this time around. First things first, Ari bad for Renatus.
They were hovering the Nasus for a while. I was like, yeah, probably not. We'll let the Nasus through if you guys want to play that. We should see 3 Nico bans coming in, the Riven, Fiora, and Camille, just to weaken the carry potential of this Renatus Baron laner. Nasus might still come through as a ban. Maybe if you ban out Nasus here, you might want to ban out Gragas and just make it such that Senna becomes a really tough pick to pair. Although I do have like other choices in the back of my head that goes well with Senna.
But honestly, why ban Nasus?
Just straight up ban Senna, right?
Just ban Senna because you're not playing Nasus with anything else, are you?
That is true. I feel like they're missing the idea of this Senna +1 lane.
Unless they first pick Senna.
It's called Senna +1, right? Yeah, maybe they can first pick Senna.
But then they ban away the choices themselves. What is this?
So, again, here's my theory craft, right? If you first pick Senna here, your opponents pick Xayah Rakan.
Sure.
You could go for something like Darius and flex it, but instead they're gonna go back to the Corki and probably match it with a Braum or a Pio support as Rengar comes through. Now, Twisted Fate was left open. Yeah, I was about to say, this is very, very bad for Renatus. They left Rengar Twisted Fate open, and Banana excels in this composition.
They already had issues dealing with Soul before, and now he's coming in this Twisted Fate. I think that's going to be even more problematic. Cave is looking for the Olaf this time around. And we see how well Olaf can do when you pair it together with a strong Enchantress kind of support. So, but then that pulls away from a bit from the power of the Corki, because where we had previously imagined Braum Galio, if you choose for that now, weakens the Olaf pick.
Yeah, the Olaf needs help from one Enchanter at least, so maybe they're smart to pick away the Lulu here, because their opponents have already shown like Corki Braum. Picking the Lulu is not only a denial of one of the enchanters, it also prevents Muri from like pulling out shenanigans, like playing mid lane Lulu or something, right?
Yeah.
So Banana here with the Kai'Sa Lulu, what this tells me is they're going to be picking a very solo, like split push heavy Baron laner and dedicate resources from Rengar Twisted Fate to continuously dive that lane so that Nico doesn't get to play Wild Rift.
It just seems so similar and so reminiscent to Alliance's second game again, right? It feels like Banana are right on their coattails and are looking to try and play out that strategy, but then, you know, they always say the imitation never beats the original.
Oof, yeah.
And while that might be too early to say, Renatus once again in backs against the wall are here to pull out a pick you don't generally see, bringing in the Jax in the Baron lane and also going to round things off with the Diana. I like to see this. Muri back on the Diana. Feels like something he's much more comfortable with. Let's see if he can make something happen.
I'm thinking about itemization for Jax. Essence Reaver is okay, but you don't want Solari Charge Blade after that. I think you want Navori Quick Blade as quick as possible, because then it just goes back to like Spear of Shojin Jax, if you remember that,
yes.
that particular patch.
Yes.
So it seems like the answer here is going to be the Garen against the Jax, and they were worried about playing kind of split push heavy Baron laner into the Jax, because with Twisted Fate and Rengar, a lot of their damage is mitigated with the Jax kind of dodge, right? When he pops the E and the counter strike comes up, you can dodge away from Gold Card as well as the Q from Rengar, if I'm not wrong.
So being able to get away from some of this targeted stuns may matter, but I think the Rengar's damage still can come through for the most part.
The thing is, because he is able to dodge and he has that evasion, you don't want to be playing towards top now. You want to be playing towards bot. So they just pick the tank. Go even in a matchup against the Jax. It's okay if he doesn't. As long as he doesn't
have to
you.
take it. Yeah, you can be shoved in as long as you hold on to your turret for as long as possible. And once the Destiny gate is up, once the Rengar is available, just gank Nico a couple of times. Make sure that he's securely, firmly in the dirt, and then start rotating around the rest of the map.
Just pat the ground fresh first, and then move off from.
Make a nice mound. Make sure he has a tombstone.
The tough part here is like, which lane is Rengar Twisted Fate gonna hit then? If it's not the Baron lane,
yeah,
it's an obvious question. Obvious answer to the question would be like the Dragon lane, but they don't have enough crowd control, I feel. Kai'Sa Lulu is a very defensive lane, it's a very reactive lane. It's hard to set things up unless your opponents decide to handshake the matchup. Meaning to say, they walk up, they try to fight you, and then Twisted Fate ports behind them. But if they stay neutral in lane, and they don't decide to walk up, they're like close to their tier 1, you can't really walk back, you can't really engage on them without, taking a lot of turret damage.
So it's a very fine line to draw, and they have to be worried about that. But at least going into this game, now that Banana is already 1 point up and getting closer and closer to the win, Renatus definitely have to look for some kind of play. Unfortunately, we saw what happened when they tried to pull out Tryndamere. I wonder if Jax is going to be the same, or we're going to see a different outcome. A lot of focus on Nico, banning out his champion pool. I think a lot of players, a lot of teams have respected him as that primary carry for Renatus. And if they can deny him, then they have a chance to pull away a good 2-0. But that being said, we're moving into game shortly. This is match point for Banana. Top 3 determined, and now we just need to figure out where everybody fits into that top 3 ladder. This is the final lower bracket game, lower bracket series. So here we have it. Renatus versus Banana, the all-important lower bracket game with Banana at match point.
Well, the upside here is at least all 3 of our finalists, so to speak, get 3 months worth of 100 plus, so that's a win.
They get a refreshing drink, for sure. For at least quite a while, and we do see a decent start from both sides, looking to try and crash into waves. Looks like there's been a bit of an adaptation to, walk over, pop that scrying plant, that scrying orb, and get some intel on where the enemy is. Eggy will do the same thing they did last game. They'll be waiting for Scarlet Petal as well as Tails to show up down bot side. Will be in the River Brush to get some harass on them, just make them feel a bit of pain.
Iron Nitrogen now, just shoving the wave out. In these level 1s, there is a cheese you can employ with Jax, which is just to walk up, put on Counter Strike, and then auto the enemy laner. And because he missed it. Because the minions will switch their aggro to you, you actually do a decent amount of damage with the Counter Strike reactivation. Nico was unable to do that because of spin to win coming in from Iron Nitrogen.
But that was pretty sick. You saw him just pull out the Q and then baits out the Counter Strike. You gotta love to see. You love and hate to see it. Vendetta will be rotating mid side and gets spotted by the ward. Will instead move over to get this Skull Crab. Both sides trading some pressure, but this should give them indication of where Cape is going to be. So I think this is a sign from Iron Nitrogen to start backing off. You can see that will be the case.
This wave is actually pushing up for Mori, so he needs to be careful because there's a lot of CC coming in from Soul. Anytime he hits a gold card, it's a gank that could happen. So you have to posture very defensively every time you're pushing up. He does have a ward on the bottom half as well, so it's like you really need to be very careful, which is why he's backed off.
Yeah, thankfully he had some information where the Rengar was, but then he lost intel on that. Now they do get intel on where Vendetta is walking towards the Crux. Will take a little bit of a harass, but can steal away the camp again. Just seems to be the general meta of the game right now. You want to grab that camp away from your enemy Dragon Lane aside.
Even though this is a very defensive reactive lane coming in for Scarlet Petal and Tails, because it is double range, they can still push up, they can still bully the opponents. But what I mean to say is, they don't have that kind of like lockdown that you need when you want to force a Twisted Fate or Rengar gank, so it's very iffy if they do decide to play towards bot side, but Banana's holding on pretty well in terms of how Vendetta is scaling. He's level 5, his throw of the Hunt, looking to make something happen on map. He could try and hit mid first, because gold card from Soul is always going to be available.
Could be the case if he has the damage items and he has enough damage to take down Miri. And it's difficult to itemize for the Diana between both sides, trying to survive.
Physical and magical.
Exactly. So it's difficult to itemize against that. So could be a cause for concern for the Diana.
What I don't want him to do is go to the Baron lane. The lane is going to be slightly pushed up now as Iron Nitrogen hits this. It's in a state where Nico can just use the hop to his first skill to hop away to minion and not really have to deal with the all-in.
Both sides just seem to be sort of at a stalemate. Nico is doing a very good job of freezing the wave towards his side, but that only really matters if Cape is there to punish Iron Nitrogen. Otherwise, it doesn't seem to matter all that much. That being said, first objectives are starting to spawn now. The first thing to watch out for is how these teams are going to play around it. The last game, there was an Infernal Drake, and that forced Renatus to go and play around that heavily. As a result, Banana were able to get a very good teamfight in favor.
So Tails has Q evolved right now. Icathian Rain is evolved with BF Sword, that Longsword, and the Grievous, the Executioner's Calling. So there's a power spike to be had. Destiny's up, Thrill of the Hunt is up. They need to force something here, make use of this window. I think playing passive is not the way to go at it, because Banana's composition needs to snowball a bit more.
It does seem like both sides will trade some pressure and trade objectives. Rift Herald over to Renatus and Banana taking this dragon instead. Let's see if they can make the Rift Herald into something bigger. They don't have the best siege potential organically, but with this Rift Herald could give them first turret.
It's a lot more beneficial for Renatus here if they can drop the Herald top and shove Iron Nitrogen away, because the further he is from the rest of his team, the less he can contribute. Remember, he's not a split pusher. He's just meant to soak damage in fights. He's a bit more of like a bruiser or a straight up tank.
But you can see how concerned they are now with this. Destiny going to be used out bot side. They do manage to find a decent amount of damage back onto Murray, but with the package, forces Banana away.
This is what I mean. It's a reactive lane, right? You can't force these ganks because you don't have CC. Even if you use Thrill of the Hunt and Destiny, in that case, they only use the ladder, it's still tough to convert on a 4v2 or 4v3.
So Banana cannot quite find much in the bottom side. It was actually RTS that were able to get the initiative back. Banana do find a bit of damage down to this bottom side turret. Fortunately, that should be about where it ends. Next Dragon's going to be in Inferno. I'm looking forward to see how that timing is going to play out, because Banana want to start scaling up. They want to start getting stronger. Doesn't seem like they've quite been able to find the strength that they want. This early game has been quite docile compared to what we've seen so far.
Swap it up, actually. I'm just rotating to collect the wave, and I think Murray should be making his way back to mid lane. The problem with him sitting on this half of the map is if it gets pushed up, it's really tough for... Oh, here comes Thrill of the Hunt. They want to make a play happen.
3 ready to jump onto Nico. It looks like Vendana's going to rotate around. Doesn't quite seem like they can find him. Scrying Orb just barely misses out. Info on the Jax. He manages to recall in time. And this does give some space over to Renatus in the side lane. So let's see if they can actually farm up in this time.
Eventually, Nico's going to get to a point where I think it's like Blade of the Ruin King and Trinity Force. If he does go that route, he'll be able to shove Iron Nitrogen away and start split pushing. I'm curious what his item path is, right? Because I talked about like the Pseudo Spear of Shojin with Navori Quick Blades. There's also another option, which is the Tank Shredder, where you go Blade of the Ruin King and Trinity Force.
Soul is isolated down in the Dragon Lane by himself though, and I really want to see Renatus punish this and go down there to make something happen. Unfortunately, they don't have information on when Vendetta is. Because of that, they couldn't go aggressively against the Twisted Fate. So that could be something that Renatus want to work on. Grab vision of the jungle. Make sure you know where the Rengar is going to be.
Good read here for Soul. Like you said, he's alone, so the 4-man collapse from Renatus will be able to help them pick up this tier 1 and the first turret of the game.
Gold is equalized. Banana try to equalize that in the mid lane. Unfortunately, the wave will not be able to come in time. So they're just going to back off. Renatus continues to allow Nico to just farm up against Iron Nitrogen. I don't think the Garen is too concerned about this for now.
You really can't do anything against the Jax. Like, best case scenario, hit him with the silence and then spin away, right? Eventually though, Nico, we saw he went for Triforce. He's going to be going towards, I think, Blade of the Ruin King next. And that is going to allow him to deal with the HP and the stats that Iron Nitrogen is building.
Much slower paced game compared to what we saw first time around. I think that might be the difference as a result of changing up the jungler. Instead of going for something like the Sinjao, which can initiate, can find you entry into these fights, they're playing for the Olaf. Cape is trying to play for something that can do a little bit better in these team fights, run down the back line. But I think that with the fact that Scarlet Petal is now playing the Lulu, it's going to be too difficult for Olaf to get much done here.
They basically have this Lulu as insurance, but it's also an issue for them to force things, which is putting Banana in an impasse, right? They're not in a position where they can just straight up fight, but they also can't. They also prevent the Olaf from running at them.
You won't really lose a fight, but that's because, but that also means you cannot really start a fight. But then I just kind of try to hold their own against Renatus, who are sieging out the mid lane and moving towards the dragon.
So there will come a point where I think Soul is going to finish the rapid fire cannon, and that is another avenue for them to find these picks. A gold card with the extended range of the rapid fire cannon onto maybe Iggy or Pain is going to help them start fights off in a very non-committal way.
This is nice. Renatus sacrificing the Rift Herald in the mid lane just to ensure they get the Elder Drake. It does seem like the Baron lane turret will go down in that time though, unless Renatus are able to rotate over in quickly enough.
Don't think Iron Nitrogen gets this here. 3 members of Renatus are here. Soul is just popping the Destiny for information. He's actually porting to mid.
They're moving on to Cave as well as on to Muri, who should be going down soon. Flashes away back into safety. Unbreakable plus stand behind me gets them back under the turret and away from Banana. Nice recovery from Renatus.
Look at how difficult it is for Banana to force the issue, right? Every time they use these ultimates, they don't have enough lockdown because Scarlet Petal is unable to connect. It's not a Galio, it's not an Alistair, there's no follow-up. He's only good for peeling, which is great against Cave. But how are you gonna, isolate someone? How are you gonna play for the side lane? How are you gonna pick people off when you don't have the crowd control?
Well, the Glitter Lance apparently will have to do.
No. No. Unacceptable.
Unacceptable. But different game this time around now. Renatus, they are the ones looking to try and scale up. And Nico, while he cannot get anything done against iNitrogen for the moment, once he continues to scale up, hits this mid to late phase, will become much more of a team-fighting threat and the team-fighting presence, which is exactly what they want. In his stronger position, Banana would be punishing the Jax harder to prevent this, but unfortunately, like you mentioned before, when you're playing Rengar Garen, there's little to do against the Jax.
I wanted him to, pick a Baron laner that had a little bit more initiative, but again, I think the draft just went sideways towards the end. They got a little bit thrown off by Lulu. I think that was not the pick.
Okay, here we go. Fall collapsing in onto Soul. He already uses Wildcard, so he has to get away.
This is a misplay from Banana. They were rotating up for a second. They wanted to save this, but then they realized too late. So what they're doing now is correct. They should have been escorting the wave up and then started focusing down. But now they're probably going to get cut off. You can see that the flank is coming in.
It's a little bit too late. Braum joining into the fight with Lucid Destiny come through. Nice stun coming in. Lands onto the Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa will have to face off the Fury of Renatus, who joined in. Miri comes in with the Moonfall. Finds decent damage back onto them. But Tails left alone, left unattended, unchecked. Will be able to free hit, take them down, give them a triple kill, and fall in for Renatus.
Banana wins these fights because Renatus decides to handshake, right? You don't need crowd control when Renatus are running straight at you because you have the ability to stand your ground with the Lulu and deliver the damage with the Kai'Sa. So the composition is not effective at pressing the issue. It's effective at pulling back, hiding with the Lulu, and then fighting, and then now they get the Baron. This is another way to play the side lanes and neutralize the Jax, who has not picked up his Blade of the Ruined King yet. Can't really deal with the push coming in from iNitrogen in the side lane.
It's so important that Tails was the first priority target there, but like you mentioned, Scarlet Petal, he can boost up the Kai'Sa as much as he wants, but without crowd control, he's not going to get to do very much. The issue is Renatus entirely ignored Tails.
They straight up ran at them.
They just ignored Tails and assumed that the Kai'Sa was going to die. Pain was trying to kill as many as he could in that moment. Unfortunately for them, Tails was free hitting Pain in the backline, took him down, then changed his targets. It just doesn't work that way. You have to acknowledge to take down the Kai'Sa first, and you have to wait. You have to either get a pick off on Scarlet Petal, or you just have to take it down and hope that your burst is enough to go past all the shields, the wild growth and everything.
Iron Sensor is done on the Lulu. I didn't really see if the rapid fire cannon was completed, but they're just jumping into the jungle with the one shot. Oh my god!
How greedy can you get? Wait, try to steal away the red buff or take the red buff through all of that. Muri repositions back on the turret, goes golden, but will fall to Vendetta in the end. It just seems like Renatus are playing on tilt. Wanna try and make something happen, but unfortunately it's too little too late. Cape takes way too much damage, even with the Ragnarok, almost goes straight down. Nico can only get so much done in the side lane. He's just holding his own against iNitrogen.
The fatal mistake that Renatus made this game was the earlier team fight, and the only team fight they took, right? Again, I say, handshaking against the Lulu, who has no way to press the issue, is just a dead giveaway. Like, there's no way that Banana wins these fights unless you decide to run at them, and they commit the cardinal sin of doing that. Nico here is getting held off by iNitrogen, who has the Baron buff, or had the Baron buff at least.
Had a difficult time against the Garen to begin with, and still facing off against him. Not able to get all too much done. Where they will hope... I think this is the obvious strategy for most teams dealing with RTS at this point. If you have to do anything, just deal with the Nico.
Yep.
Just deal with Nico first, and then you can deal with everything else right after.
He's got the Blade of the Ruined King. He's moving into a bit more damage, but at this point I feel like it's a little too late for Nico to come online. He's level 12, which is not the highest compared to Vendetta and Soul.
Is he trying to get something done against Tails here?
No
Will
way.
give away his position, tries to jump on, gets decent damage off. But the gold card from Seoul just hovering by the side, they cannot force this.
He can't do it because the Kai'Sa has evolved E already, so the supercharge gives him that invisibility, and he's able to just kite away and reposition against the counter-strike. So you don't win the Kai'Sa in a 1v1 anymore right now.
You look at Cape's position right now, he's down towards the bottom side, trying to clear out waves. I think he's clearing out his jungle camp as well at the same time, but I'm not sure that's where you want the Olaf to be. Olaf should be together with your team at this point, because now they just get to force onto Nico, and it should at least take away some pressure from this side. Now they get to escort the wave in. They should be able to get this turret maybe after 2 or 3 waves.
The name of the game is just to push mid Baron, and then in 10 seconds when the Baron is up, you can just set your sights towards that because you've isolated the vision around the top quadrant of the jungle, or the most western portion of the jungle. And for them to check into this is very deadly because Thrill of the Hunt is, well, Thrill of the Hunt is up, but you have Gold Card to just stop them in their tracks.
You don't even have to bait this one out. Look at the damage they have this time around. It's a different composition. They have plenty of damage against targets that are in their face, there to fight them, and Baron is a prime example. Banana grabbed the second Baron of the game. I think RTS are on their deathbed. They're trying their best to hold on.
Go hard this guy and kill him.
Yeah, Banana are there to pull the ventilator, to pull the bug, to take down Renatus. They're trying their best to fight back. Mui find the catch on the tails. The Kai'Sa should go down. Here Seoul has to run away, but that's only one catch so far. Nico tries to get a second stun. Will end up barely escaping, but now joining in, Vendetta finds his first. Looking at a potential second. They go golden and Muri exposed by the Destiny Gate. They get in and intercept them back into the base under the turn. They just do not care. Nitrogen will put an end to that run. Renatus just have nothing to do in the face of Team Banana. Iggy doing his best to stop the Garen, but they broke it open the mid lane at this point, escorting the wave in. Even without the Kai'Sa, there's not much left for them to do. They try to flash forward, Vendetta wants to take down the Corki one last time. Banana will be able to advance into the grand finals to face off in the grudge match against Alliance.
Very clean play coming towards the end. They alternated towards mid and Baron lane. Once they got the objective, they know it was done and dusted. They can just push in, and there's nothing that Renatus can really do to defend. My original call was, I was thinking it was going to be 2-1 Banana because of, looking at this draft, I really thought it was going to be 2-1 because their composition has no way to press advantages, and Banana is a team that wants to push forward when they are hit. It's just that Renatus, again, made the mistake of handshaking them in the middle fight, and we saw how horribly that went.
So, now that we've seen the game play out, which team did you think was going to win 2-1?
I thought Banana was going to take it 2-1, honestly. Yeah.
Alright, results-based analysis. Whichever team wins is the one that we think is going to win. But big congratulations to Banana, but their journey does not end here. They still have to play off in the grand finals. And Renatus, a good job, but this is where the story will end. That being said, we have our highlights ready to take a look back at how Banana were able to win this series. Long time for the rest of his team. Cape coming in with the ultimate. They come back in with Aegis ultimate as well. Trying to take down Soul, but it's a little bit too difficult with the Spirit Rush. Repositioning away for the fight. Nico tries to take back down Vendetta, but it's too little too late. And the rest of Renatus, Pain has to flash away. Stuck in the pit. Dragon goes over to Banana. 7-1 now.
They caught Muri
now moving in. It looks like Soul's trying to take them down, but Nico will be able to trade back for one. Unfortunately, I think that's all they're good for. Banana has set up a prior defense, have set up in their jungle, and they're taking them down. An ace for Banana and on their victory march. And they get collapsed on, squeezed, and dry. They're going down. Renatus will not be able to hold on. Banana,
we're going to run in now. The minions arriving. We'll be able to give them this Game 1 victory against
Fight with Lucid Destiny come through. Nice stun coming in, lands onto the Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa will have to face off the fury of Renatus, who joined in. Miri comes in with the Moonfall, finds decent damage back onto them, but Tails left alone, left unattended, unchecked, will be able to free hit, take them down, give them a triple kill, and 4 dead for Renatus.
Banana didn't really see if the rapid fire cannon was completed, but they're just jumping into the jungle with the one shot. Oh my god!
How greedy can you get? Wait, try to steal away the Nico tries to get a second stun. Will end up barely escaping, but now joining in, Vendetta finds his first. Looking at a potential second. They go golden and Muri exposed by the Destiny Gate. They get in and intercept them back into the base under the turn. They just do not care. Nitrogen will put an end to that run. Renatus just have nothing to do in the face of Team Banana. Not much left for them to do. They try to flash forward. Vendetta wants to take down the Corki one last time. Banana will be able to advance into the grand finals to face off in the grudge match against Alliance. It's a really important set for Banana, and as we asked ourselves, have teams been able to close the gap, getting closer to Alliance? I think Banana are starting to showcase that.
Yeah, they're the only team to take a game off of Alliance so far in the playoffs, and now they have another chance to prove themselves on stream this time, whether they're capable of taking Alliance the full distance. It's going to be a best of 5 this time, and there is going to be a lot of window for exploration and adaptation, because we've seen how Banana, from game to game, from series to series, have learned new things, have deployed new tactics. This is the first time, I believe, we've seen iNitrogen playing on the weak side with a Garen tank. That's an adaptation too that I never thought would happen.
Being able to bring in and adapt to the opponents is a very important trait. I think Banana is showcasing that very well. And learning, well, I would say learning from Alliances, you see a very similar concept and idea in both their games against Tornadoes. With that being said, though, we're going to go into a quick little break. When we come back, it is the Grand Finals Alliance versus Bananas. In our best of 5, both teams are locked into the siege chance, but we still have a lot to determine when it comes to the prize pool, when it comes to the honor of being the first place, the champions of the Singapore series, the Singapore Icon Series fall season. We're going to a quick little break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Outshoot me? Captain Chemo on duty!
Sierra at 12 o'clock!
Dust them picks!
Nothing a little gunpowder won't fix.
Yeah, going. I think like global, worldwide is something that I always look forward to because it shows that it's not a Southeast Asia thing or not just a Singapore thing. The whole world recognizes it, and even though it may be small now, but that's how League of Legends started, right? League of Legends started in Freak Basement, so if like Wild Rift, the first year had been better than League of Legends for sure, but I think a lot of people had been skeptical about Wild Rift, and I hope that going worldwide can change people's perceptions of thinking that Wild Rift is dead, stuff like that. Yeah.
Definitely excited, but not sure whether I'll be able to participate.
Yes, I'm excited. I'm excited to play against better players from other regions, like stronger players. Yeah, it'll be very fun, competitive.
Excited as there will be more opportunity for us. Normally in the Singapore scene, there's not really much opportunities, and even if there are, it's also very one-sided. And I feel right now, most of every team have a chance, but except unless you're going up against Alliance, then probably you have to play for second place.
To be very honest, I think that it is a good thing. It is definitely a good thing for the game, and it is definitely a good thing for the aspiring players, right? But to be frankly honest, I think myself and quite a few of my teammates as well as friends who I know in the game, we are most probably hitting that expiration date. So it's quite unlikely that we will be around very much longer to enjoy the game. We may still play, but I would say that it's definitely good for the game and for the player base. Yeah. But sadly, personally speaking, I would say that this is probably one of the last few times that I will still have the time to, engage in this kind of activities. Yeah.
Oh, I definitely am, because actually at first when I joined Wild Rift, I wasn't sure how far this would go, and seeing that Riot is really pushing this to the global scene is just making me it's making me excited, and it's definitely giving me the motivation to push myself to be a better player, because it will definitely benefit me in the long run. Considering how this game has a very good future ahead in the tournament scene.
Yeah, of course. It's gonna be an exciting time.
Yeah, I think it's a very big leap, very big jump for Wild Rift in particular, because it sets a different playstyle from Mobile Legends. So Wild Rift is really gonna be the next big thing. Yeah.
Yes, I'm definitely excited because it gives much more opportunities for young and rising players, also veteran players, to kind of step up out of their elements to actually grind and push for on a global stage to kind of showcase what we have to offer.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. We're moving into the grand finals of the Wild Rift Sea Icon Series Singapore Fall Playoffs. It's down to two teams. Alliance and Banana both have made their way and secured the spots in the Sea Champs, but there's still a lot to be seen in terms of which team will take first place, take the honor of being the champs of the fall season. I'm Given this, and with me is Hungry Cast. We're about to jump into it. Hungry, how are you feeling about the series?
I feel like the Lions are the slated favorites. 3-1, 3-0, somewhere in the ballpark. I'm not sure if we'll go the full distance. Banana has showcased some impressive adaptation throughout the playoffs, and I think when it comes down to shifting your strategies on the fly against the Alliance, it's very much needed. Mechanically, they are up to task. I'm not sure how they work macro-wise though, because Jelson and Azoroveki have been really showing up.
Jelson and Azoroveki have come online, new additions to the team. You know, we were worried that Colin Feet and Rich leaving meant that the bot lane, the Dragon lane, might become a weaker version of themselves.
Raven's great.
But Raven has been able to come online. CWJ, you know, when he was previously the Baron lane, was more of a staple. He came in as more of a
Dude, the guy played tanks, just like Garen, Darius, and just like take the L, let Colin Feet and Rich pop.
And now as support, he's much more active, participates much better with the team. I love seeing these adaptations, this growth from Alliance, and I think the change has suited them very well.
Azoroveki has also taken on a bit more of a carry role, especially whenever he gets that Gragas for himself in the mid lane. He always looks for opportunities to jump on the opponent with Body Slam and Flash and start fights off for his team. So I think I like this decisive facet now being added into Alliance, because previously it used to be the Shinsekai show where like he says fight, we go, right? And then occasionally there are some miscommunications and they don't sync up very well. But now you have two members on your roster who are very experienced, who have that decisive kind of nature within them. Between Azoroveki and Jelson, they make the calls, you go, you start the fights, and you follow up. It's easier for Shinsekai and Raven to kind of clean up and play not really second fiddle, but just the stable kind of janitor role.
And before we go into our BO5 series, the grand finals of the playoffs, we've got to mention once again the sponsors for making all of this possible. 100 Plus as well as Secretlab for being contributing to local esports,
Yay.
giving us a chance to showcase Alliance as well as Banana come online and really be able to play their hearts out. You know, we talked so much about these teams, but when you look at them as on an individual level, a lot of them have day jobs, a lot of them have lives they have to lead on the other side. The fact that they get to come in and play for a prize pool that is honestly unprecedented in Singapore esports, I think.
Awesome stuff. It wouldn't be possible without our proud sponsors, our official beverage partner, 100 Plus, up your hydration game with 100 Plus, and they've been keeping us on our toes the whole day, just ensuring that we stay hydrated as we bring you guys all the action. We're always excited whenever we have these sponsors with us.
And 3 months over to these teams already.
Yeah, the top 3 teams get the 3 months worth of a 3 month supply of 100 Plus, and not to mention, you know, what is also up for grabs right now is a Secretlab Evo Titan 2022, right? We were talking about this, you know, the clips that we've been expecting all came in day 1. In day 2, there's so far been nothing much to really clip.
They've slowed down so that they can pop off in the finals.
That's so right. I'm expecting all 3, right? A Baron, Dragon Steel.
That is correct.
I'm expecting a Penta and a backdoor victory too. That's the toughest one, by the way.
Yeah, all in one game, by the way.
All in one game. On your screen, you can see the Secretlab Titan Evo 2022. It's significant improvements to the current line. Not to say that the current line isn't good, but a lot more ergonomic changes. Granted, has been kind of sitting in it the whole day. He looks like he's extremely well rested. Every time I stand up to move closer to the screen to cast, he's taking his time. He's like, I don't want to leave this chair.
It's too comfy. You don't want to ever leave it. And for you guys back at home, you want to stand a chance to win one for yourself, all you have to do is follow the rules on the Facebook post on the Versus Asia Facebook page. Over there, they'll give you some instructions, the details, and that's how you guys stand a chance to win it. Day 1, we had some exciting plays. Day 2, you guys can find something of your own.
Yeah, probably not sift through the whole. Well, you could sift through the
hey,
whole
if you want that chair, you better put in the work.
Right? You gotta work for it. That
well
chair is
worth
actually worth the work. I'll be honest.
Yeah, right. It's well worth it.
Or if you're just tuning in for the finals now, you know, pray really, really hard that Alliance set something up for you, or Banana set something up for you. All you have to do is just clip it. Like Brandon said, the instructions are on the Facebook page, but if you are not clued in, all you have to do is follow the Versus Asia as well as Secretlab Facebook page and comment with the link to the play and stand a chance to win that chair. Excited to see what both Alliance and Team Banana have for us in this grand final match, a best of 5, the lion's share of $22,000, as well as 5 individual Titan 2022, Evo Titan 2022 Secretlab chairs up for grabs.
Yeah, it's a big jump between the prize pool. And, you know, the fact that we've managed to see our top 2 teams already means they will both be going to the C Champs. And C Champs means they're playing against some of the best in the region. And last time around, once we saw our teams go win, Impunity unfortunately did not have the best run. Alliance did manage to make it into the playoffs, however. This time around, if you had to give a general sensing, how does the current iteration Team Banana kind of look to you? Because I feel like they are probably about that level, but there hasn't been clear indication if they're better or worse than Impunity.
So far from what I've seen, they are, to my opinion, better than Impunity when it comes to like individual mechanics, right? Everyone on their team has some ability to put the game on their back and then pop off. The difference being that they might lack the infrastructure that came with, you know, the Impunity name, because back then you have some sort of, you know, backing at least.
Right.
And the ability to set things up, you have some structure, makes things a lot easier to practice for. That being said, Banana already securing the spot in the C Champs, like you said, will get a lot more international experience when they do head over to that tournament. The opportunity to play against, you know, these other regions is always one that's very developmental.
So let's see how they kind of go about that, get to that point, because it's not going to be an easy road for sure. You know, playing against some of the best in the region, we see how that kind of works. But that being said, when you get better and you get that experience and you come back, bring it back to your own region, I think a lot of teams, the teams especially that play in the SSC when they went back to their own region, showcased a level of growth beyond anybody else.
Oh, for sure.
Right, they brought back their own region, a higher level of gameplay, more understanding, and everybody else was kind of playing catch up to them. So I really love seeing that at low adaptation there.
It's not just the strategy, but also like, as cliched it is to say, like the friends you make, right? Because now Alliance, they wouldn't have picked up Ozoroveki or Jelson if they never played in SSC. Think about it that way, man.
Right.
You know, consider the idea.
Okay, fair
so
enough.
one of the perks is also the friends we made along the way.
And if friendship is power, then Alliance apparently are the ones, the poor head of the curve here. You know, Azuraveki has such a strong past with a lot of the players in Alliance now. I really love seeing him as an inclusion here. And Raven now making this switch over to the marksman role in the Dragon lane. As a marksman main myself, I like seeing that switch. You know, it's the superior role anyway.
What is this pride? Why do all AD carries have some innate ego with their role? And then, like, I don't know what's up with this. You know, junglers and AD carries all have some innate ego with their role.
No, okay, so the thing is, right, AD carries have ego because they think they're the best at the game. They're the best mechanically. Junglers think that they have some ego because they think that they're the smartest in the game.
Ah, there you go.
Right. Mid laners have ego because they are wrong.
Wow. You know, I can't chime in on this because I am a mid laner, so I have no comment. We should be jumping to draft soon, ladies and gentlemen. Alliance versus Banana. This best of 5 is currently underway, and we take a look. Alliance on the blue side, Banana on the red side.
Yeah, Alliance being the first pick should indicate a bit of a change. You know, going into the series against Renatus, both sides had really similar strategy in the ban phase, was just to get rid of Nico's champion pool. This time around, it changes a lot. The dynamic is different, but Alliance has played against Banana once before, and vice versa. So Banana and Alliance should have some kind of an idea of how they want to approach ban phase.
I'm curious if they're going to ban out the Nasus. I don't think it's worthy of a ban. I think you default to removing Galio, Gragas, and Camille first. The Nasus in itself in isolation, even paired with the Senna, is not a big issue. All you need to do is just buy some like anti-healing, get a very dominant kind of lane bully, and you kind of snowball the lane, right?
See, here's the thing. Nasus has worked against a lot of other teams. Alliance is not the other team. Alliance is the team.
Yeah,
right?
I know
if you're going to go in playing Nasus against whatever Alliance have in store for you, I think that's very punishable. And if they, I think Alliance could very well just say, hey, go for the Nasus. We don't think it's that strong. We
I like
punish
the
them.
Kha'Zix ban against Vendetta. He's shown a bit more comfort when the pool thins out, and it's something that Banana rely on sometimes when it comes to just dealing damage in fights.
Yeah.
A lot of the way they conduct these team fights is for Vendetta to come in and clean up and help them chip the damage, you know, tip them over the edge so they win those massive 5-on-5s. Next ban out here, I wonder if they'll ban out the Akali or the Twisted Fate. Looks like Twisted Fate is the choice against Azuraveki. The Gragas actually warrants a big ban in my opinion.
If you can get rid of the Gragas, that's a lot of engage gone. We've seen how CWJ likes to approach it. Nasus being covered as a bad here, potentially Alliance might make that choice.
Okay.
Get rid of it. They don't want to quite deal with that. It seems like something they've prepared a little bit. They see Banana had prepared a little bit too well. That might be what the one game that they dropped. We don't know.
Fair enough, fair enough. Akali instead of the Gragas is the final ban, so a lot more respect given towards Shinsekai and Ozoroveki here. They have multiple choices, right? They could go Xin Zhao, not inherently in Joseon's pool. They could go Olaf if they want to secure an open, kind of easy comfort pick, but Gragas for Ozoroveki is the choice.
Likely going to Ozoroveki, but we've also seen it hit the CWJ before. Unlikely to go to Shinsekai, so for now it is still quite an open option, but this has left open choices like the Galio choices, that things like strong Baron laners are still available. So if C Banana wants to peel that away,
they can bait out the Xayah Rakan here and just play like Corki Galio if they feel comfortable with it, because it's something that Raven has displayed. He just prefers the Corki in general, and Galio is always a natural answer to the Rakan in lane itself. It provides a lot of cover too for whatever Joseon wants to play, be it Jarvan the Fourth or Olaf. We talk about how Olaf generally does need some version of Enchanters. Galio provides the AoE kind of control that makes the Olaf feel safe running forward.
Yeah, Galio could be nice. It does give that additional layer, but of course, at this point, Alliance it's still early enough that Alliance could just go for a full Enchanter type support and just pair that together with the Olaf if they choose to. Raven has played a couple of games on Corki. He's also played a couple of games on the Kai'Sa, for example, and that Kai'Sa is actually what they pair with when they go for the Enchanter support, but that doesn't seem to be the case because instant lock-in on the Thresh looks like they know what they want to go for in that Dragon lane.
Thresh against Rakan is a difficult matchup because of how mobile he is, but a lot of his crowd control is very telegraphed. Between the quickness and grand entrance, you can predict it, and if CWJ knows the spacing well and knows the matchup well, he should be able to hold his own and set up for the Kai'Sa, right? Between Flay and the Death Sentence, I believe that's 2 plasma stacks. The auto Cathian range should be able to allow Raven to proc that passive and come up better for that trade. Remember that Rakan, for all he's worth, is not a very tanky support.
Yeah.
So it can still be bursted down.
The thing is, though, this is very similar to when Dai played Thresh against Raven, right? Because while you might be able to get a hook onto the Xayah, immediately after the Death Sentence stun duration is up, you can pop the Feather Storm, you can pop Hourglass, whatever you need to get to safety, and that could be something that Banana are looking for. So they have, if they choose not to go for a too squishy of a mid laner, that reduces number of the options that Alliance have to get a catch on, and they will go for the RE in this case.
I think the mistake here is Banana not saving last pick for Baron lane, because now Shinsekai knows his matchup, right? Assuming this isn't Jungle Darius, which I think Vendetta has played before. So it could be seen two ways. They're baiting out the matchup for Shinsekai, or they're just using this Darius as a proxy and say, you know what, last pick, if Shinsekai goes Renekton here, you can play something else into it.
And because we know that Shinsekai is unlikely to play Gragas, it seems like Banana are making use of that kind of information. We'll opt to play the Darius in first. Jelson coming in the Lee Sin, we've seen how he plays with this. He likes to play for a little bit more utility, comes in with the Executioner's Calling and the Ghost Blade early. Wants to be part of every fight and be active everywhere on the map.
This will
lock in Renekton.
Yeah, this will tell us here whether Banana feels like Iron Nitrogen's Darius can go up against Shinsekai's Renekton, or if they're just going to toss it in the jungle and pick something else. He's played the Garen earlier today. If they want to just give him a weak side lane to go against the Renekton, they could just lock in the Garen and then play jungle Darius, which is, like I said, they've played it before. Otherwise, just pick up a jungler here in the form of possibly the Xin Zhao. I think Xin Zhao is okay too against the lineup the Alliance has.
But there are few picks at this point for Banana to kind of go for with the Darius already picked up, right? Like, you don't have that many better matchups unless...
Yep, there you go.
You go for the Garen, which is just going to be a tanky option against Shinsekai. Remove any agency that he might have trying to solo queue. That's the exact same principle they had going up against Nico.
Yep.
Up against the Jax, if you're tanky enough, there's very little that the Jax can do. The difference is this time, Jax, while he is a very poor team fighter, Renekton is not.
Renekton adds value, and especially Shinsekai's Renekton. He knows how to find these proper flanking angles. I'm kind of happy to see that they did reserve the final pick on the red side to get them a good matchup against Shinsekai, and they kind of proxied the Darius as like, oh, surprise, he's not top lane. We actually play Darius jungle. Could be another reason or a way that they got the game off of Alliance earlier. But one thing that we should note, that Darius in the jungle does not have the most optimal clear speed or agency when it comes to ganking lanes. He's very much reliant on his laners to set things up for him. So you need to hit a charm or hit a grand entrance first. can't really gank the Garen lane, so you have to play towards mid or dragon lane.
You run in with the upper head
No,
and the
no, no,
rocket
no,
run
no.
early. This is actually a really critical point because Jelson is on Lee Sin. That's an aggressive jungler compared to what you're playing. When you're going for the Darius, you have to be very careful of what happens with Lee Sin. I would like to see Alliance make use of this information to double scuttle. 3 camps, 3 buffs start in. Just to force Vendetta into as bad spot as possible, because then it can scale up faster and deal with Banana's threats.
And also because jungle Darius doesn't get the level of economy you get from like normally taking turret platings or solo kills, there are less creative ways for you to create leads, right? So you have this very stable kind of pick that needs to find kills in order to snowball, otherwise he is just going to exist as a frontline bruiser. The threat of the Darius tends to be for most people like, hey, he's getting 1 kill in lane. Oh, it's 2 kills now. He's joining a team fight. He's getting the resets on the Nox and Guillotine. That is the threat of the Darius. In the jungle, it's not so much like that.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like the jungle Darius has many ways to get ahead as quickly, and especially because you get reduced gold and EXP from being in lane. You can't even catch side lanes in the late game, right? Where you would otherwise have a really strong split pusher once you lose your jungler in some other side lane while there's a neutral objective available, and he's not getting as much resource. It just doesn't feel as good as if you had a Darius in the Baron lane. But that being said, though, that's a lot of respect to Shinsekai deciding to play a weak side Baron lane just to respect the fact that he is going to be on the Renekton.
Well, against Renekton, Xayah Rakan is one of the more natural, safer answers because the way they approach the fights, and I say the way Alliance approach the fights will only be one direction, right? It's either body slam in, slice and dice, or the Sonic Wave and Resonating Strike, and all that feeds into Blade Caller and feeds into the self-peel that Xayah has. Very difficult to lock her down unless Jelson finds some insane Dragon's Rage angle.
So I have to wonder if they can actually do that, if Jelson is able to find those angles, because it feels like Dai is meant to be the one, not Dai, well, rather it's CWJ is the one meant to come in with the Thresh and maybe
you see
get
Thresh, you immediately think Dai, right?
Yeah. But here we have it, game number 1 of this best of 5 game series, the grand finals of the fall playoffs, Alliance versus Banana. Everything on the line here, they both just want to pull away with the quick wins they can. Banana off the back of another BO3 series.
This is smart. They're shoving the wave up because once it crashes in, it might force Tails and Scarlet Petal to miss 1 or 2 CS. It also allows them to walk back and take the Krugs. So Scarlet Petal and Tails will eventually pick that one up, but there's additional EXP coming in here. Raven and CWJ should be able to get this here. Level 2 already hit on the Kai'Sa.
Quite curious what the plan is going to be for Jelson in this early game. We see how aggressive he can get. Vendetta, like you mentioned, has a difficult time trying to clear out the camps. Well, not difficult time, but not the best. It's definitely not Lee Sin. So this could mean some additional pressure towards the early Scuttle Crabs, and we'll have to wonder what that's going to mean moving forward as well. I'm actually doing a pretty good job against Shinsekai, shoving him out early, forcing him to grab a couple of pit stops. The Honey Fruit, Tails moving forward onto Raven. First blood for Banana. They get on the board in the best way possible.
And I think there was an engage onto Thresh with the Grand Entrance. They're looking for this bait in. Jelson's here. Needs the Sonic Wave.
Moving on to Tails, looking to try and take him down. Sonic Wave comes through. They find the damage, but unfortunately not enough to execute him. Flashing to safety, will get out in time. This does mean pressure given over to Banana. Rotating over, they get the charm onto Jelson. With the Ignite taken down, it's double flash committed to taking this kill on the jungle of Alliance with Banana. 2-0 to start the important grand final game.
That was a big misplay by Jelson to make a move down to the bottom side. He was a bit greedy to clean up the kills, and he had to burn his flash as a result. Not able to get away from the collapse coming in from Soul and Vendetta, and now Zorveki in trouble too. We'll have to sit here and just clear the wave out, whereas Soul is going to get the early recall off, come back to lane, pick up the EXP. Vendetta actually gets a double crab start. And this is because, again, Jelson misplayed by going down to try and clean up the kills.
Jelson will have to take some time now to try and recover. He made an aggressive play down towards the bot side, didn't quite pay out. As a result, Alliance are now feeling the repercussions. They're going to have to rotate around the map a little bit. Look at the positioning coming in from Vendetta, trying to find a dive onto Shinsekai. Has both summoners and ultimate, might be a little bit too difficult.
Level 5 Darius versus the level 4 the Lee Sin. He needs the support. CWJ is coming in. Looking to isolate Vendetta here.
They find the Crippling Strike, gets the slow off, gets the Sonic Wave, but no Resting Strike, missed out on the Death Sentence directly nearby, finds good damage onto the Darius. That's the kill coming through. Grand entrance onto Azor Vecchi, but Shinsekai joining in now, forces the flash away from the Darius. Iron Nitrogen has to get back under turret. Jelson pushing on, but no ultimate just yet. Raven moves in, looks for the last auto with the Canyon Ray, finds the combo to take down Banana. That's 2 kills and Raven evens up the scoreline, but he has to worry about Soul coming in now.
Charm is not gonna hit Raven now, able to walk away with the supercharge and Tails. I think he misplayed that. A pause coming through because he had his Featherstorm up still. There was no avenue for him to get solo killed there. I think that was a huge mistake coming in from the AD carry of Banana. If he didn't die there, it would have been a decent win, but now Alliance actually getting back some of the momentum when it comes to the game.
Curious how that kind of panned out, and the fact that Tails as well was able to get that early kill with Scarlet Petal down the bottom side against the Thresh, you know, it definitely put some flashing alarms, you know, for us looking at this Thresh pick, because we've always been curious about what exactly was the intention and what the plan is going to be. So there were some concerns about that, but now they pull back in really well.
2-2 is the kill score right now. Alliance holding on strong against Banana. Here comes another gank from Jelson. He does have the Dragon's Rage. Could set this one up.
Yeah, it's just easily able to find it. Actually hands it over to Shinsekai, who will make good use of this advantage. They're now looking towards this top side turret. CWJ in the mid lane will spot a Scarlet Petal, and that's going to be important as well. Look at this rotation coming through. Raven into the mid side along with CWJ to match Tails as well as Scarlet Petal.
Now, as this pause goes on, I do want to highlight some item choices coming in. And again, CWJ taking the Twin Shadows Enchant instead of the Redemption or the Locket. And this speaks to the need to isolate it and find members, right? The information and the fog of war being cleared out allows them to connect on those hooks. Hoping to find out what's going on right now.
Information is so important for catch comms, pick comms, you know, being able to get intel on where they are, it pays off, especially so when you have stuff like that. Going into this one now that both objectives are kind of up, you know, I kind of expect the Lions to play again around the Rift Tower side again. You know,
that's probably going to be the case because Shinsekai is strong. Every time you have a Baron laner that's getting an advantage, it's easier to play towards his side of the map, and you don't really have to risk anything. The upside too is that the Kai'Sa Thresh have a lot of setup, right? It's easy to start ganks. It's easy to start ganks off when you have a Lantern in. All Jelson really has to do is just make sure that he connects on the Dragon's Rage, which is, okay, maybe a bit easier said than done, but still, you can set things up very well with the Thresh.
But here's the thing as well, because Banana have actually managed to set up a good amount of vision around the Rift Herald instead of vision line, being able to have intel on where Alliance is going to come in from preemptively is going to be such a bonus to Banana, so they could actually be the ones to try to force a fight there early on and punish Alliance if they try to get the Rift Herald.
The game is still pretty much even, pretty close to even, I would say. And,
right.
And when it comes to the scaling, I've always favored the Zyrocon in teamfights. It's always easier to execute because all you're doing is peeling away. As long as Tails doesn't kind of just die unnecessarily 1 or 2 more times, they should be fine. Again, I harp on how he had Featherstorm, he probably had no mana, which is why he couldn't cast it, or he didn't expect the damage coming in from Raven when he took that 1v1. Did go down in the end there, so right now the game is still paused. We're trying to rectify what's going on as the league officials in the background will try to contact the players.
You know, that's not what it sounds like. It's like when you have Task Manager and you open up the task, it's like, why is my computer lagging? The league officials in the background clearing out these background
there you go, yeah. Client, after 10 years, the client still lags out. Oh, that's a fuse bad.
At least he didn't use some very specific terminology.
Yeah.
Executing, for example. One of the players, I'm lagging. And I was like, execute the player.
Wait, what? What?
But I think we should be able to get back in pretty soon. Looking forward to see how they are going to play around it. Like you mentioned, game's still pretty even, which means this vision advantage, this information that Banana have around the Rift Herald is going to mean so much more.
They swapped it up like you mentioned earlier, Brandon, and now they're starting on this Rift Herald. This is important because it's going to allow them to open the map a little bit, open the map up in mid or top side. Where is Jelson though? You're starting the Rift Herald, but Jelson isn't there. Hello? Yeah,
trying to grab this without Jelson available, and actually they didn't manage to find all too much of that Rift
CWJ!
Yeah, Jelson will be joining in now at this point. This guy's gonna make his way into the Baron lane to continue pressing on, but I think Banana have taken this time to maybe start rotating
They found
over.
Veki in the jungle.
Yeah, looking to try and take down Zoroveki here, forcing the flash away from the Gragas. Will still go down. Banana find a kill in the mid lane.
That was a misplay by Jelson. He should have rotated up instantly once the Rift Herald started and then finish it off. As a result, Zoraveki's late to the rotation. He gets caught in the jungle. Banana then take advantage of the confusion and they kill off the mid lane of Alliance. They didn't really use the Herald on the top side, so they pick up that tier 1 for free. They could drop it in mid still, put pressure on Soul.
But look at this rotation. They're looking to try and take down iNitrogen to get the kick off first. Pop the Threshold ultimate, brings him into the box, and he's gone. They pop the Rift Herald too, so now looking to try and convert this into a turret in the Baron lane.
I don't know if you saw the sequence of events. Jelson hit the Dragon's Rage, tossed the Sonic Wave, and then put the Herald down in the middle of that fight, right? Ensuring that once he dies, the Herald is already up to charge in for the first hit, and they're able to get some value. The second charge through as well. It doesn't really get another third of the turret off.
But it's fine. It's close.
It's just value, right?
It's value.
At that point, anything is just decent value. And now Raven already picking up that Q evolve. The Captain Rain is there. Longsword, Executioner, excuse me, BF Sword, Executioner's calling, and Vamp Scepter is done.
So in the thematicism of this team, from now on, I'm no longer going to call Banana scaled up. I'm going to call them in the form of ripeness.
What?
How ripe they are.
Okay.
So right now, Banana, still not there yet. They're still underripe.
If you had to put it in like a palette tone, it would be like a very light green.
Yes, they are still they're still light green. They're not ready to fight yet. Alliance will take this time to try and slow the pace out of the game, but look at how much they've opened up the Baron side of the map. That's going to be a big difference as iNitrogen once again, the target will get locked down. Nice sidestep to dodge away from the charm. CWJ is right there as well, looking for the flay. Death Sentence forces the Spirit Rush from Soul. They get out, and once again, you take a look back towards Raven and Tails. It's a death match between the two marksmen of both teams, and Raven has consistently been coming up ahead.
Yeah, he's been putting the pressure on the Tails in this 1v1, and getting decent chip damage on that tier 1 as well. Oh, look at that. He can kill instinct in.
Close, forcing the Feather Storm, and that's going to be the redemption coming in. Scarlet Petal tries to join in. Grand Entrance will not be used. Raven still has both summoners. Signs they're not going to try and take him down yet.
Use of the ult was okay, but the important one they got was the redemption cast from Scarlet Petal. So there's a window here where team fighting isn't as strong. Not sure what CWJ is doing alone in the Baron lane, perhaps waiting for Shinsekai to come in. Oh no, he's with Jelson, okay. Just wondering why he was sitting alone.
This is sad. iNitrogen once again likely to go down. I don't even think they're going to expand the kick just yet. Waiting on him to pop this Gargoyle Stone Plate. That should be the kill, and it heads over to Jelson this time around.
Steals the kill with the sweet chin music. He doesn't use it to displace him, instead uses it for the execute. Make sure they get some gold. I mean, you can donate all of it to Shinsekai. What happens if he dies, right? So
everybody's got to have a stake in this. Everybody's got to get a piece of the iNitrogen pie. Now we're looking to see how Banana can try and recover from this. It's a small gold disadvantage. It's just about 3,000. Not the worst that we've seen. And Banana is still holding on strong, at least stronger than a lot of the other opponents Alliance has faced.
Now, 2-0 and 2, Shinsekai has completed the 2 core items needed to just hold his lane against Vendetta. That's not to say that, you know, his team hasn't been helping him out. He's just able to split push pretty effectively now with Blade of the Ruined King and Black Cleaver. They're looking for another setup here onto Soul, but he does have Spirit Rush.
Spirit Rush and Flash means it's going to be much more difficult, but with Vendetta walking closer towards the enemy team, doesn't quite realize they're going to be there. Zoroveki pulls the trigger, and they're moving on to Banana, looking to take them down. Apprehend back onto Jelson, they fight back and take down the Lee Sin first. CWJ running for his life, the body slam will put them back. iNitrogen nearly takes them down. Death Sentence barely misses out, and Banana fight back. It's a Banana team that's taking it all. They're getting back against Jelson, they're finding a kill for themselves, and now with Dragon up, this could be bad.
But Shinsekai, he's at full health. That was a 5v4. He wasn't present for that skirmish in the choke, so now they can set up around this objective. They've already got the Scuttle Crab. They're looking for a cheeky hook. Zoroveki Another 10 seconds, 10 to 15 seconds before explosive cast is up. Team Banana, they make the executive decision. We're just gonna forsake this dragon, and we're gonna take the mid push instead. A big lantern to help them defend.
Really important spot to be in. Raven takes a decent amount of damage. Grand entrance gets a knockup. Now Zoroveki looking to fight the fight back again. They move on to Soul. Nice kick to push Tails away as they reposition out that fight. Engage gone awry, and so Alliance not looking to continue on. Will reset, re-engage. Shinsekai does get a turret though.
Zoroveki with the explosive cast predicted the flash from Soul to knock him back in. Would have been an instant kill if they connected with a bit more CC, but again, Soul still had the Spirit Rush. Throughout their whole play, Shinsekai got solo gold in the bottom half of the map. They were able to defend in Tier 1 as well. I count that as a win for Alliance as you see the engage come in again.
Yeah, they final Zoroveki in the mid lane. Jelson nearby, and Zoroveki felt like he had to make something happen to keep him safe. As a result, steps forward will go down. Shinsekai now joining back in. Sonic Wave barely misses out as they watch multiple members of Banana approaching them. They know they have to fight. They pull the trigger. They're jumping on to Tails. They cannot get him. The death sentence won't land. They try to take down Zaya by 5 to 4 numbers. Over to Banana. They're striking back hard. It's a fruit punch. But the punch ends there, unless the death sentence finds something. Vendetta looking low, might see Shinsekai coming for the execute kill. Instead, the Garen claims that death sentence once again goes wide. Banana able to reset, find 2 kills in the span of the past 2 minutes.
They need the explosive cast, they need the damage from Veki this game to stay relevant in these long form fights. Scarlet Petal blocking the Void or the Seeker to allow his team to recall out, and I think Veki dying there was a big issue, and Alliance probably shouldn't have handshaken that fight. As it stands right now, Alliance with this small 1.5k goal lead, approaching 11.5 minutes in.
Zoroveki just hasn't been able to find the presence that he's been looking for. Staying in the mid lane, in most cases, would have been very safe. Unfortunately, in this game, in these situations, you know, just the fact that Darius is able to walk up to you, use the upper hand, it's a very different dynamic compared to Darius, because he's usually going to be in the side lane, going to be somewhere else. You don't really deal with a Darius that's continuously contesting against you. So might not be quite used to that kill threat there.
Banana setting up vision around this Baron pit. They're looking for a pick with the charm. They have a ward there. Raven has to be very careful around these corners when he has no vision.
Once again, it looks like Banana in position to try and make something happen. Gargoyle still in play for the Garen, means no teleport to join into the fight quickly, so if Shinsekai can rotate over in time, this might be it. Baron controlled Banana.
4 members there of the Kaiser W, so they know that this is a setup coming through. Banana actually starting up the Baron. They don't really have enough damage to burst this down, and I think Alliance can check this as they move in.
They look for the Baron then. Scarlet Petal sitting by the brush. Jelson dodges away, but will still get hit by the knockout. The charm connects as well. Looking to take down Vendetta right away. Zoroveki not enough damage to confirm the kill, but Alliance get out in time.
The reset on the fight from the explosive cast allows Shinsekai to just keep split pushing, while Banana have committed in. They're looking for a bit more. They need to get something off this, otherwise Shinsekai is gonna get the bot tier 2.
They send back Vendetta, they send back Nitrogen, but Shinsekai still finds the turret. The rest of the enemy team, Banana chasing after Soul, moving in as well, but Alliance are now onto the mid lane turret. They get one the bot side, now get one the mid side.
Spread and thin across the map, Banana are struggling to find answers to both Shinsekai as well as the disengage from Veki. You're starting to see why this Gragas pick is so important to Alliance. First pick on the blue side, because when you get these good ultimates off, it not only splits the fight, it nukes him down and forces Banana into a lose-lose situation.
Moving into this next Infernal Drake, Banana looking a light shade of yellow at this point. The greenness is starting to dissipate. They are getting a little bit stronger. Ready to fight this one against Alliance, and they have to. Giving away this Infernal is going to be so detrimental to their cause. Jelson will be nearby though. Alliance prepared to give this one away though.
Jelson showing up here, hitting this ward is a problem, because if he's off the map, they could potentially pretend like they're doing Baron and threaten Banana into walking in and then finding a pick. But he showed himself. That's a mistake in individual play, and I think Alliance should have just helped head Jelson move to the top side.
Interesting call from Alliance to not pressure the Baron while all of that was happening. Instead, they continued to shove out the mid side, which already saw the turret go down. They were a little bit too late to go for the inner tier turret, and so both the Baron lane and Dragon lane turrets already cleared out. There's not much more to be found there. They only really have the mid side. and so Baron going to be the next immediate objective for Alliance.
It feels like Johnson has been making a lot of uncharacteristic mistakes. The first one was not rotating up to the Herald early enough. The second one was showing around the Dragon but not contesting, and not pretending as though, or not faking out the Baron, right? It's been costing Alliance a lot in terms of macro strength. They're losing a lot on the map because of these plays. As we see a hook connect, CWJ missing the flay, using the box, and it's a big ultimate down.
It does zone them out though, and so Alliance are going to pull the trigger, start up the Baron, but I'm not sure that's going to be the right call. Too little information and it's too slow. They can't quite find this.
They saw Vendetta on the bottom side, so they know there's a window for this Baron. The explosive cast in, they're forcing the fight.
They're trying to look for this quickly, or Zoroveki should be able to find the damage a little bit more onto the Rakan will take him down, but Jelson will be soon to follow. Shinsekai teleports in, but it's too little HP to make anything happen. Zoroveki has to get over the wall. Shinsekai's right by the side of the brush. They don't realize that he's there. He's going to recall in the face of Banana. Alliance have to make a quick retreat. Let's see if we can get back here in time.
They forced this fight, but Vendetta's here right now. They're able to just take this Baron down. He has the smite. The teleport coming in. I'm not sure if they can stop this. Alliance needs to go right now.
It's down to 2 playing against the Baron, against the 4 of them. They have to try and kite this one away. Nice Captain Rain finds some damage. Raven has to make a captain's play. Gets silenced. Gets hit by both dumps. Will go down. And Banana now forced to retreat. They lose Soul. And Nitrogen might be the next to follow as CWJ pushes on, trying to look for this. That's it. Does match connect with the upper hand on the resort. Becky, the damage source is gone. Shizukai can only get so much done to counter. Big Featherstorm still available. And Tails holds on. It's a double kill for Banana. And they take down Alliance.
Nitrogen holding big in that fight, eating all the crowd control and able to make it out safe. Banana now, they can just walk it down into mid, get prio, and then move over to the Baron. They're looking for a kill here, getting knocked back in. This is a bad apprehend. He can't find it. He's dead. This is Baron for Banana.
Bad apprehend, but for Alliance, a great catch coming through for Vendetta. Now moving on to the Baron with 5 up. They definitely end up getting this. Alliance, they trying to stop this from happening. Teleport in. Raven, unfortunately, just did not have the damage to take them down as low as they were. Things are looking rough for the Alliance. For the first time we see that Alliance can bleed.
Banana now turning a ripe shade of yellow with the Baron buff, able to push the map out on all fronts, having control, knowing that their waves are going to be expedited upwards. You can see they're splitting up. Nitrogen in the Baron lane. The bot lane's already shoved, so there's no need to do any work there. It's a big, fat, juicy stack.
Blue team lost a turn.
And I love to see the way that Banana are moving, you know. Banana moving in a bunch have been able to stay together. You send Nitrogen to the side. Garen has been able to deal with the Renekton quite decently. For the most part, they've lost some of the side lane pressure as the Renekton was able to grab a couple of other turrets, but it hasn't converted into too much for Alliance because you saw right there, Banana still have every means to convert into a team fight, still win one out. 20 seconds left on that Elder Drake. 20 seconds to the Elder Drake spawns as Banana will continue sieging.
Zoroveki attempting to apply as many plasma stacks and clear the wave out as efficiently as possible, but they need to defend this inhibitor turret. They will do so successfully, keeping all their inhibs up. Are they looking for this? Die. Excuse me, CWJ. Oh, right. Granted, you got me doing it now.
Right.
Granted.
Nah. You can't put this on me. This is. You know what this is.
They got the reset off. There was an empowered recall coming with the Baron buff. This is Elder Mountain, so it's important for both teams to fight for this.
Look at how tanky they become. Banana are much stronger now. Can take this team fight pretty well. Death Sentence connects, but Zoroveki looking low, going to go down. It's a 5 versus 5. It's a full team fight. It's the full shebang, but Banana stop it at his bud. Will take down Zoroveki now onto the Elder Drake.
Can Shinsekai do anything here is the question. He's got the dominance on. And they have Jelson, but it looks like the call has been made from Alliance. Push mid, try to get the tier 2. Iron Nitrogen is the one that's dedicated to dealing with Raven. He's not able to burst down Iron Nitrogen. He might just die here to the ultimate. He's forced to use the killer's instinct across. Here comes Jelson. He's looking for the steal.
He jumps in onto the Elder Drake. Cannot find the steal. Raven joins in for the back. Tries to take down Tails, but will go down. CWJ left alone to himself. Jelson will get caught out by the upper hand. And Banana have hit a full shade of yellow. Are ripe enough. Are onto the mid lane. And with death timers so long, there's nothing left for Alliance trying to do, but watch as Banana are prepared to take game 1 of the Grand Final Series.
Top inhibitors down, the mid is next to fall, and the Nexus soon after. After peel, Banana go in and look to close out this game 1. Explosive cast down does absolutely nothing. Azoroveki can only stand and watch as the Alliance drop game 1.
Victory!
And Banana recovering beautifully from the first day of playoffs. Coming into the second day, they managed to take down their opponents. They took down Renatus. Now going into the finals, they take the first game off of Alliance. That's a big morale booster. That's what they were hoping to do.
They have to feel good about this one, just moving in with the first win against the crowd favorites, and a big question mark over my head regarding the Thresh pick. I think it's not seeing the value that a lot of the teams have perceived it to be, like in terms of overall contribution. It feels nice when you hit a hook, it feels nice when you're able to find a flay, but how often does that actually materialize? For the most part, you're just walking around, throwing the box down and hoping to dissuade them from jumping your back line.
And I love the adaptation to bring iNitrogen in on that Garen as well as pull in the Darius. That felt beautiful, right? The fact that they were able to play as tanky as they were able to make things happen because they could absorb a lot of the front damage, the front-facing damage that they had. Azoroveki, yes, he can burst you down, but he was mainly hitting the front line, so could reposition after a lot of these fights.
Another point to bring up too is when you do draft things like the Garen, you already know he's going to be playing weak side, right? He's going to be losing that lane. Any further gank is just completely expected. And for them to put a lot of resources into killing off the Garen consistently, I think he had like 4 deaths by the time they were done with him. It still doesn't matter because he's still going to do his job in the middle of the fight, sitting, standing, tanking. Any low health members get executed by his ultimate, and Shinsekai profiting off of that is still not a big enough impact for him to come into the center of the fight and say, you have to respect the Renekton that is big, right? He was never at that point where they were kiting away from him. In fact, they were able to stand and deliver the damage, and I believe Tails on that Xayah had a lot to do with that.
So are we looking at an issue where putting too much emphasis on banning away the Nasus was an issue and not respecting enough of the Zyrakan?
I think so. I think if you want to play against the Zyrakan, Thresh is not the pick. You could still do the Kai'Sa, but I think it has to be Kai'Sa Galio.
Man, it's a tough one, right? Because now Alliance, they recognize that, okay, game 1, what were the issues? Zyrakan seemed to be one of them, but at the same time, the fact that you can flex Darius into the jungle like they just did was something that honestly would toss me off. You know, you view Darius as a Baron laner, and so you play into that quickly, and like you mentioned, they saved last pick just to deal with Shinsekai. Bringing in the Garen, accepting that we can play a weak side, no problem, but Garen can play with low economy, he can go full tank. We saw at that point he had 3 armor items and then plus he had the Gargoyle Stone Plate. What are you supposed to do? You can't shred through him. Raven was dying 1v1 to the Garen.
It's even more difficult because of how the Kai'Sa has to itemize, right? You think about how Kai'Sa is built, it's always be a sword into a longsword, upgrade into a longsword. That's what gets you your Q evolve. These are the 3 minimum core items you need to get a Cathian Rain evolve, and from then most people tend to go for Blade of the Rain King and then Runaan's Hurricane and then Infinity Edge. Your 4th item, and by that point it's too late, is usually a Seroda's Grudge or a Mortal Reminder. And if you have to wait so long to get armor piercing items, you're not going to do anything in the middle of the fights, and the earlier the Garen gets the armor items, the tougher it is for the Kai'Sa to really pick him off, and you could see the problem manifest because Raven was unable to deal with the tanks.
Well, we should be jumping into picks and bans soon. We'll see if Alliance are able to recover from that and figure out exactly what they want to do, what the game plan is going to be moving into game number 2. That being said though, you know, I liked what Azoroveki was able to get done early on, but once he stayed in the mid lane a little bit too long, I think he wasn't prepared to deal with the Darius. Ends up getting caught a bit too often, dies twice in quick succession, and they were a member down and they lost in all these team fights because like you mentioned, I think in the game, you need the explosive cast damage. You need it to reposition the fight in your favor.
Yep, and I think his itemization was a bit off too. He went for the second item, Lich Bane. I know it's cheap and it does increase your effective damage by a significant amount, but in those instances, if your focus is to split up the fight with an explosive cast, if your focus is to try and just burst someone down and then exit the fight, you need to rush the Rabadon's death cap.
Because the Lich Bane does make sense in fights where you are going to expect to be able to body slam and then hit your opponent, but because it's so running the Ahri and then you see Tails on the Xayah, it's so difficult to lock them down.
You never want to be like in melee range, actually.
Exactly, so they're going to constantly be kiting away from you, they're going to be at a distance, you know, there's not much that you're going to be able to get done with the Lich Bane, and I think that's why we see it as kind of like a potential issue, and they might want to adjust that going into this next game. I think this is the Gragas does seem like a very flexible pick though. It does feel quite nice. So hopefully we see them tighten up some of the issues. And another one that we wanted to talk about was Jelson on the Lee Sin, you know, some critical mistakes on where he was on the map, and giving away a few critical objectives. Because that Infernal Drake, when we saw that being given away, you know, that was like a big question mark in our mind. You know, him being in the brush hitting the ward was just a strange play overall, because then they cannot pretend to be doing Baron.
Yep. The idea there is Jelson has to be off the map. They need to fake as though they're doing Baron and then force Banana into a panic reaction when they just run up, right? And they don't have time to properly check all the angles, check all the brushes, clear out all the wards. And because of that, you're forcing them into a mistake. You're cornering them, essentially. And hopefully with that kind of angle of play, you're able to connect with explosive cast to split the fight, find a pick. You're able to connect with the death sentence. They never did that. Jelson was in the wrong time at the wrong place. Wrong place at the wrong time, excuse me. And I feel like...
It's a four-dimensional player. He's at the wrong time at the wrong place.
I'm just looking at it, I'm so confused. I feel like there are a lot of things that need to be tightened up. The good news is, at least, the gap that we thought existed between Alliance and the other teams, Banana has shown that, you know, they've closed in on it very well.
Being able to take a game off of Alliance and in quite a good manner as well. You know, the game was pretty tight, and they had some really nice moments where they got caught off Alliance. I do feel like in part it was due to a composition and a draft that is quite a little bit unorthodox.
Fair enough.
Right, and so we'll have to see if they are going to be able to keep that going, as Alliance will continue to hold on to the blue side, looking for that first pick. Rengar Kha'Zix was the bans that Alliance were looking to get rid of in the first game. We'll see if they want to keep that going.
If you still want to do blue 1 Gragas, you need to ban out Rakan here, I think. Don't ban out the Nasus, just ban out the Rakan, and that prevents Rakan Xayah from being an issue for your bot lane. Don't go for the Nasus again. Meanwhile, Camille will be removed by Banana here. Twisted Fate also a choice. The Garen, there you go, the adaptation. Alright, so they're worried about the weak side tank, and they want Shinsekai to be in a matchup where not only is he, you know, beating his opponent, he's removing his sort of impact in the game.
So getting rid of the Garen definitely feels nice, but
I have to play Malphite, though.
Exactly, I have to wonder if is Malphite an option now though, you know, because like Shinsekai mentioned, Malphite is one of his mind one of the most underrated champions, but Alliance adapted by pulling the Xayah away first.
This forces Banana into taking the Rakan for themselves and then maybe doing Gragas, I think. And thereby also kind of being able to play Gragas into Baron lane. You could play weak side Gragas, it's not the worst thing in the world, just build full tank. Instead, they want the Senna. They could do Senna Gragas here.
Senna Gragas? Yeah, it's been something they've shown.
But they give out
before.
the Xayah Rakan, that's the problem.
Yeah, it does give away the Xayah Rakan, but like we've mentioned before, right? What's the point of banning the Nasus when you can just play Senna something else?
Yeah.
It just seems a little bit strange to me. I'm not quite sure what the intention is with that. I would love to find out. Maybe I'll find out after this series. Go ahead and ask them, like, why do you guys ban on Nasus? What's the point of that? But for now, continue win. They grab the Rakan, now going in for the Aryan. So back towards a pick kind of composition, similar idea, but CWJ would not be playing for the Thresh, instead putting that emphasis on the Charm of Yari.
One thing to note is the previous game, Banana were the ones running the Rakan Ahri, and there's a lot of pick potential there, like you mentioned, but to their credit, they weren't able to really force. It was always Alliance just kind of handshaking these bad fights, so you need to know how to utilize these angles, right? We never saw any insane engages in from like Scarlet Petal to hit like a 3-man Grand Entrance or like Soul hitting a charm. Well, he did connect with a lot of charms, but it was never, you know, one to find a pick. It was always a team fight based kind of execution. Diana here for Soul as the response towards the Ahri, and Kha'Zix left open will be taken by Vendetta. This is scary because now you have a lot of AoE damage, right? Between Gragas and Diana, you can Moonfall into explosive cast and split everyone up while applying damage. Kha'Zix has free reign to pick whoever he wants to kill and then reset off the fight.
We see why Alliance was so careful to ban away the Kha'Zix in the first game. Vendetta being able to grab that is his big priority. Does leave open stuff like Lee Sin, like the also the Kensuke for that option, but they are looking a little bit thin, a little bit weak in the front line. You know, Rakan just not a very tanky kind of support. They do want to look for something.
Do the Olaf here because you can still match the Kha'Zix early on in terms of clear speed and value, but instead they will go for the Vi, so instant lockdown, and now the Darius to prevent any shenanigans coming in from Banana. No swaps available. They will have to decide what they want to play into this Darius. Again, Malphite, not the worst. You could just play a straight up tank into this and provide value to your team. We see how strong their wombo combo is already with Moonfall and Explosive Cast. Malphite would just make that even better.
Trying to play for strong team fighting and strong control around these objectives. I suppose the way that Alliance plays, you know, working towards the top side, trying to get control around there, they will put more emphasis around the Rift Herald again, and this could be something that Banana are looking for, you know, not directly confronting them.
Actually, Fiora would work here too, but they go for the Mundo, so another weak side tank. I was about to say Fiora would work because a lot of the crowd control from Alliance is like quite obvious, right? Yeah. So you could riposte most of it, and then against the Darius, you have a decent matchup if you know what you're doing. Being able to lunge within the outer AoE of his Q and still riposte the apprehend is what makes this matchup pretty decent.
But it does feel like Alliance coming back from composition that is pretty wilding. You know, really looking to make individual mechanical prowess plays, being able to set up for themselves, and giving Shinsekai a champion that is able to hyper carry, reset, become a big menace on that Darius. We'll see how this game is going to pan out. Mundo will be playing on the weak side against him in the Baron lane, so that could become a potential weakness for them to deal with.
This is a kind of game where you don't gank for the Darius, you just hope that Shinsekai is able to accrue his own individual advantage.
Yep.
And the Vi should be playing for mid or bot. Like, the mistake they made the previous game was against the weak side laner, they kept ganking him and they spent too many resources trying to get Shinsekai hit, which he did, but his opponent was just keeping up as well. So it's not the play, it's not how they need to close out this game, it's not how they need to snowball their advantage. Play towards the Xayah Rakan, because with Senna, Gragas, they don't have a lot of like mobility. Once you all in with the body slam, you're pretty much done. And that is a window for the Vi to come in and actually lock down the Senna, lock down the Gragas. Even Grand Entrance and the Quickness are tools that you have at level 5 to force these plays.
Yeah, without the Senna, there's only so much a Banana can get done, right? It's really just Senna that's going to be the one DPSing. The rest of them kind of have to commit their bodies to going forward, going in to do damage, whereas with Alliance, you know, they still have the Xayah, they can try and kite back. They also have the Ori, which can still do some decent damage to the front. So we do see some concerns for Banana's composition. It's very reliant on actually taking a fight, and we'll have to see if Alliance is willing to handshake them in these situations.
It's still going to be tanky Gragas though, so they have a very strong front line. Like, they have two tanks that are immovable essentially, with the Mundo and the Gragas. And it's all up to Diana, Senna, and Kha'Zix to really bring the damage. Whether they get to that point is a question mark for me, because I don't see a world where Alliance allows you to walk up and just get a free Moonfall off, or allow Kha'Zix to get reset, because they're going to group together in a death ball.
That being said though, Alliance versus Banana, we're moving into the second game of our grand final series. It's a best of 5 with Alliance dropping the first game to Banana. They're moving in, looking for this first catch. Alliance caught up with first blood and a death ball, walking past the river.
Taking Charm level 1 is not the worst thing in the world, but the upside is they are able to push this one in, and hopefully with level 2 coming, Orb of Illusion is going to be available, and they get the first blood onto a I believe it was the Ari, or was it Raven that got the first blood kill credits?
Well, we'll see in a second. For now, you know, if we thought, or we had any idea in our mind that Alliance bot side was dominating the Banana bot side before, now it's going to be even more so. You're playing Xayah Rakan, such a strong lane. Raven also will get the credit for the first blood, taking down Scarlet Petal early on.
Now with his first base, he should be able to pick up the components for the Essence Reaver, and this is going to snowball the lane even more. The one thing that Xayah is really gated by is like using all her spells, right? So when she runs out of mana, she drops in power significantly compared to AD carries like, you know, Vayne or auto attack based AD carries. So she needs the Essence Reaver to come online to fully abuse her kit.
Needs the Essence Reaver as well as +1, honestly. You know, it doesn't feel quite right until you get the second item as well. So it takes some time to get Raven ahead. Where it is looking good though, it seems that they've been able to play very well up against Tails, being able to put some pressure on them. And talking about pressure, Alliance walk down towards Dragon's side. They fake the gank, they fake the recall, they move it back on the Scarlet Petal. You have no flash, and that means you have no say in whether or not you live. Alliance will take 2 more on the bot side.
Jelson this time making the right play and calling Ozorveki down. It's okay if Shinsekai dies here because it's a 1 for 2. He just needs to collect the wave, right? The goal here is to not let the wave go to waste. He managed to get half of it, and now there's not a lot that can be done because Alliance only have 2 more ranged minions left. They can't get the plate.
Right, we will see the next wave coming in, so they should be able to respond somewhat, but Banana taking the safer option because Vi, as they have some idea, will be moving in time.
The difference was a lot of EXP and gold was denied away when they dove bot, but Shinsekai was still able to catch most of the wave and be able to come back in time to get this one as well.
So now here's my issue with this play, Hungry. The last game, Alliance put a lot of emphasis towards their weak side play, towards the weak side of the map, right? Got there, and they put iNitrogen behind, but it didn't seem to matter very much. Now they're putting a lot of emphasis. Now Banana's putting a lot of emphasis on iNitrogen and getting him ahead, but does this matter?
I don't think the Mundo makes a big difference once they pick up some healing reduction. Like Grievous Wounds is still going to be the difference maker. And for people wondering, this is not the new Mundo, by the way. This is the one with the infected cleaver. Still, he doesn't have the innate
he
displacement as well as the status resist when it comes to like the first disable.
Like you pop your ult with some healing reduction, you'll take more damage from your own ult than you will give. And now, so trades back very well against Zoroveki, forces him to use the dash away as CWJ comes flying in from the other side of the map.
And see that Tails and Scarlet Petal are very worried about walking
Oh no,
up.
they're moving on to Raven, finds the catch onto him. He has to use the feather stomp early on. Vendetta joins back in, finds a little bit too late. Pulls back with the feathers and sends him back to base. A beautiful turnaround for Raven, recovering beautifully there. And now they're looking to try and put him back in a bad spot, but instead they find themselves losing to CWJ and Raven, with Jelson waiting in the flank, trying to perhaps get a catch on the Scarlet Petal, charging up. The Vault Breaker pops the ultimate. They look for the lockdown onto the Gragas, but he's stuck and rooted under the turret. Decent damage back. CWJ goes down. They make a misplay. Things are looking bad for them. Dawning Shadow comes through, forces the flash. Raven Tails hunting for the kill, won't be able to find it. Jelson! No! He tries to chase it, but the piercing darkness takes the flash away from their Vi, and things are looking wild in game number 2.
Banana replies so well off a misplay from Alliance. I'm not sure if you noticed, but when they used the Assault and Battery, Jelson was so far away from Raven and CWJ, they couldn't come in to finish off the kill, right? They had no damage, and because of that, Alliance grasp at straws, trying to get something on the way out. They lose way too many members in that play, more than is necessary, and now they lose the Dragon as well. Mountain Drake picked up for Banana. That's going to feel good for both iNitrogen and Scarlet Petal, who will be building tank.
Through that chaos, they pull away the Dragon, and so gives a lot more tanky stats to the health heavy kind of champions that they have. You know, Scarlet Petal and iNitrogen, they want to itemize towards tanky items, but now they can afford to go for a little bit more HP along the way. Not worried so much about that. Raven making his way into the mid lane. We've seen what happened so far. He's been the target of a number of these attempts on his life. iNitrogen can say the same. Unfortunately, iNitrogen will go down, unlike Raven.
So this death actually means something. It means that Alliance is able to pick up the Rift Herald, and with Rift Herald they can translate that into pressure on the map and pick up the first turret. That is, unless Banana are able to collect bot tier 1. I think Soldier just ran down and hit that structure. Because now they're going to lose tier 1. Yep, there you go. If Soul was there, they would have gone the first turret, right?
Right, they're also looking to maybe try to convert a charge into the mid lane, give some gold over to Zoroveki. Banana do respond in time, but like you said, Soul couldn't quite make up his mind. Wanted to go down to the bot side, wanted to go to the mid lane. Couldn't decide where he wanted to go.
And you might not think, hey, that doesn't really matter, but the bonus goal from first turret actually does, to a certain extent. And CWJ here is just stopping the recalls. He finds 2 wards here. It's decent value on the sweeper, even if we just get this 1 ward.
Yeah, posing a nuisance, just making sure that Tails doesn't get a chance to recall, and he's standing right by the ward again. This could be something. Zoroveki, they're hovering close by now. CWJ was caught out by that ward. Imagine if he didn't. Raven gets some time to free farm down the bottom side. They're trying to respond by also grabbing this Dragon side turret. This is more. Look at the positioning from Alliance.
They're supporting
on
the
this
bottom
side, making sure Raven is safe.
Because the top tier 1 is down, there's no reason for Alliance to put that as a choice of lane anymore. They just want to get this bot tier 1 and open up the map a little bit more. And now start to prepare for the Dragon. They need to get vision deep in the jungle. There's 1 ward on the blue buff. They just need to put 1 ward on the choke and clear enemy wards out.
And even as Banana tried to escort a wave into the mid lane, Zoroveki has come to a point where he can clear the entire wave by himself, running that Luden's Echo.
Justin needs to get a sweeper here. Their composition, since it's a pick-related composition, they need to be able to sweep out wards in order to set up a fog of war so people will be forced to check.
Justin's still going to hold off on that for a little bit longer. Instead, they prioritize getting some additional vision. Shinsekai will see CWJ make his way into the top side. Maybe trying to get a catch onto iNitrogen or deny a potential gank coming through. But I think they should spot out Vendetta here.
I think they should be able to see him across that. Yep. That ward tells.
Unless they just get the upper hand on the iNitrogen, force the flash, Ignite will come through. Grand Entrance gets the knockout. Don Channel gives Mundo a shield, and Mundo gets away.
This is a waste of time for Alliance. They shouldn't be ganking the weak side, right? Even though it does give gold over to Darius, Shinsekai he should just be content pushing the wave up and then joining his team. They spent so much time setting up for their play with Rakan, and in CWJ, he should have been doing other things on the map, clearing the wards out, setting up Fog of War for the Ocean that's coming up in 30 seconds. I think it's a big misplay to not isolate Vision here and force a fight when Banana walk up to ward.
It does seem like Alliance are losing a little bit of tempo here, but Dragon coming up soon. Alliance might be using this as a chance to respond, grab the Dragon, and maybe make that into something else.
The upside here for Banana is they're scaling really well. Nitrogen is dead again.
Alright, not a bad situation at all for Shinsekai. Does commit his ultimate to that. Doesn't want to give any chance over to the Mundo, but that means that's going to be gone during this next team fight.
And they might lose Ocean Dragon off of this because 4 members are here and Kha'Zix does a lot of burst damage to the Dragon. What's the trade-off here? Does Alliance force this? Do they go for mid-tier 1? I don't think they should be fighting this.
They try and walk in on Scarlet Petal, Souls over by the side. They do manage to confirm that as the Dragon, but the
nice
quickness coming in with the Grand Entrance gets the double knock up. So gets the catch on the CWJ, but only barely, and that's not going to be enough to take down Alliance or stop them or slow them or anything at all. Alliance coming with 2 kills. They might lose to Drake, but let's see if they can convert this to more.
Get the mid-tier 1, they get the blue buff going over onto Raven, and that's going to help his wave clear. That's going to help him push out the side lanes even easier, even quicker. CWJ on this Rakan is a vastly different look than when he was on the Thresh, right? They engage in with the quickness and the Grand Entrance, finding 2, allowing Jelson to lock him down and just clean up the fight.
And this is the point that you were talking about. Raven now confirming 2 items. Also his Executioner Column just to make sure he deals with some of the healing on Banana's side. But having the Essence Reaver and the Charge Blade is just going to mean such a better team fight for Alliance being able to deal with the side lanes. And as long as Banana cannot catch him off, Azerveki now by himself in the top side. Gonna face off against Vendetta. Gonna face off against iNitrogen, but does not have his ultimate means he goes down. Bit of a misstep, stepping too far forward.
He shouldn't have been there. It should have been Shinsekai is pushing these long lanes, right? There's no reason for Zarveki to sit there unless he has Spirit Rush, and like you pointed out, it was a couple seconds away from cooling down. Raven's next item here has to be some sort of armor penetration. I think Mortal Reminder is probably the choice since he's holding on to an Executioner's Calling.
And a pretty high value item for how much it costs. Would be quite nice for Raven to grab.
Also, it's very efficient with Xayah because as her blades pass through people, it applies Grievous Wounds to everyone it hits, right? So it's a quick way to apply Grievous Wounds to literally everyone standing in front of you.
And both back and forth. When you put the feathers forward and pull it back as well.
Okay, so he's building towards IE instead, I think. Not really wanting to prioritize the armor reduction, which is fair because there are only like Sunfire Capes, right? No big like Deadman's Plate or big armor items on the Banana side. I just thought he wanted to get ahead of the curve before they start building armor.
We'll see what might end up happening for now as Alliance. You do see the Unsensor completed for CWJ as well as the Locket. It's going to be a nice little addition, but Shinsekai, despite having the strong side lane facing off against the Mundo, will get shoved off. That could have been disaster for them. Scarlet Petal baits out a decent amount from Alliance, takes away both ultimates from the Rakan and the Vi.
If you bring up the items, you realize why Shinsekai, he just bought it right now, but he just bought the Executioners. That's why he was getting slapped in that 1v1, even though he's so far ahead. He had no healing reduction, so Mundo was able to heal through all the damage from Shinsekai.
Things are looking a little bit bad for Alliance. You know, this was a game, this was a series that we were expecting a much stronger performance from. They have much better control of, but Banana have been able to give them a good run for their money.
They need to bait the Baron here. There's a ward inside, they haven't swept it. So Banana isn't really going to fall for this, but they might just find a kill onto Soul.
They do manage to at least get the catch back onto the Diana. Dawning Shadow will be used early. The re-engage coming through from Scarlet Petal, trying to get this catch off onto Reserve Veki by repositioning Scarlet with the Spirit Rush. Should be able to find the damage and take down the Gragas first over the side. Tails suffering at the hands of the Ignite. Nitrogen coming online now, has a decent amount of HP, a decent amount of tankiness, will be able to survive as a triple kill for Reserve Veki. But Jelson will not be able to survive much longer in the face of the Mundo. Shizukai finally joins in, grabs him with the Emperor Hand, and the Chan will confirm this kill along the Darius. They finally get it. And this is an ace that Alliance is looking for, but they still lose 3 in the process. Not much more to be gained.
They couldn't kill Iron Nitrogen towards the end of the fight because Raven died, right? That's the only healing reduction you have apart from the Ignite, and they were unable to really just stop him from healing off. Cancel a bit of the recall there. It's a bit of a troll play, but it's okay. 12 seconds on the Inferno. They need to reset for this. So actually that might have cost them when the base didn't go through.
The fact that they actually took longer, winning the fight but taking longer to reset after is actually more painful and detrimental to them. Banana did make a very smart decision to walk over to the Baron first to make sure they drop a ward. So now they have vision.
Yep.
They will have intel knowing if Alliance are trying to bait away this. They jump onto Vendetta right away, forcing the jump off. Now Banana is kind of split here.
Good use of the Scuttle Crab control, so now they know that if Banana decide to sneak or attempt to sneak the Inferno, they'll have information.
Raven jumps up with the Feather Storm, dodges away a lot from the front loaded damage, but Banana still have a great fight, pulling Jelson into the middle of the depths of the fight. Shizukai trying to walk back in, unfortunately not able to do much more. Raven having to deal with Iron Nitrogen, first fighting finds the damage, take him down. But it's a 1-for-1 exchange. Jelson is gone, there's a jungler dead, and the dragon is up.
I don't know if you realize, but the Blade Caller on Raven hit absolutely no one on the way back. He was unable to get any of the damage from the Featherstorm off, and that's why they lost that fight so badly. Also a misplay coming from Scarlet Petal to use the explosive cast, knocking Raven away from the center of the fight. Banana find a perfect opening to the fight and get their Inferno Drake as a reward.
I have to wonder, the fact that Alliance have been adapting to this new strategy where they effectively ignore dragons, they don't care for the dragons very much at all. If this is actually effective for them in the long run. It feels like so many of these games go into a situation where Alliance play it slower, they allow the enemy to get the dragons, and once they hit the point where they're playing for the Elder, what then?
I don't think it's Alliance ignoring dragons, I think they're mistiming themselves. I think there's 39 souls on the center right now, a bit late to the curve, but it's completely fine because her team's the one holding up majority of the damage. We'll be able to hit that power point soon, but back to my earlier point, I think Alliance are misplaying around these objectives. The timings, like we said, accosting them usually like 3, 4, 5 seconds late to the objective, and it allows Banana to pull the trigger with the Diana.
See, here's the thing. I don't think you're misplaying the timing because every team we've seen can hit those timings. The reason why they're not there in time is because it looks like Alliance just doesn't care as much. Every team that we've seen play in the fall season so far, if they really want that Drake, they will be there. Right. They will be there to fight for it, to contest for it. Alliance have not shown that kind of interest in the Dragons. Instead, placing a lot more emphasis around the Baron, around the Rift Heralds. But with that ward there, once again, Banana just have full intel. Know that Alliance are not starting it up.
A straight up MVP ward, right? It's so much information to Banana knowing that, hey, they're not even close to the Baron. They're just setting up for a bait. And because of their composition, that's what they want to do. They want us to walk in so they can hit us with the quickness and the charm and the grand entrance and just pick a fight on their terms. So Banana's not falling for it, not anytime soon.
Super finally available for Alliance means they get to clear that wall on the inside of the Baron pit. I think with Banana, they have built some decent confidence at this point, knowing that Alliance are not starting it up.
I think Veki might need a sweeper too at this point.
But they're splitting up a little bit here. Jelson trying to charge up the Vault Breaker. They move into the mid lane. Nice. They find the catch on the tails. He gets pulled all the way to the Raptor wall, but will not save him. Scarlet Petal will be the next to follow. Iron Nitrogen tries to take them down, tries to force the flash away from Jelson, and he will be able to do so. But look over at Soul, who goes to try and survive. Great Feather Storm pulling through from Raven. He survives a little bit longer. Raven pulls back with the Blade Caller. Almost takes down Vendetta. Shizukai cannot convert the kill onto the Kha'Zix, but the bleed might just be enough. Puts him down low, and now onto the Mundo, and that's the fight that Alliance is looking for. They're onto the Baron. They have hope in their eyes, and they take down Banana 4-1.
The split coming from Banana was quite poor there. They got caught out. Tails and Scarlet Petal were walking up mid, And that's the pick you're looking for, right? If you are CWJ, flash, quickness into Grand Entrance, find the angle of both Scarlet Petal as well as Tails to give you the angle in on the fight. Shinsekai is playing interference here. He's running interference rather, not allowing Vendetta to walk in and smite this. Banana, they're not out of this just yet though. It's a 9k goal lead in favor of Alliance, but they are able to hold on because their composition has 2 tanks in the front line, right? So they still have the opportunity to walk up and fight front to back. Senna's still scaling. They have the damage to clean up, but they need to wait for Tails to come online. 46 souls at the moment. Items are there. Just needs to hit 60 to do damage safely.
You know what? What's a win con for Banana? Elder Soul. If they can grab the Elder Cloud Drake, that's a big win con. Yep. That's a big win con for Banana. And once they keep scaling up, once they can stall for Alliance, stall for time, they have a pretty good chance. 9 Nitrogen is starting to reach a point where he is becoming a lot stronger. You see 3 full items completed as well as boots.
Now, Motor Reminder is done for Raven, so the armor doesn't really matter at this point. They could jump in.
They're trying to force something onto Jelson, but instead the quickness gets knocked back on the Tails, who doesn't really have much more to peel for him. Instead, Nitrogen, you're not as tanky as you like to believe. The charm connects back on the Scarlet Petal, and Banana fall to pieces as Alliance will walk into the mid lane off of 2 back-to-back massive fights. Now onto the Nexus, equalize the score 1-1.
Ozora Veki, MVP of that final fight, hitting the charm when Soul jumped in to prevent the Moonfall from really connecting. That was how Banana was winning most of their fights at the start, you know, jumping in with Soul and then getting the Wombo combo off. But because they killed the Diana early, well, he's not able to set up for his team. The squishies, or the tanky frontline becomes very squishy because of the items picked up by Raven 2.
Well, there we go. I guess Garen ban works after all. It's Alliance pulling back the scoreline 1-1. You know, things were pretty close throughout the mid-game, but once they really found their footing, they really got ahead, and Alliance will be able to get their first win.
Yeah, I think Alliance here have found a bit of an answer in the form of their Garen ban. Here, iNitrogen was unable to really contribute, right? The difference between Garen and Mundo is like, yes, they're both weak side laners, but Garen brings a bit more utility. The silence, the execute, and some deterrence in the form of his spin, but Mundo is literally just all cleavers and auto attacks. Apart from that, if he can heal up, that's good for him, but what does it do for his team?
Exactly, so not able to do as much as they were hoping to get done. With that being said, we are going to go into a quick little halftime break as this grand final series is wrapping up, or at least ramping up. We're moving into game number 3 right after this quick little break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Time to strike! You think you can outshoot me? Captain Chemo on duty!
Delta Sierra at 12 o'clock!
Dust on picks!
Nothing a little gunpowder won't fix.
think I said it the other day on the question of the 100 plus. I mean, if you guys haven't watched it, you should watch. Usually, I will just ask my boss to get us Hai Di Lao, and she will be okay with it. So I think that's it. But due to the COVID restriction, we haven't been able to get it. So hopefully, the situation get better and we can dine in together as a team.
We probably will go to Hai Di Lao or something, and we probably will talk over drinks. Yeah.
Meal or food, drinks Martell, soju, beer, everything lah. Everything come.
We don't really have any post-celebration meal or drink, but it's a trend in my team. Whoever feeds the most, give us each a skin.
I mean, most likely, in fact, I'm sure that after the icons, or maybe even immediately after the icons on the 21st, we'll probably be going out for a drink. Quite a few drinks. Yeah, so for us, that is most likely what we end up doing. So it's probably just going to be like some good food, then with drinks, and you know, that's probably the best way we can celebrate it. Yeah.
I mean, for me, throughout my entire tournament experience, every time after most of our tournaments, I'll usually ask my team to just go eat either buffets or mokatas. It's been a thing for me most of the time, even if we win or lose. You know, if we're happy, we'll go eat mokata, celebrate. If we're sad, let's go eat mokata, eat some good food, and let's get over it for me.
If we do well this tournament, I think we'll go to Saizeriya to eat.
Post-meal celebration would definitely be McDonald's. I love a good McSpicy with added cheese.
We're back from halftime and ready to jump into more Wild Rift action. It is Alliance versus Banana playing it out in the best of 5. They are already 1-1 apiece, and looking to try and pull that game away. And as always, I'm Gaming this, and with me is Hungry Cast. We're looking to see how things will pan out for the remainder of these games.
Like that we're back to best of 3. We go full circle, you know, we would do the whole day of best of 3s and now it's 1-1. So again, another 3-game series on our hands, and we have some interesting choices coming in Game 1 and Game 2. I do like that Alliance identified, hey, the Garen weak side is a bit of an issue, let's just ban it, and it's normally not something you would say very often, but it's just a playstyle, right? Alliance rely on Shinsekai to pop off and carry the game a lot, and by neutralizing him, by picking a champion that's okay taking the L and still bringing value to the fights, it hurts how Alliance wants to play the game.
It's quite crazy how against Team Banana we're seeing Nasus ban and Garen ban. Yeah. Right, the Rengar ban, sure, fine, by all means. But the fact that Nasus and Garen are priority bans against Team Banana just kind of show what we have come to expect from these guys.
The flexibility in their draft is quite something, right? And to Banana's credit too, the fact that iNitrogen is such a capable player, he's able to lose gracefully on these weak side laners and still pop off when given the opportunity, right? And Vendetta being able to flex the Darius to give his Baron laner that window, that opportunity to showcase his sort of repertoire. I think it's all credit to Banana, a team who has really gotten very far. This is their first, I believe, time entering in the Icon series, you know, kind of qualifiers for ever, I believe. It's their inaugural kind of participation, and for them to go this far in their first run is really something to behold.
Some of their players did have some previous experience in Summer, but it wasn't under this, not in this full roster, not coming in this way, and now that they have it, they are looking pretty strong against Alliance here. Looking forward to see what else they can pull out of their hat of tricks. So we move into our picks and bans pretty soon. We should be seeing what they want to try and go for. I'm quite curious if which side they're going to be on as well.
Alliance would probably want to take, well, I was going to say they would probably want to take blue side and just repeat the bans because it worked out so well for them. But now because Banana is on blue, they have a bit more agency in what they want to first pick. It also does force out the Nasus and Garen ban again. But when we talk about how Alliance have been prioritizing the Nasus ban, we just keep thinking to ourselves, just ban the Senna. Then you don't have to worry about Nasus, Senna, you don't have to worry about Nasus, Senna, Gragas, any of those shenanigans, right?
I have to wonder if this is going to be Alliance banning away either the Zyrakan or letting Zyrakan slip through the first pick and then grabbing the alternative on the other.
I think you let one half of the Lovers duo get picked up by Banana, and then you pick the other half. And usually most people pick Zaya over Rakan. Gives you a bit more window into playing something like Corki Rakan, which is not ideal, but it still works out well, as you see again. The Nasus ban being expanded, the Ziggs and Akali were choices for Banana in 1 and 2. The third ban out here, is it going to be the Camille or the Gragas? I mean, if you want to first pick Zaya, you kind of have to ban the Gragas, right?
Yeah, you don't want to give away too many power picks to the opposing side. That being said, though, you know, we're still holding on to very similar bans for Alliance. If this is going to be the Garen again, instead it's going to be the Twisted Fate, not wanting to allow Sol to grab that in that first rotation.
So Garen is going to be a choice here if they want to late pick it, but the Camille here locked in. Remember, this is a flex pick. Both Vendetta and Iron Nitrogen should be able to play this on some level, even though Jungle Camille is not as efficient in terms of clear speed. We already see Darius, so it's, yeah, exactly my point, right? This time though, it's gonna be a Zoraveki on the Ahri, even though the Gragas is open. This is very surprising. I think they've pivoted away from a strategy that was working out for them, but they identified that this mobility and the pick potential is something that they excel at, something that they should be using to abuse a bit, looking to abuse a bit more as the Senna comes out. Could be Gragas here, there you go.
Pairing it together well with the Senna. We saw it work quite well for Scarlet Petal. It's a good frontline wall, at the same time offering some forms of damage and crowd control, and layering all that together, it just makes for a good support champ. Now we'll see what Alliance want to try and go for. Where we felt like it faltered was with the Thresh pick. It just did not seem to go as well for the team as an overall. Galio could work well, and then you paired it together with a strong jungler in this case. Or you could go for the Darius early on. That works too, I suppose.
Picking the Darius here, I wonder if it's Alliance taking a page out of Banana's playbook and saying we could also play Jungle Darius, don't forget. So they already saw how it worked out for Banana. So this is a flex pick, and the Nami here feeding into the pick composition again. But remember, this is a very deadly lane that Banana has drafted early on. If they have a jungle that has kill potential, the setup is there. Nami has no mobility, right? Flash body slam into a jungler that can gap close and punish. Problematic coming in for Banana.
Yikes.
So it's a Camille jungle, Garen in the weak lane again. This is a perfect draft for Banana because now the Camille can set bottom side together with Senna and Gragas. Picture this combo of CC, right? You throw the root down and it lands, and then you flash body slam the CC through, and then they get rooted, and then Camille comes in for the gank. How does Nami survive that? How does Xayah survive that pre-5?
They don't. And even post 5, you know, there's so many situations where with that amount of crowd control, with the base damage that they have, they just frankly don't survive through it all. I mean, the Banana obviously playing through like half the Guardians of Demacia at this point, right? They just really like that, the mana system, I suppose. Whereas Alliance, a lot more free-flowing, and now looking to see what they want to try and go for. And Jelson will likely pick up the Olaf. So a lot to work with as a pick composition. Quite a decent amount of power fighting in these 2v2s, 3v3s max, but when it comes to an overall team fight, Banana have it on lock.
Their 5v5 is probably the most insane I've seen in a while. There is synergy between the Camille and Gragas. Most people think like, well, you know, explosive cast splits everyone up. You have to remember that if you trap someone in the Hextech,
you can push away them.
You can push the enemy away. The person
gets caught at the edge of the cage.
Gets caught at the edge, right? So you isolate a target. Even if it is Xayah, you hit her with the Hextech Automatum and you explosive cast a team away. It doesn't matter if she has Feather Storm. She's still going to die inside the AoE. But you are right. 2-on-2s, 3-on-3s, very strong for Alliance. They need to use Vision to their advantage, right? I wasn't very pleased on how they played the Vision game in Game 2. If they're able to abuse Fog of War and play the Vision game properly in Game 3, that can bait out a lot of big ticket ornaments on the Banana side, right? If you threaten to kill someone and it forces the Galio out, you threaten to kill someone, it forces the Hextech Automatum out, that is how you win the fight.
Difference maker going to be now how well they're able to play around these objectives, how well they play around the vision. And now on the red side, a bit of a change. Let's see if Alliance are going to prioritize going for the Drake. They're going to play around the Dragon. But like you mentioned before, the power of a Senna, a Gragas is such a strong lane against Xayah Nami, right? So we could expect to see a lot of pressure and control coming in the Dragon lane for the Xayah team Banana. But with all that being said and done, we're moving into game. It is the grand finals between Alliance and Banana, both 1-1 apiece. Banana are prepared for Alliance this time around. Alliance stole a kill from them last time doing the same thing. This time, Alliance will not be able to do it.
I love that they stacked up there because they have Gragas and Galio, right? If you walk in to a body slam and a taunt, well, you're pretty much dead. So Alliance are playing a bit more reserved, but they're walking into the enemy jungle. They want to get information on where Vendetta is starting. It seems to be an aggressive push in. The Raven's actually going to cut off the pathing, so they will be late to the lane here.
Does end up costing Tails a little bit of EXP, but we'll have to see how much that actually means in the grand scheme of things. It seems like both sides are going to be going aggressive, and like we've mentioned before, Raven has been quite an upgrade, or at least not nowhere loss for their bottom side. Was able to get a lot of control in the first game, able to solo kill Tails in that first one.
Right now, Vendetta moving to the top half of the jungle. Remember, he didn't clear his Krugs nor his Raptors, I believe, so this signals to me that he's just going to do double buff. Maybe take a Gromp and the top crab and then make a journey back down to the bot lane, the Dragon lane, to try and gank that for Senna Gragas. And Tails and Scarlet Petal, they need to manage the wave very, very carefully here.
Curious what this is going to mean if Zorveki steps up so aggressively. They're going to look for
there you
something.
go.
Raven down the bottom side, suffering for the Ignite. Has to back away, does manage to survive there.
They're jumping onto the Camille. Vendetta's in trouble.
Looking to try and go in on them, and it does seem like the charm won't be able to connect, so Jelson not able to find much more here, just will convert his attention to the Scuttle Crab.
Showing on the bottom side means that they have to play more carefully. Banana, they know that Olaf is here, so they can't walk past the river. They don't have any good vision of this area. In fact, Jelson, starting with the sweeper, is going to remove this ward here. If he can deny the recall, that's a win. Just force the wave out, de-sync their base timings, and crash the wave to prevent Scarlet Petal from farming, because this is fasting center, remember.
Right, at least managed to stop Tails from the recall, and that means he's going to be stuck in lane. Meanwhile, Jelson will be available towards the bottom side. Gives Alliance the space to go and reset right now. Honestly, looking at the concept of plays and the stuff that kind of happened towards the Dragon side, you know, Raven was really close to a kill in Scarlet Petal, but held on to his flash because it wouldn't have been worth it. That there are too many things they can layer onto him. Even had he found the kill through Tails' heal, it probably still wouldn't have been great, because then anything coming in from Banana could probably take him down.
Right now, Vendetta's level 5. He needs to base and make his way to the bottom side of the map and force this with Hextech Ultimatum. They don't have flash on Scarlet Petal, so they don't have the instant CC, but they can still chain it, right? I think that has to be the choice here coming in for the jungler of Banana. Ignore the top side. The Garen is just sacrificed to the Blood Gods. Like, there's no reason to be playing towards that lane.
I think both sides kind of recognize that, but already starting to see some itemization, and Action has held his own against theirs really well. I think what really matters is also the fact that he went for the Grassy and dying. You can see there's no fighting. He's not there to fight. He wants to trade, stack up, get tankier. That's about it. End of story. Shinsekai, he's the one that has to play aggressively, try to make his own advantage happen, because what he does here is what's going to make a difference. First Dragon to spawn up is that Infernal Alliance. Doesn't seem to be the ones to prioritize. Once again, you see Jelson on the other side of the map, but it also seems like Vendetta will be clearing his blue buff as well. So both parties might be a little bit late to this uptake.
I think Vendetta's pathing has been quite questionable for me this game. He should have been bought a minute ago, and he just went back to recall to prepare for this Dragon. The ideal sequence of play there would have been gank bot, use Hextech Ultimatum, kill them, and then converge onto Dragon, right? So curious indeed, coming in from the jungler of Banana.
Jelson decides that Rift Herald is more important. Doesn't seem like Alliance places much emphasis on the Dragon. So that kind of looks like it, right? You know, you have Shinsekai in the stronger lane, you're just going to play towards him every single time.
More to the point, it's a little tough for Banana to take this quickly, right? So they think that they can interrupt this Inferno Dragon long enough for Jelson to finish off the Herald and prevent them from taking this Inferno.
Vendetta is suffering a little bit to the Infernal Drake. You can see even Tactical Sweep suffers with the Ignite. That's going to be ultimate coming through from the Galio. Does give them a good spot to be in. Unfortunately, Scarlet Petal cannot say the same. They're moving now on the CWJ. Raven does a decent job. Buys some time with the Feather Stop. A couple more hits will take down Zoe, and he just doesn't have any more DPS. Shinsekai joins it, puts them down. It's a double kill for Alliance as they get on the board.
Well, what happened in the top side was that the Rift Herald got stolen away from Jelson too, so it's not the worst thing in the world for Banana, right? It was a smart play coming in from Iron Nitrogen to come in and steal the Rift Herald away, but they pick up this Inferno Dragon. That's a big power-up. I think I was right on the money when I said Banana didn't have enough damage to burst down the Inferno Dragon. Remember, it's a tank Gragas and a fasting center. combined with a squishy Camille. How is that going to work out when you take an Inferno Dragon, Gordon?
Doesn't exactly work out. Banana will, however, be able to recover by grabbing the Baron lane out of tier turret. Gives him some additional gold in pocket. Unfortunately, Alliance will still be the ones in the lead, at least for now.
If you are Shinsekai here, you freeze the Baron lane because there's nothing much to play for on the map, and you deny the farm away from Garen. It puts them in a weird spot where they have to sacrifice someone to walk up and reset the wave. So you want to stack a huge wave and then push in, right? You don't always want to be bouncing it back and forth. Playing ping pong with the wave when you're on a carry. Oh,
They try to jump onto Raven. Tidal Wave will get him to safety. Instead, we see iNitrogen making his way down to the bottom side. Garen running in fast, but will not be fast enough. Shinsekai gets some free time in the Baron lane, and so this should mean they get this turret. So coming in from the other end, perhaps looking to make something happen. Gets hit up by the Tidal Prison, jump on the Raven first. Darting Shadow connects, and they jump in for the Judgment. Sends Raven back to base.
He had the Feather Storm and the heal there. Well, the heal is still on cooldown, but he still had the Feather Storm, so probably not expecting the burst coming in and the flash out. You can see another skirmish here. Zoraveki is in a bit of trouble.
Spirit Rush, but he can only Spirit Rush within the own cage. He does manage to reposition back to the turret and gets away safely. That's an impressive play from Zoraveki to reposition and kite out Vendetta there.
Getting across the wall was so clutch there. He survives through the all-in, coming in from Vendetta, gets the 1-for-0, and now Shinsekai's under fire, but he's already gotten what he came for. He can turn around. Jelson is here.
Fall onto the Darius, but Tails has to watch out for the Olaf coming through. Shinsekai survives a little bit too long with their own liking. Jelson should be able to find it as the Aqua Prison take down one. The Redemption coming in gives a little bit more life to the Olaf, but things end there. A double kill for the Garen so far. As they find a third, it will all head over to the iNitrogen on the Garen.
I don't know how I feel about iNitrogen picking up all these kills, because at the end of the day, he is still building full tank. Thornmail and Sunfire Aegis, right? It's not really the position you want to be when you're a 4-0 Garen. It's not the item build that benefits the most. I think Shinsekai also did bait his team into that top fight. It was a bit of a waste. After getting the tier 1, overstaying for the tier 2, you pretty much got what you came for. So your team should sacrifice you and set up towards the bottom side.
The fact that they get Tails is a bit of a consolation, but overall it just doesn't feel as worthwhile. That being said though, Jelson, I like what he's going for, the itemization that he has. Black Cleaver straight into Gargoyle Stoneplate. These two pairings does make him quite tanky in the face of a lot of the damage that Banana has. Hopefully what we see next is going to be the Sterix Gauge, which makes him even tankier, because that's kind of what they need. They're lacking somebody that can soak up some damage, at least the initial brunt of it.
And also Observer was kind enough to show us 33 stacks on the souls for Senna right now, 35 in fact. Doing a good job roaming around the jungler and picking up these souls. You can see the value starting to come in, extended range is there. To remind our viewers, again, the breakpoint is 60 because that's when you get your third upgrade. A lot of range. That's when you start to feel like an annoying champion, right? Right now you still feel like a support.
So for now, the Fasting Senna won't be quite as effective, but they do manage to get a decent amount of wave clear off and force Alliance back a little bit, but turret will still head over to them.
Alliance need to reset now. 30 seconds on the Dragon. They need to recall buy their items, come in and contest this area. Just give up the fact that you won't have vision, you just need to buy. So they're making the right choice here. Power up your items and then come back in for the next fight.
They had some vision established towards the bottom side previously, so it's not the worst thing in the world. Unfortunately, from what we can tell right now, Shinsekai didn't get this chance to reset, so we'll have to walk over directly.
Notice that the second item Raven went for was Last Whisper. It's because of the amount of armor the Garen got from the 4 kills earlier, so he has to itemize differently this time as the Xayah. They're contesting the space around the choke. Alliance is very good at finding picks in these narrow corridors. So you have to be careful with your Banana. They're starting up this Ocean Dragon right now. Alliance do want to contest this.
We talk about 5v5 team fights not going the way of Alliance. Well, let's see what happens here. Banana will come back big. iNitrogen takes a decent amount of damage, but will still be able to survive over to the back. They buy some time on Zorbek. He could be the target of focus to take down Olaf first. And CWJ soon to follow. Has to flash away. Raven almost managed to straight back onto Vendetta. A couple more feathers coming through. They get the charm back onto Zol. Galio goes down next. Tails manages to escape as Banana tried to peel back, but they won't be able to get much more done.
Jelson bought a lot of time there and blinking red health bars on multiple members of Banana. They were very narrowly dead, or almost dead in that fight. CWJ now picking up a lot of ages, knowing that the game is going to go into overtime. It's going to be a long, drawn-out process, so you need the additional health, the mana, as well as the AP to kind of contribute to your team. Round 2, here we go. Alliance, they have the ultimates that they need. Meanwhile, no heroes entrance, no explosive cast. It's a tough fight for Banana here.
They're the ones who started it up, so Vendetta, as well as the rest of his team, decide not to push on too quickly. You can see the Kabir still a decent distance away. Justin will confirm it. Vendetta walks in, but that's the charm on to the Dragons. They're moving on to Scarlet Petal. That should be a confirmed kill. Tidal Wave comes through. Aqua Prison, the layer on the crowd control. Tails does manage to escape. Jelson, no Ragnarok. If he kept going, he would have definitely pushed on.
But they didn't have the crucial ultimates. The hero's entrance still on cooldown. This is what I mean by baiting it out, right, Brandon? You can see they're setting up again, a charm in.
They catch Iron Nitrogen, they pull him back. Aqua Prison will layer in as well. That's a second kill, and they're moving towards the Baron. Maybe this time for real, we can't quite say for sure.
This is what the pick combat sells at. They need to find a pick onto Iron Nitrogen first. Every time the jungler is still up, there's a risk of having to fight a smite steal.
Wait a minute, what they trying to get done? Vendetta walks on the Zorveki, but will get taken down. So will Soul. Now they're on to Tails, chasing after the Senna. The Doubtless will catch her once again. Alliance find kill after kill in what feels like Banana feeding them the entire bunch.
Just walking in one by one. I'm not sure why Vendetta felt the need to pull the trigger. He could have waited across the wall and made it, you know, a smite contest and maybe try to steal it away. And now Alliance securing this Baron. Game 3, 11.5 minutes in. Very dominant fashion for the red side. And all the items coming in. Immediate death cap picked up for Azura Veki. That's a huge power spike. Building towards the Void Staff as well. The pendant, a new inclusion, giving you that flat magic penetration. And more importantly, Raven's already finished the Mortal Reminder, so he is doing effective damage to the Garen. It's not like, you know, the armor stat is doing anything here. Raven's actually, you know, starting to cut through a lot of the Thorn Mail as well as the resistances.
Oh yeah.
Even the Warden's Mail as well.
Putting in to any kind of healing, reducing armor as well, you know. Just sets them not in the best spot, and with the charms coming through from Azura Veki, you know, it's a wow.
Look at the charm. That's the death cap, bro.
Oh my goodness, that's Soul. You know, that's not the absolute squishiest guy he could have been on. Iron Nitrogen just gonna walk in. You know, he's not afraid. Doesn't have to worry too much. Just 2 members of Alliance, but the waves will start to crash in. Banana a little bit split now. Can't decide where they want to go. Mid side or Dragon side. Both turrets are going down, and Vendetta might be the one to follow along with the turrets as the duck comes through. They get the stacks onto the Garen. Galio tries to join back in, but it's a double kill as Soul walks into his death, tries to flash away, gets the shield for the barrier. Will survive for now, but look at the damage that Shinsekai brings through. Raven desperately wants the kill. They follow through with Zorveki flashing in with the charm, and looks like Alliance will pull ahead, going 2-1 as they start making their way onto the Nexus. It's just down to Tails, but no time, no chance. Alliance with a second game win.
And that was a sale at your local supermarket, Brandon. And on that final fight, you bought 2 bananas, you got 1 for free. The Galio Express delivery in Alliance 2-1 right now. On game point, and a much more dominant performance from them this time. I think the Xayah had a lot to do with it. If you notice the itemization coming in, right? Previously on Kai'Sa, he had to build all sorts of like random items to get the stats that he needed. Couldn't go for the instant Mortal Reminder. This time, second item Last Whisper and then Mortal Reminder. 4-1 and 7 for Raven. He was dealing damage every fight.
Being able to be so omnipresent and then having the presence of mind to be able to use those feathers effectively to shred through them was so important and so critical. And then the additional fact was that Iron Nitrogen, like you mentioned, it doesn't really matter that he was 4-0 at one point, right?
He just built food tech, like what's the point?
You get gold, but what does it matter? Because in the end of it all, it's true damage from the Darius, it's a lot of mixed magic damage coming through. There's not very much that you can get done. You can see the gold grab is so tight between both sides, but as things progressed, Alliance pulled ahead, they were able to get the Knicks win, now 2-1 on the scoreboard. Trying to see if they can clean things up with a 3-1 to end this off.
I think the game would have been very different if Vendetta was the recipient of the kills, because we talked about how important it is for the commute to have that dueling potential. When you put someone the Hextech Automatum and the explosive cast is thrown down on top of that, it's basically a 1v1 fight me bro situation with Camille and whoever's inside the octagon, right? Very thematic. But because he was so far behind, he could never take any of those 1v1 battles. Even against Azura Veki, he was able to get the kill and then leap over the wall and look and leave the rest of Banana behind past him.
Yeah, it was so strange, you know. There were situations where, and that's a bit of an issue as well, because he wanted to go for these 1v1 exchanges, but when he had the power to fight them, Alliance did a great job denying him any opportunity for that. Once he started falling behind, they've willingly walked into Vendetta and say, yeah, sure, ult me. I will kill you within your own cage, within your own ultimate, and that was something they had to deal with.
To call into question the pathing from Vendetta, I think I made it very clear. I didn't like how he was moving. He started at red, move up towards the blue buff. I was like, okay, this is not bad. And then after taking 1 or 2 camps, he walked mid and gets spotted out trying to take the bottom Scuttle Crab. At that point, they know where Camille is, they know how much CS she has and what buffs she has. So you can pretty much guesstimate the rest of her pathing. That just allows for the bot lane of Alliance to play extra aggressive because they know Camille has to swing topside. We already have support from Jelson here. There's nothing that the Camille can really do to punish this lane, which should have, you know, a disadvantage against the Gragas, against the center. A lot of crowd control. Camille should be there to make sure that there's snowball.
So this kind of goes back into picks and bans and how that kind of phased through, right? The fact that they managed to get Camille first pick might not have exactly panned out the way they were hoping for. The fact that, as well, Alliance were willing to give away to Garen because it seemed like they had a better, clearer understanding of how to deal with that champion as a whole overall, and it seems like Xayah is a very critical piece on how to make that composition work.
I mean, it's a no-brainer. All Garen really wants to do is run in silence at you. Xayah lays down 3 feathers and then pulls them back to her. If you're in the way of that, you get rooted up. So you could see how Alliance are trying to adapt the strategy to what they think their opponents excel at and just give them, like, you play your game, we'll play our game, we'll just
except when it's Nasus.
Yeah. When the Nasus is just like a, I don't want to think about how to deal with this pick. In my head, this is how I feel like Alliance approach this. The Nasus feels strong. I don't know how to deal with it. I don't want to think about it. We are dedicating more energy to just playing our own game. Let's just ban it out.
Sure. Let's put it that way and see what Alliance have in store for us in this next one. We should be going to picks and bans pretty soon. That being said, though, looking forward to see what Banana have in store if they can pull away yet another win to equalize things and bring us the full distance. Unfortunately for Banana, though, I think they are starting to run out of gas. I think they're being read a little bit decently. The thing with that being, though, now seeing the kind of compositions that they've been playing, they have seemed to be trying to bring in the Senna more consistently, and it seems like the Senna is just a little bit too slow to get on board, because even that game, it was scaling up pretty quickly. Unfortunately, even then, it just didn't have enough impact.
I think one thing you have to notice when you're playing a Senna and you want to scale, your Baron lane has to be something that isn't just weak side, right? Because one of the lanes have to be strong side. You can't play weak side, and then hope to win the game. 2 weak lanes is just a recipe for disaster. So if you're playing weak side Garen and your Senna is paired with, say, your Gragas, then you have to make things happen on that half of the map. Unfortunately, they failed to do so, which is why it looks like the Senna doesn't have much value. It looks like the Gragas doesn't have much value. Just a mismanagement of resources coming in from Banana. Overall, I think the draft was okay. It's just how they played out the early game that really bit them in the butt.
Okay, so Banana going to be on the blue side again. We'll ban away the Akali, we'll ban away the Ziggs. Alliance stick to their same 2 bans. We'll remove the Rengar as well as the Nasus. There we go, the adaptation for Banana to get rid of the Xayah. Because we saw what happened last time around. They went for the Rakan ban, didn't deal with the damage shots, dealt with the initiator instead.
Now they could early pick the Senna here if they wanted to, or they're going back to the Camille. Could be Vendetta, could be iNitrogen that picks up this champion. Darius here is going to be the choice. I think they can default back to Corki second if they wanted to. Or they could just pick up the Gragas, but I feel like Zoraveki has been styling on them with Ahri, so an early Ahri pick wouldn't be out of the question either. Not the Kai'Sa, please not the Kai'Sa. Okay.
Felt you worried there for a second. You definitely got excited seeing that.
Because the problem with the Kai'Sa, like I said, you have to build too many components to get your Q and E evolved, that by the time you get to any like armor-piercing items, it's just too late.
Might wonder what they're going to go for then, because, you know, apart from the Xayah, we've been seeing a lot of Corki, which could be okay, but might also have to take a bit of a detour in the direction that they go for. Banana will now steal away the Nam. They say, we saw you play the last game, we want to make this work for ourselves. Now also looking at potentially the Orianna.
Blitzcrank actually works here.
Really?
I'm not kidding you. Blitzcrank actually works here. You can play Blitzcrank or Leona into Nami, and it's a really good lane. Corki, Blitzcrank, Corki, Leona, It's just an insane matchup for this bot lane. Whoever they pick in addition to this Nami is probably still going to get slapped.
I really like them holding onto the support pick last if possible. So going for the Xin Zhao, bring it over to Jelson, you know, not opting for the Olaf this time around. It might seem to be the case because they want to have some form of disengage, maybe a way to get out the Hextech ultimatum. It's a get out jail, free card. So now for Banana, you know, since they've already banned away Desire and they've given away the Corki, curious what this means for their own marksman in the Dragon Lane.
Banana cannot play Varus here. They have to play something with some level of mobility. I think Lucian Ezreal is probably going to be the likely choice. Garen is of course the default here going up against Shinsekai. Yep, there you go, the Ezreal, because they're afraid of precisely what I'm saying, the Blitzcrank Leona pick coming in, right? So they need something that has some mobility. So it's either going to be Lucian with the dash or Ezreal with the Arcane Shift. Now this is a tricky one. You can't play Blitzcrank to Ezreal because he can disjoint the projectile, so I feel like Leona might be the best choice just to punish the Nami. Instead, they go for the Lulu to power up Jelson in the jungle. If it wasn't from the Ezreal pick, I feel like they would have gone a lot more aggressive. They also think that by having this Lulu, both the Darius and the Xin Zhao feel a lot more impactful in team fights.
And there's a lot less to punish them because they know the opponent is playing the Nami, don't really have to worry about an engage type support of their own, so can afford to go for Lulu. And one of those situations where it's unpunished, you might as well try to get maximum value out of it, right? Bring in the Lulu, make it stronger. And we know that they can rely on Raven as a consistent carry, and so empowering him, there's no loss. It feels like to me for Alliance here, the Lulu just seems like a comfortable pick that does work out. But of course, like you mentioned, it could have been cool to see a Blitzcrank show up the first time Ryu is hit in the playoffs, but won't be quite the case.
If there was ever a situation, that would have been it.
Yeah.
It was just smart drafting coming in from Banana again. I think they think about these things in advance, about the threat of having an aggressive support being picked in, so they go for the safe Ezreal choice. And Ezreal in Wild Rift, you know, he's for the most part still building like the default style that we've come to know and love over the past years. Tier, Trinity Force, you know, get the Conqueror in and then be able to do damage from a safe distance.
So going blue build Ezreal, probably easier, but
bluish,
but takes a little bit longer to feel as comfortable, and you're really just a lot of auxiliary damage. You can do good damage. Unfortunately, I think with how much pick potential is available on Alliance, you have to be very careful with your positioning, and so it feels like a lot of auxiliary damage to the Ezreal. Whereas Alliance, again, working to the same composition, the same style they had before, a little bit more pick, able to jump on them, get the catch onto a couple of them. We'll have to see if iNitrogen will once again playing that weak side concept, because it seems like both sides are kind of weak side.
If you are Vendetta here, you need to secure the mid lane, right? It's a bit weird to see this because you have Gragas and you have Ezreal Nami. Ezreal Nami, for the most part, is a very reactive lane. You can't really all in unless you hit an Aqua Prison. So the job for Vendetta here is to actually secure the mid lane, because Orianna is going to be your main bulk of damage. Like you said, Ezreal is very auxiliary, right?
Yeah.
If he hits Mystic shots, he contributes. If he doesn't, he just doesn't do any damage in the team fight. So you're looking for the Orianna Shockwave on top of a Hextech Automatum to really make things count. And for that to work, Soul needs to have a good game. And I don't want to see any tier shenanigans, no first item Seraphs. It has to be like Luden's first or Liandry's first into a death cap.
So here we go, moving into game. Banana versus Alliance in the best of 5 grand finals. Alliance sitting on match point. They just need one more win to secure this series. Banana will be sending 4 into the mid lane, trying to ensure the safety of their mid lane and clear out those waves as quickly as possible. But when you have the Ahri, there's just so much more that can get done. Banana will be a little bit late to under the turret, means that Alliance steal away a couple of the Krugs.
And see the annoyance that is this quirky Lulu lane, just throwing out Gillilands, throwing out help picks, and knowing that they have the cover there, it's very tough for Tails and Scarlet Petal to return the damage. Especially if you are spacing properly, right? You can see what Raven is doing now, standing between the creep wave and avoiding the Mystic shots in. But CWJ not doing such a good job himself.
Takes a bit of the attention away from Raven, and unfortunately I don't think that's exactly what they need. Apprehend back onto iNitrogen, top side looking dangerous. The barriers first used by iNitrogen, but a turn back from Shinsekai. The blink coming through, one more hit, but he levels up in time! Banana barely survives. iNitrogen is 60 HP left in the line, will get out safely.
I thought Shinsekai was gonna die there. He missed the outer AoE of the Decimate, and it looked touch and go for a second. Here comes Jelson on the bottom side. They split the map a little bit. Vendetta's playing towards this top Skull Crab, whereas Jelson is playing for bot, and they might look to force something here. Again, early sweeper, early information coming up from the back. They could get this if they jump on the Scarlet Petal.
Yeah, but it's a little bit too difficult knowing that Tail still has the Arcane Shift plus both summoners, you know, not very much they can get done. Going under turret so early on is just too big of a risk. Jelson will back off, and they're just looking to try and farm up a little bit more. But that being said, look at this level disadvantage for this guy. Despite the fact that he was the one that got control, the wave is now stacking against him. The EXP is held in the lane. He needs some time to get stronger again against I9.
So once that wave collapses, he's going to hit level 4, but the play is read by Banana. They are pretty much posturing for a dive here, just saying, you know what, Shinsekai, you're not getting this EXP. If you want to walk up, you're going to need some help. And in response, Azura Vecchi rotates up. Level 4 is collected by Shinsekai for collecting from getting the EXP in the lane. This is a good move from Alliance. They're covering for their teammates' weaknesses, knowing that the dive might happen.
Right, but Azura Vecchi, he's back again. They're looking for this. Wave becomes blind enemies, and Vendetta will be the target of focus. Gets caught off first. Azura Vecchi holds onto the Spirit Rush. They don't commit to that fight.
The rotation up gives Soul a lot of space to farm up and collect the EXP and gold just by pushing up. This is going to be a tough one. You can see the electrocute is brought. Azura Vecchi looking for the all, and the charm is there.
Good damage, and Soul seems to be the focus. They're trying to take him down first. Vendetta tries to jump back onto Jelson, trying to trade back. Soul still has his ultimate, so they could potentially try and turn this one around. Alliance read that play. They're going to back off first.
They did burn both summoner spells from Soul. So there's another window for Azura Vecchi once the Spirit rushes up to try and go for that all-in. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Raven holding his own against Chaos and Scarlet Petal. Actually, might just find a solo kill there if the last auto came in.
Redemption, now Valkyrie forces the heal away. Tidal Wave going to be expanded, and that's one more ultimate not available. If they choose to go for this Dragon early, Alliance might be ahead.
It's 20 seconds still. I think you want to maintain lane control and then go for this Dragon, but I don't know what Raven has bought. He's extremely low mana, so it looks like he hasn't even gone for his first recall just yet.
Not quite yet.
Holding on to the longsword.
Which makes sense as well. You know, you generally want to hold on to about that 4-minute mark because you get the package when you make that recall as well. So should be able to get back to the lane a little bit faster. Unfortunately, that means that CWJ cannot recall. We'll have to stay around this for now, unless he is late to the Dragon Party. Let's see, Shinsekai will also recall now.
Azura Vecchi is very low on mana, does not have Spirit Rush up either, so this is a tough take for them. Alliance, if they want to take this, it's going to have to be a really ballsy move.
So it seems that will be the case. Jelson is just going to smite the Scuttle Crab, confirms that for himself. Meanwhile, iNitrogen is nearby, trying to apply some pressure as rotations coming through from Banana. It's an interesting allocation, sending Scarlet Petal to the mid lane early.
They know that once Essence Reaver is completed for Corki, he has like infinite mana, or close to infinite mana, so he's always going to have this push against Ezreal, who has like Phage and Sheen. Oh, excuse me, just a mana immune, so he doesn't really have the wave clear compared to the Corki.
Here we go. Alliance, they like this. They like the Reptile, so they're going to be the ones to start it up. First redemption from both sides. Use Scarlet Petal trying to join back in. This time has the Tidal Wave ready. Gets the charm off. Finds some good damage. Shockwave will pull it back. Aqua Burst not available. Couple more auto attacks, and Raven with first blood. Vendetta next to follow. Gets hit by the whip. Becomes lightning. Gets knocked up and goes down. Then moving into the mid lane. Soul will face off against Jelson a little bit longer. Audacious charge and Glitter Lance will find its mark. Jelson takes a little bit more damage, but is safe with CWJ by his side.
That was the smart rotation in. They found the pick on the start of their fight with the charm on Azura Vecchi. Had the Spirit Rush to follow through, and because they're able to collapse, Raven had the package too, like you said. After getting that kill, the fabulous emote is flashed. CWJ here looking to close down on tables. He's just gonna walk out.
Yeah, a lot of the burst damage already gone, and yet they still press on through the barrier shield. Raven finds it regardless. Heal gonna be used. Nitrogen uses the flash.
They get that kill, and now they can eat the honey fruit and clear the wave as it comes in. You can see the dragons already being started up by Banana, but this is a small price to pay for the amount of gold and amount of control they've got. Alliance already taking down mid-tier 1. They're happy to give away this Ocean Drake. Not an issue at all. Shinsekai, meanwhile, is free farming in the Baron lane because we saw iNitrogen come down and try to flash and execute Raven.
It seems to, it seems to show that Alliance, frankly, are willing to give up the Dragon in exchange for any amount of gold lead. 4,000 in favor of Alliance at this almost 4,000 for Alliance at this point. Now they make their way down to the Dragon side. Nitrogen is going to recall first. They move on to Vendetta, spot him out over by the red buff. They decide not to go for it because they can't decide they want to go for Garen or they want to go for Camille.
That was a real shocker there. You could see that Vendetta kind of reacted viscerally, just walked away from the brush after he saw Jelson there. Jelson also kind of jumping out, deciding not to go for it. They were a bit shocked to find each other there. And now Zoraveki looking for the solo. No mana on Soul. This is bad.
Dodges away from a decent chunk of the crowd control and damage. So will now face off against Zoraveki, but Vendetta comes in time to save his mid laner's life. Sky on the other side will suffer at the hands of Banana a little bit. So, well, Tails as well as Scarlet Petal force him out of lane. But Lions convert the bottom side lead to grab the inner tower as well.
Soul needs this blue buff really, really badly, and we'll be able to collect it, I believe. He's running out of mana. He's running into a lot of mana issues, which is why he's not able to hold his own against Zoraveki. The problem with finishing Ludens is you don't have the Lost Chapter anymore, right? As we see CWJ picking up a Lost Chapter of his own, moving into Staff of Flowing Water.
But, well, that's the thing, right? We want to see Soul play without going for the Seraph's Embrace.
It's the trade-off.
It's the trade-off. But he has damage. And he's able to do a lot more in his team fights. It just means he has to be so much more careful with how he uses his spells. And it means a lot less wave.
Oh wait, he doesn't have blue buff. I think it ticked over onto Vendetta instead. So
was that what the Observer tried to show us? Redemption stole it away.
Oh, hold on. Oh wow, okay, that's actually pretty nutty. GG Observer, you guys are beasts.
They saw it. Yep. They saw what we could not see. Jelson now might see Banana 3 collapsing in on him, but he doesn't really care about that. Will just walk away safely. Raven becoming a little bit too strong for his own good.
Is that really a thing? Too strong for his own good?
Because Banana are gonna put the priority on him. Definitely want to focus him down, and so you want to see and take a look at Raven and how he's going to be playing out these fights. It's so important. He's become so strong with the damage. He can come through a couple of crits. Won't be enough. Look at this. Vendetta forces it on to Raven, but he gets a lot of distance with the package redemption coming through. But like we said, it's a little bit too strong for his own good because Banana had put a bounty on his head. Unfortunately, Alliance are there to respond when it becomes lightning, and the third prong strike will take down the remainder of Banana and kill them all off. Alliance take control and ace for this team.
Banana had the right play in mind, jumping onto Raven and killing him off. They didn't account for two things though, the package and the wild growth and the amount of shielding that he would get from CWJ. A good support he is. CWJ sacrifices himself so that Raven stays alive throughout that whole fight, drops every single spell he has to make sure that Raven's able to live through it and put the damage out.
Baron coming up in about half a minute means Alliance have an objective to work towards. Package was just used, so if Banana want to find a fight, this might be it. Unfortunately, with about 9,000, 8,000 go behind, it's going to be a little bit difficult. Nice itemization, very fast towards the double item power spike, plus a little half item to add in as well.
The tricky portion, or at least the tricky part about Essence Reaver plus Charge Blade is you don't have a lot of like base AD. You only have the AD coming in from the Caulfuse Warhammer. Charge Blade gives 0 AD, apart from the bonus stats when you proc a crit, right? So you want some base AD, you want to get the BS sword and hopefully move into an Infinity FPS, which has the most attack damage per item.
Oh. Well, this is just a little bit absurd at this point. Banana insists on taking a fight in their own jungle. Unfortunately, Alliance has set up base camp, have decided this is now their own. He gets 3, finds the Quadra. Shinsekai looking for the pentakill, and he finds it in the finals game. They're looking to push down the mid lane now. Where's the minion wave? It's not there for Alliance, but it can't quite end it. But Alliance in game 4 of the grand finals will give Shinsekai his penta.
Classic coming online when you need him to, with the items picking up the Sterix gauge now and just hitting all the marks necessary. And granted, you know, we talked about ripeness earlier. The thing about bananas too is that they only ripe for a brief period of time. We all had that experience here. You have a banana, it's yellow for 2 days, next thing you know it's brown, you can't eat it anymore, and that's exactly what's happening. Game 1 they were perfectly ripe, and now in Game 4 it's time to toss it away.
There were no bananas harmed in the making of this grand finals. Alliance have taken full control at this point, and Banana, they don't have quite very much they can do. They needed to try and play with auxiliary forms of damage such as the Ezreal, and having the Orianna be able to layer it on with Vendetta. Unfortunately, Alliance have been able to play it well enough to make sure that the Camille just hasn't been able to find many good targets to go for.
That's the tough thing about Camille jungle. Like, I always look at it in isolation as, okay, well, if you're okay clearing the jungle, you get out with enough health, you can impact the lanes, right? Oh, hold on, Vendetta's dead here.
Vendetta is dead, calling it early. He does jump back for a second, takes a little bit longer to die than they would like, but Alliance still do manage to confirm that kill, forces the flash away. Now onto Baron.
As I was saying, well, Alliance kind of just commentates this Baron. I always look at the Camille pick and I said, no way. Okay. Who knew that Baron Nash's natural weakness would be a dynamite?
Flood the worm.
Yeah. Flood the worm. As I was saying, Camille isolation great, but she's unable to really find these early ganks, and as a result, you can't really snowball your lanes. We don't see her having the same level of impact as Jelson did in this game, which is why the pick feels so lackluster.
It's so much more difficult for Vendetta. You would think that Camille having the hookshot, having the distance you can find, makes it easy to get ganks, but that's not the case. You need someone to layer CC with you. Otherwise, you're relying entirely on a very long cooldown spell for crowd control. Jelson has it much easier. You can just use your Audacious Charge, and it's an instantaneous, well, almost instantaneous knockout with the amount of attack speed you have. So early game was difficult for Banana, and Alliance made full use of that. Now with the Baron buff, they are walking in on multiple fronts.
Pushing in towards the dragon lane, you can see Ozoroveki setting up for this. He wants to hit a charm.
He's still fishing. Out. He finds the charm on the social. Will take it down first. Ignite taking low. Redemption comes through, but not in time. We still see the Oriana going down. Now they're moving on to Vendetta. Ozoroveki comes back in with the Spirit Charge. Has to go golden survive against the turret damage, but minions coming in, pouring into the base. Alliance off the back of the SSC will continue, will hold on to the title. They're not willing to give it up just yet. They dropped the first game, but they pulled back 3-0. Alliance, you're back-to-back champions for the SG Wild Rift C Icon Series.
The master plan, Grandin. Lose game 1 to give fans false hope, and then now you reverse 3-0 them in games 2, 3, and 4. Alliance making us eat our words a little bit, huh? We said, oh well, the gap isn't actually that big, you know, everyone's catching up. And then they suddenly go undefeated in the next 3 games and they look so clean while doing it.
They decide they just want to make us have some false hope for the first game.
Yep.
Make sure that Banana look good for one game. You know, they're friends. Everybody's they're friendly about this. They say, all right, we can play whatever you want to play. Make sure they ban out the Nasus every game, though.
I mean, there is something to this whole thing being scripted, I feel, because Shinsekai with the pentakill in that final game too is like, hey, I remember Grandin and Daryl said something about how there were no clips to clip for Secretlab. Oh yeah, look, pentakill for you guys. Everyone watching this, by the way, it's the final game too. Go and clip that. Stand a chance to win a Secretlab Evo Titan 2022.
Isn't that what we're always looking for? And again, a big congratulations to Alliance. But on the other end, Banana, a great run from this team coming into the competition. New faces-ish. We've seen them play before. We've seen them play competitively before. And it shows. They are a good team, knew what they were doing, and coming in second means they will confirm their spot in the C Championships.
In a way, the logic makes sense because in the group, well, not group stages, in the upper bracket, they lost to Alliance 2-1. So in theory, they probably, like, you know, it's just another game on top of that. I could see how their maximum capacity would just be like, take one win and then, you know, it's done and dusted.
So it's a nice set overall. Alliance will continue to be your champions for the Wild Rift C Icon Series in the Singapore region. We're going to take a look back at the highlights as well as that pentakill from Shinsekai in this quick one. Go down, and Banana now forced to retreat. They lose Soul, and 99 Stream might be the next to follow as CWJ pushes on, trying to look for this. Then Simmons does match connect with the upper hand on the resort. Becky, the damage source is gone. Shinsekai can only get so much damage to counter. Big Featherstorm still available, and Tails holds on. It's a double kill for Banana, and they take down Alliance.
Actually, he might just die here to the ultimate. He's forced to use the killer's instinct across. Here comes Joseph. He's looking for the steal.
He jumps in onto the other Drake, cannot find the steal. Raven joins in for the back, tries to take down Tails, but will go down. CWJ left alone to himself. Jelson will get caught up with the upper hand, and Banana have hit a full shade of yellow, are ripe enough, are onto the mid lane, and with death timer so long, they're able to do so. But look over at Soul, who goes to try and survive. Great Featherstorm pulling through from Raven. He survives a little bit longer, pulls back with the Blade Caller, almost takes down Vendetta. Shinsekai cannot convert the kill onto the Kazakhs, but the bleed might just be enough. Puts him down low, and now they're onto the Mundo, and that's the fight that Alliance is looking for. They're onto the Baron. They have hope in there. Wait a minute. What they trying to get done? Vendetta walks onto Zorveki, but will get taken down. So will Soul. Now they're onto Tails, chasing after the center. The darkness will catch her once again. Alliance find kill after kill in what feels like banana. Wait a minute. What they trying to get done? Vendetta walks onto Zorveki, but will get taken down. So will Soul. Now they're onto Tails, chasing after the center. The darkness will catch her once again. Alliance find kill after kill in what feels like banana. This is just a little bit absurd at this point. Banana insists on taking a fight in their own jungle. Unfortunately, Alliance has set up base camp, have decided this is now their own. He gets 3, finds the Quadra. Shinsekai looking for the pentakill, and he finds it in the finals game. They're looking, the push down coming in, pouring into the base. Alliance off the back of the SSC will continue, will hold on to the title. They're not willing to give it up just yet. They dropped the first game, but they pulled back 3-0. Alliance, you're back-to-back champions for the SG Wild Rift C Icon Series.
The master plan, Brandon.
And a great set from Alliance, apart from the first game, which we don't talk about, to take the competition 3-1. We do see that Alliance can lose games, can drop games against their opponents. Unfortunately, both of those games were against Banana, but we're hoping to see more teams take games for them again as we go into the future. But for now, we've come just about to the end of this competition, and as always, this has been made possible by our amazing sponsors. You see this big fridge behind me? Yeah, they made this happen. They made that pentakill happen in that last game.
Yeah, if not, we would like have lost our voice all the way through and just like be yelling completely no sound at all ASMR stream.
An ASMR broadcast is something that I'm not down for just yet. And so, 100 plus, up your hydration game, grab yourself a drink. And they've been a big part of helping esports grow locally. I really am a big fan of that. Really grateful for them for helping make sure all this possible. Yeah,
both seasons of Icon Series in summer and in fall. You know, thank you so much again to 100 plus for making all this happen. And you know, it's been an awesome journey. I feel like, you know, these 2 seasons have been over so quickly, and it's in a blink of an eye. We're looking at Ski Champs next.
Oh yeah. And the other part that did make all of this happen as well are the things that we're sitting on. And it feels suddenly like everything that we're doing, you know, all the parts of our daily lives, you know, we get drinks from 100 plus, we sit on Secretlab chairs. You know, that's all the things that kind of go into our daily lives. And you might not feel it sometimes, but when you get that upgrade, it feels really great.
This is true, right? You get to a point of comfort. You just, when you don't have it anymore, you miss it. But when you do have it, it's like it's on a whole nother level. So thank you once again so much to Secretlab, our official chair partner. And if you guys are interested in picking up the Secretlab Titan Evo 2022, you can head over to their website, secretlab.co. Or if you want a chance to win one, you can like and follow the Versus Asia and Secretlab Facebook page. Clip the pentakill that happened earlier, clip a Dragon Baron steal, or clip a backdoor victory and post it in the comments and stand a chance to be selected, you know, to win one of these chairs as well.
And if you're looking for pentakills, you get 2 to choose from, right? So that's you get double your odds.
I just realized it was a pentakill at the start and at the end of the tournament.
Oh my goodness.
Full circle, we're scripted, granted.
We're absolutely scripted.
Get me out of the Matrix.
But as well as Riot Games and Elephant for organizing and running the competition, for making the broadcast look so nice, and for giving our players a chance to compete at the highest level of competition. This is a stepping stone to move into Sea Champs and then this global tournament and all this good stuff happening. It's a great year and a great title for these pro players to kind of play on.
Yep, had a great time casting you too, Grant, and it's been an awesome 2 seasons, and now we're looking forward to Sea Champs. Again, thank you everyone so much for helping make this happen. And if you guys haven't gotten vaccinated yet, I think I should do my duty and tell you guys to go and get vaccinated. I got mine, Grant has gotten his. He's been showing off since April, so we're definitely down for that.
So that being said, guys, we've come to the end of the broadcast. It's been an amazing day. It's been an amazing playoff run. Alliance, congratulations once again for being the back-to-back champions. Good job to Team Banana and every other team that has played in the playoffs. We'll see you guys next time. Peace out.
Oh, wait, well, 5-man shockwave. Now he jumps in. The Super Mega Jack Rocket steals the dragon.
Black Shoe!
Time to strike! You think you can outshoot me? Captain Chemo on duty!
Delta Sierra at 12 o'clock!
Dust 'em, Hicks!
Nothing a little gunpowder won't fix.